disciple of Orochimaru, the evil scientist from Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Scientific progress occasionally begins in strange places. The so-called Zero Tail is actually an ancient product developed by Konoha. However, it was later discovered that it cannot absorb chakra with unusual properties, and if it does, it will be greatly weakened, Orochimaru explained. The Zero Tail is considered an ancient research product, said to have been passed down from the time of the Six Paths Sage. Konoha later studied it and found that, while the dark chakra it produced could enhance physical fitness, it also greatly increased stamina consumption, making it a loss. Consequently, Konoha recorded the Zero Tail's deeds in a scroll and left it alone. He had no idea that the remnants of the Sky Ninja village had somehow found the Zero Tail's resurrection scroll and brought this ancient artifact into the modern world. Upon hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi felt that his teacher had a point. The Zero Tail appeared powerful, even proudly called the Tailless Tail Beast by the Sky Ninja village ninjas. However, even the mere sight of the Nine Tails chakra was enough to scare them. To even compare it to the other tailed beasts was a bit of an exaggeration. However, Amemiya Kenichi likely abandoned Konoha's research on the Zero Tails because they already possessed the Nine Tails. In the eyes of the first Hokage, the Nine Tails was likely no more than a large summoning beast, so they looked down on the Zero Tails. Thinking of this, Amemiya Kenichi cast a pitying glance at Tadokoro Koji and the now deceased Shenin. These two unfortunate creatures probably never imagined that the Zero Tails they cherished so much, their ultimate weapon, was actually just a scrap piece that Konoha had rejected. Expecting to dominate Konoha with this Zero Tails was probably a pipe dream. By then, Naruto wouldn't even be able to force his tailed beast mode, effectively rendering him useless. But these guys had discovered this use for the Zero Tails. I hadn't expected it, Orochimaru said enthusiastically, pouring Amemiya Kenichi a cup of tea. Amemiya Kenichi quickly accepted it, somewhat flattered. Now, in the laboratory room, Anko Materashi sat on the sofa with a bewildered look on her face. She suddenly felt so unfamiliar with her teacher and senior students. What were they discussing? Teacher, if the dark chakra converted by the Zero Tails can be used as energy, then can the Nine Tails chakra be used as energy? Amemiya Kenichi asked curiously. The tailed beasts possessed terrifying amounts of chakra, and their regeneration rate was incredibly rapid. Strictly speaking, as long as they didn't continuously use extremely chakra-intensive techniques, their chakra was essentially infinite. It's difficult. Orochimaru shook his head. He had once been interested in the Zero Tail's dark chakra and had studied it, but he stopped after discovering its harmful effects on the body. However, the Zero Tail's chakra was different from the Nine Tails. The tailed beast's chakra was much more massive and contained an extremely powerful destructive force, making it a difficult problem to extract. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't surprised to hear this. After all, it was a tailed beast. If they could just casually create a machine that extracted its chakra for energy, it would be absurd. Even food should be eaten bite by bite. The teacher had kept Koji Tadokoro and Anko along with him. He was very interested in the flying technology of Koji Tadokoro and his fellow Oro Ninja village, so Kenichi Amemiya had no choice but to let the teacher research it first, but it also saved him some trouble. The teacher's scientific and technological prowess was self-evident. He'd even mastered something as impressive as facial recognition. It wasn't impossible for him to even build a spaceship later. When watching Naruto, Kenichi Amemiya had always wondered why Orochimaru, with all his advanced technology, hadn't considered expanding into space. But then, Kenichi realized it might be a matter of perspective. Just like in ancient times, people never imagined they could fly to the sky or even reach the moon. They had no idea the world was actually a sphere, even though the flat earth theory still holds sway among some anti-intellectual circles. How's the rice planting going? Amemiya Kenichi left his teacher's laboratory. He didn't seek Himemaro, which was a bit disappointing, but his attention quickly shifted to his own shadow clones. Although it was simple research work and didn't consume much chakra, Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clones had still experienced some wear and tear over time. Shadow clones are constantly depleted. Maintaining them requires chakra, and a clone can't refine chakra itself, so once it's depleted, it ceases to exist. After all, if shadow clones could persist, the ninja world would be even more terrifying. Amemiya Kenichi naturally knew the memories of the clones' disappearances. The only problem was that they hadn't dissipated since he left Anchor, so he had no idea of their research progress. Still planting, the leading shadow clone shook his head, practically bored. Agricultural university students still had to attend classes and work on their graduation thesis every day, but they were bored because there was only so much land to tend to, and with ninjutsu, many things were easy to manipulate. The only problem was that there was no way to speed up crop growth, so their daily duties consisted of checking and recording any concerning data. Then came the long wait until the final results came in. No one knew whether the slight increase in yield was a fluke or a genuine discovery, which was incredibly grueling. Kenichi Amemiya didn't find it surprising. After all, science had always been like this, essentially repetitive experiments. Expecting to solve a multitude of problems with a single thought was unrealistic. Most scientific discoveries were the product of long periods of accumulation, then a sudden burst of discovery, like the moment Kenichi Amemiya single-handedly created a tailed beast chakra extraction device. Without the benefit of learning from others' experience, all he could do was constantly summarize data, formulate theories, and then conduct experiments to see if they worked. If not, he'd have to start over. It was common for him to receive funding for an experiment, only to spend 4 or 5 years producing no results. Thank you for your hard work, Kenichi Amemiya sighed. This kind of life was indeed quite tedious, especially when there was no way to speed things up, and he could only wait. Kenichi Amemiya's research on thermobaric explosives was relatively straightforward. Whether or not it could be fused would be revealed upon detonation. However, the danger level was also higher. Kenichi Amemiya paused. In a sense, was he saying thank you for your hard work? After all, shadow clones would dissolve, and with them, so would the fatigue. So relying on the clones to go to work while he enjoyed himself was unfeasible. Once the 996 shadow clones disbanded, the exhaustion from days of work could easily kill him. Looking at the clones before him, Kenichi Amemiya silently dispelled them all. The instantaneous fatigue gave him the feeling of having been up for 3 sleepless nights, a thrilling sensation. Since the memories and feelings of the clones are transmitted back to the original body when they dissolve, then to some extent, the pleasure would also be transmitted back. Kenichi Amemiya paused. He suddenly realized something. Fatigue doesn't accumulate easily, but pleasure does. If you face an enemy with a shadow clone and force them to reach their peak, then when the shadow clone dissolves, wouldn't that instantly crush their will? While this isn't impossible, it's a bit of a hassle. After all, shadow clone doesn't possess any extraordinary organs, unless the caster intentionally creates them. And it's impossible to just call in a gigolo or prostitute when facing an enemy. That would be too absurd. So, Kenichi Amemiya thought this problem could be expanded to studying how to stimulate a person's nerves to induce extreme pleasure. In other words, can we stimulate the nerves and brain to induce extreme sadness, and then achieve the purpose of opening the eyes? Kenichi Amemiya was stunned. It didn't seem impossible. After all, the Sharingan's evolution itself stemmed from the Uchiha clan members experiencing intense emotional fluctuations, such as when Uchiha Obito witnessed his friend Kakashi murder his secret crush, Noharin. In his extreme grief and anger, he simply opened his Mangekyou Sharingan. Alternatively, the Sharingan's evolution requires intense emotional stimulation, and spiritual energy is observable in the ninja world, not a ethereal entity. So, what if the brain were directly stimulated to produce intense sadness? Would that lead to its evolution? As expected, scientific breakthroughs often come from unusual sources. Kenichi Amemiya never imagined that his initial attempt at a gimmick would unexpectedly expand his research. After all, Kenichi Amemiya felt that finding someone who could induce such intense emotional fluctuations in him would be difficult, meaning conventional methods of opening the eyes might not be effective. As for Jinjutsu, Kenichi Amemiya had seen potential effects with the opening of 2 or 3 Megatama, but he had never seen anyone using Jinjutsu to open the main Gekio. After all, the Sharingan is naturally susceptible to Jinjutsu, and it's unclear whether a Jinjutsu like the infinite Tsukuyomi could trigger the opening of the Uchiha clan's eyes. At the time, Madara Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha were the only 2 Uchiha in the entire ninja world, the others were long gone. Chapter 152. Always looking for the key to success in repeated failed experiments. Looks like I'll have to get an Uchiha here as a lucky spectator, Amemiya Kenichi mused. The human brain is a fascinating and dangerous place. He naturally couldn't conduct experiments on his own without ensuring absolute safety. Those who dared to conduct experiments in their own heads these days often ended up in terrible situations. A previous Nobel Prize in medicine was awarded to a medical butcher who treated mental patients by destroying their frontal lobes. While he seemingly cured the mental illness, he actually only left the patient in a vegetative state. Therefore, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't just casually conduct unscientific experiments in his own head. That would be courting death. The best solution, of course, was to find a consumable, and the most suitable person in the ninja world to possess the Sharingan was the Uchiha. So, he had to find a way to return to Konoha and lure an Uchiha over. Although Kakashi also possessed a Sharingan, or 3 Megatama 1, he wasn't a member of the Uchiha clan, and couldn't even deactivate his own. Naturally, it wasn't possible for intense emotional fluctuations to cause the Sharingan to evolve. If it works, I can experiment on myself and complete an elective. It's quite a bargain. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He thought this idea was a good one. On the one hand, it would allow him to complete the elective, and on the other, it would enhance his own strength. The only problem was the Sharingan. While the Mangeki Sharingan was powerful, the unbelievable thing about it was that it consumed something as profound as the eye energy. 3 Megatama only consumed chakra, but excessive use of the Mangeki caused blindness, which was quite perplexing. Is it possible that the Mangeki Sharingan actually consumed the eye energy of the retina? But the possibility is low, Kenichi Amemiya mused. If there was a part of the human eye most directly related to vision, it was undoubtedly the retina. A detached retina would be essentially the same as blindness. Myopia and hyperopia were also related to the retina, so Kenichi Amemiya wondered if the Mangeki Sharingan actually consumed the retina. But this possibility is too low. After all, the retina isn't particularly difficult to detect, so it's no wonder the Uchiha clan wouldn't have considered this. However, considering the bizarre technological trends in the ninja world, Kenichi Amemiya believes this point remains debatable. After all, the ninja world doesn't even have hot air balloons, so you can imagine how bizarre the technology landscape is there. Putting aside other factors, the best way to permanently resolve the issue of Mangeki blindness is to upgrade the Mangeki to Eternal Mangeki, eliminating the worry of blindness. However, there are very strict requirements for achieving the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. One must use a sibling's Mangeki Sharingan to achieve this. Perhaps we could try cloning? Kenichi Amemiya mused, suggesting this might be a possible solution. After all, how to upgrade the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan remains a mystery, although current successful cases have shown that it requires a sibling's Mangeki Sharingan. However, Kenichi Amemiya had a different idea. He remembered the Mangeki of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Raizuna. One had a solid center, the other hollow, and they successfully fused. Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha also had one solid and one hollow Mangeki, so they also fused to form the Eternal Mangeki. Kenichi Amemiya believed that the Eternal Mangeki might require certain conditions. First, they must be related by blood, which could be understood as having similar DNA sequences. Then, one must have a hollow Mangeki, while the other must have a solid one. This could represent the difference between recessive and dominant inheritance of genetic information. Both of these conditions are necessary for a Mangeki to become an Eternal Mangeki. We need to find a way to lure an Uchiha clan member over for a search, but now is not the time. Kenichi Amemiya shook his head, changed his clothes, and entered the laboratory. He had just been to Konoha and abducted Mitara Shianko from there. If he went again, the Sannin might be enraged and do something horrible, so it would be best not to bother him for the time being. Let's just focus on the fusion of chakra and gunpowder for now, and keep an eye on the rice at the same time. Amemiya Kenichi quickly decided. He sent several clones to look after the rice, then went to the laboratory to prepare the thermobaric explosives. He had set up a room in the laboratory with a protective barrier, specifically designed as a blast-proof chamber, eliminating the need for a special trip. Explosives can be classified as composed of tiny particles and grains. The incorporation of chakra could disrupt the stable structure, causing the explosives to explode. Amemiya Kenichi pondered, contemplating the explosives before him. The explosives weren't very large. For his experiments, he only used 5 grams at a time. The advantage was that they were safe and wouldn't blow up the laboratory. The only problem was that they were so small, so the amount of chakra input had to be strictly controlled. It would be nice to have an optical microscope, or maybe an electron microscope. Kenichi Amemiya felt a bit overwhelmed. Often, while doing research in the ninja world, he couldn't help but lament the challenging scientific environment. There wasn't anything he needed. The microscopes here were still the standard used in junior high and high school labs, and there were no more sophisticated microscopes at all. Kenichi Amemiya even wanted to develop one. Thank goodness I have the Sharingan, so I can see more clearly. If I had a main Gekio, maybe I could see even more clearly. Kenichi Amemiya rubbed his eyes. If the Uchiha clan knew about him using the Sharingan like this, they'd probably vomit blood. After all, there weren't many 3 Magatama in the Uchiha clan, and achieving one would bring increased benefits. But Kenichi Amemiya unexpectedly used the 3 Magatama for an experiment. After injecting a tiny amount of fire chakra, Kenichi Amemiya noticed that the thermobaric explosive seemed to momentarily assume a certain trajectory, but before he could get a closer look, it exploded. Fortunately, the explosion-proof chamber was strong enough and didn't cause any problems. Amemiya Kenichi was quite satisfied with the result, believing his expense was worth it. Did I just see some changes in the thermobaric explosives? Amemiya Kenichi didn't bother admiring his explosion-proof chamber. He hurriedly picked up a pen and paper and sketched a simple sketch, a sketch he had memorized. It looked like an ice flower, but not in the shape of a snowflake, more crude. Is this a coincidence, or is it caused by the infusion of fire attribute chakra? Amemiya Kenichi became interested. He once again channeled a small amount of chakra, and the thermobaric explosives reacted again. However, the pattern formed this time was slightly different from the previous one. No, even though the thermobaric explosives have the same ratio, there might be some subtle differences. Amemiya Kenichi recorded the pattern this time, and repeated the experiment twice. Although the patterns were slightly different, they were generally very similar. Amemiya Kenichi was now certain that the infusion of fire attribute chakra had indeed had some effect on the thermobaric explosives. It also caused similar changes within the thermobaric explosive. Could this be interpreted as the trajectory of fire attribute chakra within the thermobaric explosive? So what does this mean? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. The pattern was fascinating. It likely contained a wealth of information. The only problem was figuring out how to decipher it. Amemiya Kenichi then experimented with chakras of other attributes and discovered that all chakras exhibited distinct patterns. The earth attribute chakra pattern was the smallest, yet extremely dense. Interesting. Amemiya Kenichi noted down the information. He had tried other things, but none exhibited similar properties. Only thermobaric explosives could cause chakra to behave this way. Amemiya Kenichi still didn't understand why. He continued his tests over and over again, even while eating, pondering how to incorporate chakra into the thermobaric explosive. Each attempt failed, leaving Amemiya Kenichi stumped. Was it truly impossible to incorporate chakra into thermobaric explosives? The only solution for a thermobaric bomb to become a chakra thermobaric bomb was to use superconducting metal? But what if it ran out? After all, this stuff was smelted from meteorites, so it'll eventually run out. And there's no guarantee there'll be another metal like it in the ninja world. It's a bit tricky. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands. Over 3 months had passed since he entered the lab. During that time, his teacher had visited him a few times, but then disappeared, presumably away on a mission. Amemiya Kenichi had given up on his pursuit for the time being. Of course, his experiments had also used up all his supplies. He needed to buy new raw materials to make thermobaric explosives. These rice plants look the same, Amemiya Kenichi said as he entered the rice lab, where he had 4 shadow clones tending to them. Not entirely. The 23C sample is more vibrant. It's much thicker than the others, one of his clones added. Oh. Curious, Amemiya Kenichi leaned over, wanting to see what the difference was. Chapter 153 Shock. A loving couple gave birth to a child that was not their own. Sample 23 was a sample that Kenichi Amemiya had previously obtained by infiltrating rice seeds with yang attribute chakra. In the previous laboratory, sample 23 was the only one to show an increase in yield. None of the other samples exhibited this property, and only sample 23 had this current characteristic. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya chose sample 23 as the primary sample for this experiment. He also instructed his shadow clones to repeat the previous experiment on sample 23 with other rice seeds removed from it. This particular sample was the one that had been tested on sample 23. It does look a lot thicker. Kenichi Amemiya quickly identified the unique sample in the field. After all, it looked very different from the other rice plants. It was significantly larger and thicker than the other samples, almost twice as thick, which made Kenichi recognize it immediately. Yes, but it's unclear whether there will be an increase in yield in the future. Kenichi Amemiya's shadow clones diligently tended to the plants. Ninjas in the ninja world, like ordinary people, need to eat, and rice is their primary staple food. Therefore, if the rice production problem could be solved, it would be extremely helpful for future plans. Furthermore, Kenichi Amemiya had previously discussed this with Nagato. If he wanted to gain the support of the Akatsuki, he needed to produce some research results. And rice was exactly what Kenichi Amemiya was going to offer. Take good care of these samples, and calculate the yield later. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the rice before him, feeling much better. Having these things would be extremely helpful for his future plans. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the position of the Fire Nation. The daimyo sat as its leader, but Kenichi Amemiya felt that these daimyo were truly foolish. The order of the ninja world needed a complete overhaul, but compared to the Akatsuki's violent reforms, Kenichi Amemiya's proposed reforms were more subtle. Kenichi Amemiya also went to check on his teacher and Anko Materashi, but neither was there, perhaps out on some mission. The only people left cleaning the entire experimental base were the supplies he had kept. This temporarily gave up on the idea of speaking to his teacher, and he set out on his own for Konoha. Kenichi Amemiya planned to steal some experimental supplies from the Uchiha clan while they still had a large population. Kenichi Amemiya naturally didn't give up on the problem of fusing thermobaric explosives with chakra, but it now seemed destined to be a long repetitive endeavor, meaning it would be difficult to achieve results quickly. Therefore, he planned to conduct research in this area through shadow clones, while Kenichi Amemiya would quickly acquire some supplies from the Uchiha clan. Time waits for no one. Kenichi Amemiya smacked his lips. The Uchiha clan had once been a prominent clan in Konoha, but after the night of the genocide, their population had dwindled to a mere handful, making research in this area difficult. Although Kenichi Amemiya remembered that the future night of extermination would occur sometime in the future, at least it probably didn't happen before Shizu's death. Frankly, after arriving in this world, Kenichi Amemiya had changed a lot. He worried about the possibility of a butterfly effect that would bring the night of extermination forward, which would be a disaster. So, Kenichi Amemiya left the laboratory. The ninja world had been relatively peaceful during this period. While there were still minor conflicts between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire, the intensity and scope of the war had been contained. The current fighting was solely due to a disagreement over compensation. While it was unknown how much the Iwagakure village intended to demand, it was certainly not small. The third Tsuchikage was a very shrewd man, and this negotiation was bound to take a long time. However, the Land of Rice wasn't the only battlefield affected this time. The main battle between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire was still in the Land of Grass. Therefore, Kenichi Amemiya's entry into the Land of Fire was relatively smooth. He also found a new identity this time, a merchant from the Land of Fire. I wonder what's happening in Konoha right now. Kenichi Amemiya sat in the carriage, already using the defacement technique, and somewhat boredly practicing ninjutsu. He was studying the Rasengan, a ninjutsu Naruto had dedicated an entire anime to. Many even criticized the 7th Hokage for only being able to make balls. But strictly speaking, Naruto's preference for making balls over other ninjutsu proves that the Rasengan possesses some unique qualities. It's at least very useful and practical, with room for improvement. No wonder Naruto spends all day making balls. Looking at the chakra ball spinning in his hand, Kenichi Amemiya pondered. The Rasengan's training process is complex, but that's only for Naruto. Kenichi Amemiya has his own unique perspective on the subject. It's a ninjutsu that requires mastering balance, allowing chakra to spin at high speeds, while remaining within a certain range. Injecting as much chakra as possible increases the Rasengan's power. But what if 2 types of chakra were used? What if the Rasengan were further reduced in size? Could it be made molecular in size, and then mixed with the element of other substances? If this method could be used to control the degree, could it also solve the problem of explosives? Perhaps even some completely new ninjutsu could be created. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya excitedly tried it out. He tried to combine the wind and thunder element. Then Kenichi Amemiya's carriage exploded. It seems it's not working. Kenichi Amemiya curled his lips, a little disappointed. He had thought this might work, but he hadn't expected the balancing of the 2 chakra element to suddenly become incredibly difficult. Balancing a Rasengan with 1 type of chakra is like an adult football team playing against an elementary school team, while fusing 2 types of chakra is like trying to qualify for the World Cup. Kenichi Amemiya dreaded the prospect of increasing the difficulty of combining 3 or more types of chakra. The difficulty would increase exponentially, and the base number would be enormous. That doesn't make sense. How could Kaguya Satsuki use Kekkei-gra? Amemiya Kenichi fell into deep thought. Kekkei-gra is the ability to alter the properties of all chakras strictly speaking. It's a supremely enhanced Kekkei Genkai. The problem is, it currently appears only in those with ties to the Satsuki clan. The strongest known Kekkei ability in the ninja world is probably Dust Release, mastered by the 3rd Tsuchikage. This ability, combining 3 attributes, is also known as Kekkei-kri. Above that, it's the Kekkei-gra, where 4 or 5 attributes haven't manifested. Is it a genetic problem? Amemiya Kenichi mused. This was the only possibility he could come up with. The 6 Paths Sage also possessed the Kekkei-gra, but no one else in the ninja world possessed it besides the Satsuki clan. Even the 6 Paths Sage's 2 reincarnated children didn't seem to possess this ability, or perhaps the genes underlying it weren't manifesting. Genetic information in living things is incredibly interesting. Some genes may be inherited, but their expression varies from individual to individual. Some may display these characteristics, while others may not. The simplest example is a hereditary disease. Not everyone has a hereditary disease. Kimimaro, for example, has one. These genetic diseases are difficult to cure, while others may not display them, effectively avoiding the disease. However, this doesn't mean they don't carry the disease-causing genes. It simply means they haven't manifested, remaining hidden and passed down to the next generation. This is why premarital health checks are so important. After all, determining whether a person has a hereditary disease remains a scientific matter and cannot be seen with the naked eye. If this is the case, does this mean that the Satsuki clan possesses some genetic information that allows them to use the Kekkei net? Amemiya Kenichi came to an obvious conclusion. The simplest way to verify this would be to obtain the Satsuki clan's genetic information and compare it with the genetic information of Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Elimination to identify the genes that differ. Then, they could try each one individually. This process is incredibly tedious and disgusting. After all, genetic information is the world's largest mountain of code. To find accurate genetic information, one must first decipher this code. This is why biological evolution is so difficult. However, of the Satsuki lineage in the ninja world, the only known active members are probably Black Zetsu, a defective member, and the one Kaguya fed to the sacred tree. However, that person is from Naruto Next Generations. Kenichi Amemiya stopped watching Naruto after watching the finale of Naruto, having only heard others complain about him, so he doesn't really know much about him. Besides that, there are probably only Sasuke and Naruto, the reincarnations of the 6 Paths Sage's children. The question is whether reincarnation can actually affect genetic information. If it can, to some extent, if it can really affect Naruto and Sasuke's DNA, then the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and the Uchiha clan leader would be in real trouble. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. Does this count as cuckoldry? But it seems not. But the problem is, if it does, then a paternity test will conclude that he's not the biological father. After all, your genetic information is different from yours. This way, you can't be recognized as the biological father. What's this? The child my wife and I are carrying isn't mine. And the worst part is, the original pure love story is turning into a Minotaur story under this influence. But the problem is, neither of them has ever cheated on their partner. But it's just different. I feel like, if I continue to research this, it's going to get into philosophy and ethics. Kenichi Amemiya squatted against the tree trunk, leaning against it, and shaking his head. He felt like he couldn't think about it anymore, or else he'd just give up today. After all, if you really had to expand on this, it would be a very complicated question. After all the conditions for this idea seemed outrageous. The parents were loving and hadn't cheated on each other. The pregnancy took 10 months using cells provided by both parents. The child was born in the mother's womb and the father delivered the baby. But the problem is, a DNA test revealed it wasn't the father's child. If it were in my previous lives approaching science, it would probably take a year to shoot a program. At this thought, Amemiya Kenichi recalled the gentle Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina, who had a close relationship with her husband, and his expression became complicated. Fortunately, there were no paternity tests in this world, and he had biological tissue from the Yondaime and Uzumaki Kushina, as well as Naruto's blood, so verifying this question was simple. The materials are in the lab. I'll have to consider this after completing this mission and returning. Amemiya Kenichi was itching to make a move. If he weren't already in the Land of Fire, not far from Konoha, he would have definitely turned back to test this idea. After all, it intrigued him immensely. He could also study the fascinating concept of reincarnation. What exactly is it? A discovery like that would surely astonish the entire scientific community. As Amemiya Kenichi's thoughts wandered, he caught sight of Konoha. His expression had changed. After all, he had blown up the previous man's carriage, so he simply changed his identity and rode the carriage to the gates of Konoha. It was the same familiar inspection routine. Amemiya Kenichi calmly accepted the inspection and then re-entered Konoha. However, Amemiya Kenichi also noticed that the inspection intensity of Konoha had increased a lot this time. There were even members of the Uchiha clan observing at the door. Amemiya Kenichi admitted that when he saw the eyes of these guys, he felt a little restless, but there were only 2 Uchiha, which was not enough. The more the better, the more the better. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Amemiya Kenichi could only comfort himself and let go of the 2 Uchiha ninjas at the door. If this problem is expanded, today's 10,000 words cannot finish it. It is too magical. Chapter 154. The ninja world is full of talented people and beautiful scenery, right? Konoha remained largely unchanged, much as Amemiya Kenichi's previous attack had no effect on the city. However, this wasn't entirely true. The number of ninja guarding Konoha Hospital increased significantly, and the barrier seemed to have strengthened, which intrigued Amemiya Kenichi. However, with the clear skies above Konoha today, he couldn't perform his Thunder Dragon technique. After all, Thunder Dragon requires rain and thunderstorms. While ninjutsu can produce similar effects, they are still significantly different from spontaneous natural processes. However, Amemiya Kenichi didn't bother testing Konoha Village's strength. After selling his goods, he found a ramen shop. Ichiraku Ramen, which would become a famous ramen shop in the future, was now quite famous. When Amemiya Kenichi arrived, there wasn't even a table, and he had to wait. Those security guards are damned. They trampled my flowers to death this morning. As he ate his ramen, Amemiya Kenichi overheard 2 villagers whispering to each other. Are you trying to kill yourself? How dare you say such a thing? They're the Uchiha clan, all ninjas. Another companion quickly tugged at his friend, his face solemn. Amemiya Kenichi remained non-committal. The Uchiha clan being assigned the role of guards might seem prestigious, but in reality, it's a form of flattery. Just look at how the ninjas and villagers of Konoha currently view the Uchiha clan. And what about the guards? Can they participate in Konoha's high-level decision making? Of course not. Things were relatively good when the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was alive. At least the clan had a good relationship with Uchiha Fugaku and his ilk. But now that the 3rd Hokage was in power, the future the Uchiha clan had finally seen was gone. Although the 3rd Hokage was considered an unqualified ninja by his teacher, he was undoubtedly a competent politician. I guess Danzo is about to take action. After all, that guy has been coveting the Sharingan for a long time, Amemiya Kenichi mused. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Perhaps he could frame Danzo for this incident. After all, Kenichi Amemiya knew exactly what the Roots masks and uniforms looked like. He'd also seen the tongue-slaying seal before. He could easily fake it on himself to fool everyone, then accidentally reveal it, and shift the blame onto the Root. While it might not work, it would at least give Danzo some irritation. After all, the old man disgusted Kenichi Amemiya. Ramen. A childish voice called out. Kenichi Amemiya ignored it, but then he noticed the villagers walking away with expressions of disgust. Kenichi turned his head thoughtfully and saw a small child, a yellow-haired child whose beard made him recognize him. Uzumaki Naruto. Should we say that children in the ninja world are really precocious? Kenichi was at a loss for words, seeing how Naruto, so young, could walk on his own and even speak. Honestly, even though he'd been in the ninja world for so long, and was accustomed to the unconventional ways of its people, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer magic of this world when he saw it. Despite this thought, Amemiya Kenichi made no move, calmly continuing to eat his tonkotsu ramen. He watched Naruto tiptoe to pay, then he found the most secluded seat and sat down. No one sat next to him, but watching this, Amemiya was speechless. While he knew Naruto had a miserable childhood, this level of misery was still a bit out of the ordinary. From his seat, Amemiya Kenichi could hear the people around him whispering, words like demon fox coming out. Suddenly, Amemiya Kenichi was puzzled. What was going on with those Konoha village spies? So many people were ostracizing a child, calling him a demon fox, and you were just pretending not to hear? If it were him, he would definitely investigate. Even if he ultimately discovered he wasn't, it wouldn't be a waste. How much effort would it take to get to a child? But if they successfully discovered that the other party was indeed the Ninetales Jinchuriki, wouldn't that be a huge win? But these spies from the other ninja villages were blind and deaf, completely ignoring Naruto's aversion. It was truly baffling. It's a demon fox. How terrifying. Don't get close to him, or you'll be in trouble. Listening to the chatter nearby, Amemiya Kenichi took a sip of his broth from his bowl and licked his lips with satisfaction. Ichiraku ramen's most distinctive feature is its broth, which is incredibly rich and flavorful. Amemiya Kenichi personally loves it. It's truly one of the most delicious ramen dishes. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Naruto, who lowered his head to the table, unsure what to do. Amemiya Kenichi glanced thoughtfully at Naruto's stomach. The Ninetales. But unfortunately, only half of it remains. The other half is sealed in the Shinigami's stomach. How fascinating. It's said that the Yondaime was supposed to have seen everything about Naruto's growth. I wonder what the current Yondaime would think of this scene. After finishing his ramen, Kenichi Amemiya left. He found a spot and drew the tongue trouble-slaying seal on his tongue. He then changed into a mask and clothes and crouched on a utility pole, quietly gazing down at the ramen shop below. Meeting Naruto here was a pleasant surprise. He had just noticed that there weren't many ninjas following Naruto, only 2. He wondered how the Sannin could be so careless. Sasuke, be good. A voice reached Kenichi Amemiya's ears. He glanced down and saw a woman walking slowly towards him, holding the hand of a small child, outside the street, where Ichiraku Ramen was located. Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Sasuke. Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow. It was quite a surprise to run into these mother and child, but looking at Uchiha Makoto, Kenichi remembered that she seemed to be a close friend of Uzumaki Kuwayuki. So, did Uchiha Makoto know Uzumaki Naruto's true identity? At this time, a chaotic noise came from the ramen shop. Kenichi Amemiya took a look and saw an ordinary old man crying and throwing rotten eggs at Naruto. The rotten eggs hit Naruto's head and then fell into the ramen bowl. Naruto watched silently, then carefully scooped out the rotten eggs with a spoon. Ichiraku, who was standing next to him, watched with his fists clenched. then silently took the bowl of ramen and went to make another bowl for Naruto. Ichiraku had done everything he could do. After all, he was just a shop owner living in Konoha. If he stood up to defend Naruto, the shop would probably not be able to operate. So Ichiraku could only help Naruto change a bowl of ramen, and at the same time, prevent people outside from throwing eggs at his shop. During the whole process, Kenichi Amemiya did not see any movement from the two ninjas responsible for guarding Naruto, which made Kenichi Amemiya suspect that these ninjas guarding Naruto probably had some opinions about Naruto. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Naruto's current situation could only be described as miserable. He also noticed that Uchiha Makoto was looking at Naruto with a complicated expression. This made him suspect that Uchiha Makoto might have guessed Naruto's true identity. However, due to various reasons, she could not take care of Naruto and could only watch silently. "Mom, who is that person?" Sasuke asked puzzledly, holding his mother's hand. "Nothing, Sasuke." Uchiha Makoto looked at the smiling Naruto with a complicated expression, then took Sasuke's hand and left. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Uchiha Makoto, who turned and left, then looked at Naruto below, and then left silently. He had no intention of taking action against Naruto. His main purpose of coming to Konoha this time was to lure some members of the Uchiha clan away. If he appeared next to Naruto, it would definitely attract Konoha's attention. The loss would outweigh the gain. The Uchiha clan's location wasn't difficult to find. It was located on the edge of Konoha, and it was incredibly deserted. The closer you got to it, the more Uchiha clan members there were, and the fewer ordinary people there were. Even ninja were rarely seen, and some shops were run by Uchiha clan members themselves. With so many people, if it were just Itachi, it would take days and nights to cut through the streets from the beginning to the end. "I'm sure the roots are involved," Amemiya Kenichi observed silently from a distant tree trunk. This experiment was to verify the Sharingan, so casualties were likely. After all, manipulating the brain is rarely good. It could easily lead to dementia or even a vegetative state. So, Amemiya Kenichi estimated that at least 5 test subjects would be needed to sustain the effort, and the more the better. The best option was to wait until the night of the clan extermination, but Amemiya Kenichi couldn't determine when that would take place, so he had to come early and kidnap someone. It would be best to find someone who's already had their eyes opened, Amemiya Kenichi said, scanning the area before his eyes settled on an otten shop. There were 6 Uchiha sitting there, and the stall owner still had a Magatama. Including the stall owner, 7 of us should be enough. The people had been found, but now the problem arose: how to get them out? Finding them wasn't difficult, the difficulty lay in getting them away. After all, it would be difficult to get 7 people to the land of rice without resistance. Chapter 155, Shisu. I'm your ancestor. The question was, how could 7 living people be safely transported from a guarded village to another country? The simplest solution was, of course, to control them, and then use the power of the air to escape. Kenichi Amemiya had just the solution. He possessed the means to control them, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan was more than sufficient. While the ninja world did have devices for stunning people, they weren't very effective against ninja, not as convenient as a Sharingan. As for the power of the air, it was also quite simple, a hot air balloon. However, Kenichi Amemiya didn't intend to use it in this location, so they still needed to be transported away from Konoha first. Using it within Konoha would likely cause complications. What if Konoha already had some sort of weapon prepared to counter the hot air balloons? Even if they didn't, if they were seen, they could easily be copied. Therefore, it was best to leave Konoha before proceeding. The immediate priority was to get these Uchiha clan members out of Konoha. Fortunately, the actions of Konoha's higher-ups provided some convenience for Kenichi Amemiya. The Uchiha clan's base was quite remote, and few would likely come. Kenichi Amemiya considered a diversionary tactic, perhaps launching an attack from another part of Konoha, or deploying shadow clones to attack Naruto. However, considering that even during the Nine-Tails Rebellion, even during such a difficult time, Danzo was monitoring the Uchiha clan, Kenichi Amemiya knew that, if something truly happened, the Uchiha clan would likely be under surveillance. This would defeat the purpose of a diversionary tactic, and would only alert the enemy. So, Kenichi Amemiya chose not to make a diversion, but instead observed silently. Then I'll go over there first, perform the Nirvana Shrine technique, and then control them with the Sharingan. Kenichi Amemiya mentally planned his next move. But before he could fully formulate his plan, he noticed someone watching him. It was Uchiha Shisu. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly. Uchiha Shisu was here? He'd carefully observed him earlier, but hadn't spotted him. He hadn't expected him to appear. Danzo-sama sent you here? The next second, Uchiha Shisu appeared beside Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi wasn't surprised. After all, Shisu's skills were quite impressive, otherwise he wouldn't have earned the nickname Flashin' Shisu. Of course, Flashin' Shisu didn't refer to Shisu's skill in flashing bodies, but rather to his unique ninjutsu, the illusionary flashing body technique, which was highly effective in combat. Shisu's words, however, gave Kenichi Amemiya some new ideas. He nodded, his hand in his pocket, slowly rubbing a piece of wood. Didn't I say that? Shisu looked a little displeased. Kenichi Amemiya silently looked at him, sensing that Shisu wasn't in the right mood. Did something happen? Never mind. What's the matter, Danzo-sama? Shisu took a deep breath and asked. Amemiya. Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Shisu to connect with Danzo at this point, mistaking him for a root ninja. But that also had something to do with his attire. Danzo-sama has ordered you to find a few Uchiha ninjas and leave with me, Amemiya. Kenichi wanted to say, but he knew the root's working style, or rather Danzo's, well enough to be exposed. Danzo-sama has ordered you to take 2 teams of Uchiha ninjas, and follow me to the Land of Lightning, Hot Spring Town, to eliminate a few exposed spies. So Amemiya. Kenichi changed his story. The root usually did things Konoha didn't typically do. Cleaning up exposed spies in their own village was considered root work. There were also more grimy tasks, like targeting organizations. Danzo was responsible for the downfall of the Akatsuki. Of course, the Sannin wasn't aware of some things, but his suppression of Danzo should have given him some intelligence, so he was aware of the root's future actions. But for the most part, the root strictly followed Danzo's orders. The root had carried out missions to assassinate the third Hokage before, but Danzo would only assign such missions to his trusted associates, so Shisu couldn't possibly know about them. Shisu nodded. This was indeed the root's style. He just didn't know why they were calling in 2 teams of Uchiha ninja this time. Could it be what they promised him? A way to help the Uchiha clan find a way out? Amemiya. Kenichi was a little stunned. Was Shisu that stupid? Did he just believe it? By the way, what's the password today? Shisu suddenly turned and asked. Silence fell. Amemiya. Kenichi couldn't possibly know what the password was. He hadn't alerted the Konoha ninja when he entered today, nor could he ask a root ninja for information. After all, root ninjas were plagued by the tongue. It was impossible for them to leak information. Was he about to be exposed? The root doesn't have a password. Amemiya. Kenichi calmly pulled a piece of wood from his pocket and showed it to Shisu. It had a unique pattern, resembling roots. I understand. Shisu nodded, then left. Amemiya. Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. Back in Konoha, Amemiya. Kenichi and his teacher had conducted experiments for Danzo under the watchful eyes of root ninjas, so Amemiya. Kenichi was somewhat familiar with their methods. He'd just taken a gamble. After all, as far as he knew, the root didn't have passwords. They usually used tokens as identification, and those tokens seemed to have some kind of cryptic code. Even if he got the wooden token, it would be useless. Root ninjas rotated the tokens daily, and they contained 2 cryptic codes, one to verify the mission, and the other an identification code. These codes were originally very secretive, but Amemiya. Kenichi had a good teacher. Orochimaru had quietly cracked them and taught them to Amemiya. Kenichi back then. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now. As for the identification code, Amemiya. Kenichi had derived it himself, based on the identification codes of root ninjas at the time. He had already been trying to get a wooden token in his pocket when he saw Shisu. This was to prevent Uchiha Shisu from questioning his identity, but he hadn't expected Shisu to trick him. If he had asked for the password, he would have been completely exposed and would have been forced to rob him openly. However, Kenichi Amemiya was wary. What if that old man, Danzo, had actually come up with a password? What if Shisu had simply figured out his identity and deliberately returned to seek reinforcement? So Kenichi Amemiya took precautions, leaving a shadow clone behind, while he himself left the area, following Shizu from a distance, wanting to see what Shizu was planning. As he'd expected, Shizu didn't go to the Uchiha clan's base, but instead ran to another location. Kenichi Amemiya frowned slightly, wondering how his identity had been revealed. Could it be that the root had recently adopted some new verification method? If so, it was just bad luck. After all, luck was crucial these days. If this were a game, Kenichi Amemiya felt his luck was definitely low. It's really troublesome. Can't you just take the bait? Amemiya Kenichi sighed. It seemed that he had to think of other ways, and the simplest way was naturally to learn from the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village were ruthless people who kidnapped the little princess of the main family of the Hyuga clan of Konoha and almost escaped. Now Amemiya Kenichi could only resort to the route of kidnapping. The shadow clones that were still in place rushed to the heart of the Uchiha clan and then launched a ruthless attack. In an instant, a raging fire ignited in the gathering place of the Uchiha clan. And it was during this time that Amemiya Kenichi used Nirvana Shrine and Sharingan to control the 6 Uchiha ninjas in Odin. The uncle might have opened his eyes, so the control over him was not stable. Seeing this, Amemiya Kenichi killed him directly. Then, leading the 6 Uchiha ninjas, he hurried toward the border of Konoha. However, just as he reached the border, he heard the sound of wind behind him, and instinctively used the body flicking technique to dodge a massive fireball. Who the hell are you? It was Uchiha Shizu, the man chasing him. Amemiya Kenichi also noticed that several Shizus had appeared beside him, attacking him simultaneously. I'm your ancestor. A flash of 3 Magatama flashed in Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, and he activated a Jinjutsu, but it was instantly dispelled by Uchiha Shizu. 3 Magatama Sharingan? Uchiha Shizu was a little surprised. He had just noticed that this stranger didn't have a Sharingan, but it was indeed the one that had just opened. The problem was, the ability to open and close the Sharingan freely was unique to the Uchiha clan. Could this man be telling the truth? Was he truly a member of the Uchiha clan? But it didn't make sense for him to use such means to take the Uchiha clan away. The Uchiha clan is like oil boiling over a raging fire. If this continues, sooner or later these idiots will destroy them. It's better to follow me and leave Konoha to leave the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Amemiya Kenichi said casually. He knew Shizu's intentions. Shizu wanted to find a peaceful path between the village and the clan, but his partner was problematic. Who else could he choose but Danzo? Even a dog would be better than Danzo. That old man Danzo was not a good person. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Since we can't live in peace, why not just turn the table over? Shizu's expression wavered slightly, and Amemiya Kenichi was stunned when he saw it. He had never expected Shizu to be so shaken. It seemed that this verbal persuasion was indeed very effective in certain situations. If one knew someone's background and thoughts, verbal persuasion could indeed be very effective. Uchiha Shizu's greatest dream was to find a way to achieve harmony between the village and the Uchiha clan, even working under Danzo's orders and providing intelligence on the clan. While Shizu's intentions were good, the consequences were less than amicable. He lost his eye and died, ultimately failing to prevent the rift between the village and the clan. Ultimately, the Uchiha clan was annihilated. While not completely wiped out, with only Sasuke left, it was hardly a clan at all. Unless Sasuke continued to be a stud, seduce women, and regenerate the next generation of Uchiha, it would be extremely difficult for the Uchiha clan to regain its former existence. It could be said that once Sasuke died, leaving no bloodline behind, the Uchiha clan would be completely gone. You're not stupid, are you? Can't you see the Uchiha clan's current situation? Amemiya Kenichi struck while the iron was hot. He had already tied up all the Uchiha clan members and was ready to pack them up and take them away. Furthermore, the fighting at the Uchiha clan's base was intensifying. Amemiya Kenichi knew he had to leave quickly, or else he'd be surrounded by Konoha's ANBU and root. while retreating wouldn't be a problem. Losing these fresh supplies was a real problem. So what are you going to do? Shisu felt like the man claiming to be the ancestor of the Uchiha clan was trying to trick him, but he couldn't help but ask. He saw the rift between the village and the clan, and tried to change it, but it proved difficult. Without someone in power to speak up for them, change was impossible. Furthermore, there were some arrogant and self-righteous individuals within the clan, and their presence tarnished the Uchiha clan's reputation. When Shisu was in the village, he would sometimes hear people cursing the red-eyed black dogs, saying they'd better die. This made him feel very disheartened. This was also the reason why Shisu, who had been so excited at the beginning, had now become somewhat depressed. He himself realized how unlikely this was, but the bait thrown by Danzo still made him want to do something desperately. It's simple. Leave Konoha. Amemiya. Kenichi shrugged. In fact, he had a better solution. Shisu could use Katamatsu-kami to change Danzo and the Sandame's minds. If these two changed their minds, the problem for the Uchiha clan would go from being a pressing matter to a minor one. While it would still be annoying, at least there would be no worries in the short term, and they could slowly make changes. But what good would that do to Amemiya Kenichi? If Konoha and the Uchiha clan truly reconciled, and the Uchiha clan truly corrected their problems, it would be a good thing for both the Uchiha clan and Konoha. One truly becomes a member of the village, potentially even producing a future Hokage of the Uchiha clan. This resolves the village's instability and builds a considerable fighting force. However, this offers no benefit to Kenichi Amemiya. Having already defected from Konoha, he can't return. Konoha's strength could even affect his future plans. Therefore, all this is of no use to Kenichi Amemiya. It would be better to simply convince Shizu Uchiha to leave Konoha. It would be even better if he could take a large number of people with him. Konoha would surely not sit idly by, and if war breaks out, he would have ample resources to assemble. There's even a fantastical scenario where some of the Uchiha clan choose to join Shizu, effectively giving him a large army of workers and allowing him to capture some of the opposition as expendable resources. More importantly, with Shizu as a formidable fighter, Kenichi Amemiya is eager to see what would happen if Shizu used Katamatsu-kami to attack Black Zetsu and change his mind. Leaving Konoha, Shizu hesitated. He hadn't really considered it. After all, his dream was for the village and his clan to coexist harmoniously. If you really want to talk, we can go outside, Amemiya Kenichi said impatiently. Did he really think this was an anime? The world paused when the protagonist spoke. How could that be possible? Now Amemiya Kenichi felt his shadow clones were about to be destroyed. If he delayed any longer, he would have to abandon the supplies he had painstakingly gathered. So, Amemiya Kenichi simply jumped out of Konoha, dragging them with him. At the same time, he used a Senjutsu to directly blast open Konoha's defensive barrier. However, to Amemiya Kenichi's surprise, Konoha's barrier was significantly stronger this time. Amemiya Kenichi had to blast several times before he succeeded. It seems we can't underestimate the strength of the ninja world's #1 ninja village, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. Konoha's defensive barrier might become even more outrageous in the future. Was this an arms race? As soon as Kenichi Amemiya left Konoha, he noticed someone following behind him. It was Uchiha Shizu, which brought a hint of a smile to his face. Uchiha Shizu's presence was a sure sign that the fish had taken the bait. For Shizu, his wish had become a paranoid obsession, a matter he cared deeply about. During battle, he could develop specialized illusions based on this, allowing him to see the village and clan coexisting harmoniously, or perhaps the village attacking the clan, disturbing his mind. You say you're an Uchiha senior, so why are you only 3 Megatama? Uchiha Shizu asked, following behind Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya's mouth twitched. What a well-placed question. It was almost like asking, old senior, why are you so lame? Don't you know the prerequisites for awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan? It's precisely because I don't want to witness too much tragedy that I refuse to obtain the eyes through such evil means. However, Kenichi Amemiya had already thought of his response. Hearing this, Shizu's doubts dissipated somewhat. The Mangekyou Sharingan, knowing this, meant the person was most likely a member of the Uchiha clan. Of course, it was hard to say. Whether anyone else knew about it was a question, even though few within the Uchiha clan knew about it. But he couldn't help but touch his eyes. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan truly left him with a sense of dread. No wonder the people of Konoha said the Uchiha clan's eyes were cursed. Senior, do you have any other methods? Uchiha Shisu suddenly sensed something amiss. He sensed a hidden meaning in the words of this unknown senior. Perhaps he had another method to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan? I have some ideas, but they still require experimentation. Amemiya Ken glanced at Uchiha Shisu. He had just witnessed the man's movements, and it seemed he had indeed awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is really a tricky matter. If Shisu insists on being his enemy, it will not be easy to deal with him. It can even be said that, if Danzo is not the one who did it, he is not qualified to deal with Shisu. So the question is, how many strong people in the ninja world have died at the hands of the dark? Experiment? Uchiha Shisu frowned, then looked at the captured Uchiha clan ninjas and fell silent. Could it be that the experiment he mentioned needs to be carried out through these Uchiha clan members? Is it life-threatening? Uchiha Shisu asked a question that he himself felt was stupid. Yes, but once it succeeds, the Sharingan will no longer be a cursed eye. Amemiya Kenichi admitted it straightforwardly. This kind of thing cannot be concealed, so it is better to admit it directly and create an upright personality. Sure enough, after hearing what Amemiya Kenichi said, Shisu's emotions became more complicated. By then, Amemiya Kenichi had arrived at a familiar location, the Valley of the End. He glanced at the Shodaime and Uchiha Madara, both making the seal of reconciliation, and felt a strange surge of nostalgia. This place had been the site of many famous scenes, witnessing the reconciliation of the Six Paths Sage's bloodline and two powerful ninjas who surpassed their predecessors. What are your thoughts? I can tell you unequivocally that expecting Konoha and the clan to reconcile is impossible. Amemiya Kenichi paused and asked Uchiha Shisu, who was standing behind him. The Valley of the End was still some distance from Konoha, so using a hot air balloon wouldn't be a problem. He already had the tools for making the balloon and the sealing scroll, ready for use at any time. Uchiha Shisu's expression was conflicted, but it wasn't surprising. After all, this was a matter of ultimate importance, so it wasn't surprising to think about it more. Really not. Uchiha Shisu couldn't help but raise his head and ask. No, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a disciple of the second Hokage, Senjuta Biruma, and inherited his hostility towards our Uchiha clan. He couldn't possibly be reused. And Danzo was also a student of the second Hokage. Amemiya Kenichi ruthlessly interrupted Uchiha Shisu. Uchiha Shisu was still a bit young, and while he possessed considerable strength, he lacked both character and experience. Of course, it might also be because Amemiya Kenichi knew the plot, allowing him to see things more clearly. Uchiha Shisu fell silent again, his head lowered, his thoughts unclear. But Amemiya Kenichi didn't interrupt him. When a man begins to fall silent, a long silence, then, after much deliberation, rises and raises his head, it signifies a life-changing decision. If we leave Konoha, where will we go? Uchiha Shisu took a deep breath, then looked up at Amemiya Kenichi and asked. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi smiled. Establish a new ninja village. Amemiya Kenichi suppressed his inner joy and explained calmly, the rumble of a waterfall filling his ears. Uchiha Shisu's face flickered with understanding. It was just as he'd imagined. The other party would indeed discuss establishing a new ninja village. After all, that was the outcome he'd envisioned. Joining another ninja village wouldn't necessarily result in a better outcome than Konoha's. After all, they would be outsiders, inevitably hostile and divided. It would be better to simply establish a new ninja village. The only problem was where to build the new village, and how to avoid Konoha's discovery. Will you join me? Build a new ninja village, and establish a new order in the ninja world. Amemiya Kenichi smiled and extended his hand. Now that Shisu was tempted, he had no choice but to strike while the iron was hot and resolve the issue. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. A new order? Shisu glanced at Amemiya Kenichi. It seemed this man wasn't content with mediocrity. He didn't know if his decision was right or wrong. But it was better than staying in Konoha, wasn't it? Yes. Shisu reached out and shook Amemiya Kenichi's hand. Kenichi smiled. His rhetoric was truly effective. Then you should go back first. Win over some clansmen you think will join the new ninja village. Act cautiously and don't reveal our intentions, Kenichi warned sternly. Shisu was out now to pursue the invading ninja, but if he didn't return, he'd become a traitor, and how would he then win over the Uchiha clan? So, naturally, Shisu had to return to Konoha, win over the Uchiha clan, and strengthen his power as much as possible. As for those tough guys, there was no need to win them over. The new ninja village in the new order had no chance of getting them on board. By the way, be careful of Danzo. That old man has no good intentions towards the Uchiha clan. Don't let him see you. Kenichi's pointed words made Shisu pause. He had always maintained the 3 Magatama Sharingan and had never activated his main Jiki. No one else knew, but this man knew this, which surprised him. However, Uchiha Shisu still listened to him. After all, now that he had decided to leave Konoha to build a new ninja village, he would be wary of Konoha. After all, although Shisu did not have much experience, he had seen a lot of cruelty and could distinguish what should be done and what should not be done. Very good, I'll give you 3 months. I'll be waiting for you here in 3 months. Amemiya Kenichi nodded with satisfaction. One after another, fresh and lively consumables were about to be delivered to his door. This was really a blessing. Amemiya Kenichi did not think that, after having so many consumables, he would not be able to study the secret of the Sharingan. However, the problem of the eye power consumption of the main Gekkai Sharingan also needed to be solved. Chapter 157, Amygdala, Hypothalamus, Hippocampus, and emotions are joint functions of the brain. 4 men and 2 women. It's not quite a gender balance, but that doesn't matter. Standing in the lab, Kenichi Amemiya gazed at the restrained Uchiha ninjas with a satisfied smile. 6 Uchiha ninjas were more than enough for his experiments, but choosing the first test subject was a challenge. After all, while Kenichi Amemiya knew a bit about the brain, his knowledge wasn't comprehensive. Therefore, the first consumable was the most likely to die. Kenichi Amemiya resorted to a traditional game of picking carrots, and quickly selected a lucky winner, a rather handsome male ninja. The part of the human brain that controls emotions is probably the amygdala. But where is that? Kenichi Amemiya looked at the Uchiha ninja strapped to the operating table, a thoughtful expression on his face. The human brain is truly remarkable. Even within the ninja world, little research has been done on it, given the ease of accidentally killing someone. Perhaps Tsunade would know something. Furthermore, the part of the brain that controls emotions is the amygdala. Kenichi Amemiya knew this because one of his classmates majored in medicine, specifically neuroscience, in college. So, while chatting with a classmate, Kenichi Amemiya had heard a classmate mention this. If it's at the bottom of the brain, then drilling from the top wouldn't be convenient for a search. And I remember it was at the bottom of the brain. Kenichi Amemiya pondered for a moment, then pulled out a book his teacher had given him. It contained some ninjutsu books on human experiments, and he remembered one of them mentioned a ninjutsu developed by a teacher, a very unique ninjutsu. I found it, this is it. Kenichi Amemiya nodded in satisfaction. It was true that a teacher was a teacher. His talent was truly undeniable. He could develop such a ninjutsu, and I wondered how he did it. Kenichi Amemiya examined the ninjutsu. The hand seals weren't too complicated. The only thing he needed was the preparation of a special nutrient solution, which he had on hand. So, Kenichi Amemiya took a scalpel and tried it out. Sure enough, the sharp blade could only cut through the scalp, but it had little effect on the hard skull. No wonder my old classmate from my past life said craniotomy was like working with stone. Amemiya Kenichi curled his lips. He put down his scalpel, took out a small circular saw, and began to cut through the Uchiha ninja's skull. Soon, a large piece of skull was removed. Now came the crucial step. He formed hand seals and performed a ninjutsu, extracting the Uchiha ninja's brain from his head. He then placed it in a nutrient solution nearby. A dense network of chakra connected the brain and the empty head. After the nutrient solution was placed, the Uchiha ninja shuddered, and his brain also trembled. Amemiya Kenichi noted this. Perhaps the brain wasn't adapting well to the new environment, and since blood vessels and nerves were now connected through chakra, there might be some problems. However, this was the first time Amemiya Kenichi had witnessed such a unique scene. The human brain could actually be removed from the head without affecting normal brain function. To verify this, Amemiya Kenichi immediately broke the Uchiha ninja's illusion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue the experiment. Where am I? The lucky Uchiha soon awoke, his eyes dazed, and he looked around. The subject's cognition and 5 senses appear unaffected. Amemiya Kenichi casually recorded this in his experimental log. But soon, a sharp pain in his head sobered him up a bit. He instinctively reached out to touch his head, but instead felt a hard piece of glass. Motor nerve monitoring is currently normal. This jutsu on the brain truly has the characteristic of having almost no effect, as the teacher said. Amemiya Kenichi was satisfied. The experiment was now perfect. Are you awake? Don't move, or you'll really die. Amemiya Kenichi was busy checking the equipment. The equipment used to monitor brain fluctuations was quite expensive, and Amemiya Kenichi was reluctant to damage it. The brainwave recording device is functioning normally, and the other party seems oblivious to their current situation. Amemiya Kenichi adjusted the equipment. These are crucial. However, to prevent the other party from becoming overly excited and potentially causing trouble, he gave him a warning, though he couldn't exercise vigorously, given his restraints. Then, Amemiya Kenichi glanced at him in the mirror and noticed his brainwaves begin to fluctuate violently, which delighted him. Was the reaction that dramatic? At that moment, the unknown Uchiha ninja stared at the mirror with a look of horror. The part of his head above his eyebrows was gone, empty. Above it lay a glass container filled with azure liquid. Inside, a white brain, densely covered with objects, stretched down and connected to his empty head. Don't be nervous, this is a sterile laboratory, Amemiya Kenichi reassured the Uchiha ninja. He noticed that when the other party became particularly excited, his eyes automatically opened, revealing a Magatama Sharingan. Didn't such stimulation lead to the evolution of 2 Magatama? Of course, if it could evolve in this way, it wouldn't be called the Cursed Eye. Could it be that the Sharingan's evolution must be linked to something like sadness? Amemiya Kenichi frowned slightly. Sadness may seem simple, but it's actually a very complex brain process. First, humans need to perceive, recognize sadness, which is the job of the amygdala. Then, learning various emotions and other related memories is related to the hippocampus, which stores long-term memories, including those related to emotions. Only in this way can humans become aware of something as invisible as sadness. For example, a baby cries after birth because they're hungry or have other needs, but they can't feel sadness. Instead, pain makes them wail. Even if a loved one died in front of them, they wouldn't feel any sadness because they can't yet recognize it. Only when they grow up, learn more, and form memories, and then encounter sad events, do they perceive these emotions, causing them to feel deeply sad. Sadness, however, also has physiological consequences, and it's linked to the hypothalamus. When people experience sadness, the brain kicks into action, causing feelings of heartache and uncontrollable tears. So while the amygdala is key to recognizing and regulating emotions, sadness involves the entire brain working together to produce the intense sadness we experience. And the most fascinating thing is that, while sadness is an emotion, originating and affecting the brain directly, it also affects other organs in the body. People often say things like heartbroken, which sounds like an adjective, but the scary thing is that it's probably a descriptive. Intense sadness can cause myocardial tears, leading to a direct heart attack, and in some ways, it's truly heartbreaking. Okay, stop crying. You're not dead yet, are you? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the tearful Uchiha ninja and gently wiped his tears away. You can't die now. Wait until I finish my experiment. Kenichi Amemiya channeled some of his yang attribute chakra to stimulate the Uchiha ninja's amygdala, but he quickly realized he'd missed a point. Yang attribute chakra, when applied to the brain, seems to have a stimulant-like effect. Furthermore, the effect was directed directly at the amygdala, and the ninja soon erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Even in sage mode, he couldn't control his laughter, and the lab was filled with laughter, tears streaming down his face. The Uchiha ninja felt despair, and though he wanted to, the joy that welled up within him made it impossible. Instead, he couldn't help but feel joyful. He was nearly going insane. Forget it. It's my problem. Kenichi Amemiya took a deep breath. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't. It was his own poor decision. Yang attribute chakra doesn't seem to be able to stimulate the other party's sadness secretion, so is it possible to use Yin attribute chakra? Amemiya Kenichi used ninjutsu to clean it up. The Uchiha ninja was now lying on the operating table with a flushed face. If you don't know, you might think that Amemiya Kenichi is doing something extraordinary, but only Amemiya Kenichi knows that he is really doing a serious experiment. Yin and Yang attribute chakra was not mentioned much in the early Naruto animation, but in fact, for a ninja, the change of chakra attribute is basically a must to master. The only problem is that there is not much Yin attribute chakra in Amemiya Kenichi's body, although it is still some compared to ordinary ninjas, and Amemiya Kenichi suspects that these Yin attribute chakras appeared with the birth of his Sharingan. But at least it can provide some convenience for Amemiya Kenichi for now. This chapter contains a small amount of medical knowledge and some nonsense. After all, I'm not sure whether Yang attribute chakra has this effect. Chapter 158 Only through comparison can we find the most subtle differences. Yin chakra is more like a spiritual energy, so practically all ninjas in the ninja world possess some, used for summoning techniques and the like. The only difference is the quantity. After possessing the 3 Magneto Sharingan, refining Yin chakra wasn't particularly complex. He extracted some and injected it into the ninja's amygdala. Immediately, his brain waves began to shift to an extreme. After injecting Yang chakra, which represents bodily energy, the subject showed abnormal arousal, accompanied by physiological reactions and uncontrollable joy. The effects of Yang chakra on the subject are generally positive, but negative effects can occur. Further observation and experimentation are needed to rule out other possible causes. After injecting a small amount of Yin chakra, the subject showed a strong. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the Uchiha ninja strapped to the operating table. He stared blankly at the ceiling, seemingly numb. This puzzled him. Was it because the amount injected was too small? He glanced at the EEG recording, which showed strange patterns. He was momentarily unsure how to interpret them, so he simply injected Yin chakra into the ninja's amygdala. The subject began to tear up, his speech became incoherent, and he even developed incontinence. This seemed somewhat inconsistent with the research project, which required extreme sadness. Looking at the trembling, tinged with fear, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. While the Yin chakra infusion had some effect on the subject, it also seemed to have triggered fear. This wouldn't create pure sadness, and it was questionable whether it would achieve the desired effect. So he increased the amount of Yin chakra, hoping to see if the subject could activate the 2 Magatama Sharingan under these conditions. However, after increasing the Yin chakra infusion, the subject began to scream and roar frantically, struggling violently. The subject became manic, seemingly wanting to escape the experiment. Furthermore, the amygdala showed abnormalities, with the tissue there appearing to be slowly maturing. Kenichi Amemiya ignored the Uchiha ninja's roar. He was observing his amygdala. As Kenichi Amemiya injected a large amount of Yin attribute chakra into it, the amygdala began to change color like meat in a pot. Kenichi Amemiya didn't know whether this meant it was cooked and ready to eat, or if it meant something unusual had happened. But soon, he discovered that very strange brain waves appeared on the EEG recorder. Sometimes they were at their lowest peak, then they rose rapidly, and then there were continuous high band waves. Kenichi Amemiya didn't understand. After all, he was not a medical major. He recorded these so that he could consult his teacher later. His teacher had studied this subject, so he should have some knowledge of these things. With a strong roar, the Uchiha ninja collapsed on the operating table. His heart stopped beating, and his brain waves stopped. After receiving a large infusion of Yin attribute chakra, the subject died. Their heartbeat and brain activity ceased. Amemiya Kenichi watched the scene unfold with mixed feelings. The subject had died, contaminating his sterile laboratory. And most importantly, even in death, this person hadn't opened their 2 Magatama Sharingan. Until death, they had only possessed 1 Magatama Sharingan. It seemed the stimulation, while intense, wasn't enough to cause their eyes to evolve. A noticeable abnormality appeared in the amygdala, and this abnormality dissipated with the subject's death. Amemiya Kenichi cut into the amygdala, revealing a difference from before. The color had shifted from grayish white to flesh colored, like meat being cooked in water. After cutting, the discoloration quickly dissipated, returning to its original state in the blink of an eye. Amemiya Kenichi briefly dissected the Uchiha ninja's brain, revealing it to be normal. No noticeable abnormalities were evident, but it was hard to say whether this was the case. So, Amemiya Kenichi summoned a detained consumable and had him clean up. Then, he went to the cell and grabbed another consumable and dissected its brain, comparing them one to one. Is this hell? By this point, several of the captured Uchiha ninja had regained consciousness. They had witnessed what Amemiya Kenichi had done, and an intense fear gripped them, shaking them all. Two of the female ninjas even lost control of their bladders. A foul odor filled the lab, and Amemiya Kenichi glanced back in annoyance. However, since female and male organs are different, it was normal to feel uncomfortable. He forced himself to endure it, and summoned the consumable to clean up. The consumable cleaned meticulously. After all, he had seen with his own eyes the same consumable he had captured, now lying on the cold operating table, his head still missing. This made him want to lick the floor. This is just a trivial experiment. Don't be so scared. Amemiya Kenichi approached, and the Uchiha ninjas were all tied up. He glanced at the nearby instrument. It showed a noticeable brainwave fluctuation, but it wasn't yet up to the standard of the previous test subject. Have you opened your eyes? Amemiya Kenichi asked the Uchiha before him. They stared at him in fear, not daring to speak. If you don't speak, you'll be next, Amemiya Kenichi said calmly, and with his words, the ninjas began to speak. The remaining 3 boys each possessed one Magatama, as did the other female ninja. Only one, a thinner looking female ninja, lowered her head and dared not speak. Sir, Shiri hasn't opened her eyes, the female ninja next to her spoke up for the other ninja. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the girl named Shiri. She hadn't opened her eyes? That wasn't surprising, though. Even the powerful Uchiha clan had their eyes forever sealed. Alright, I understand. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand. If she hadn't opened her eyes, she was quite lucky. Amemiya Kenichi planned to use her companions to provoke her, hoping to see if she could open her eyes. Then, observe the person's behavior after opening their eyes, and so on. This would facilitate research. Amemiya Kenichi returned to his lab bench and continued his dissection. This work was extremely time-consuming and laborious. To ensure a more thorough and precise observation, Amemiya Kenichi even opened his 3 Magatama Sharingan, carefully comparing each piece. This work took him a full day, and only when his eyes began to ache did he discover an abnormality. What's this? Amemiya Kenichi picked something out from the brain tissue before him. It was a tiny tumor, incredibly small, and blended in with the surrounding amygdala tissue. If Amemiya Kenichi hadn't used his 3 Magatama Sharingan to compare the ordinary consumables with the Uchiha ninja's brain tissue, he wouldn't have noticed it. Interesting. Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips. He hadn't expected to find such a small tumor in the amygdala of this Uchiha ninja. It didn't look like cancer. Amemiya Kenichi had studied many cancer cells and seen their microscopic appearance, but this one wasn't a cancer cell. It appeared perfectly complete and orderly, like a collection of cells native to the brain. The problem was, the ordinary person next to him didn't have this tiny nub in their amygdala. It was too small, like trying to find a sesame seed, only a quarter the size of a normal one, amidst a sea of white pig brain. Amemiya Kenichi carefully removed the nub, placed it in preservative solution, and continued his dissection. It took him 3 days to fully compare the differences between the Uchiha ninja and the ordinary person. There were differences, but they weren't significant. The most significant finding was a small nub in the amygdala. There were also some other tissue differences, but they were all located on the surface of the brain. Amemiya Kenichi didn't think they were significant, so he kept them. He was particularly concerned about the nub. After all, it was located in the amygdala, and in previous experiments, the amygdala had shown the most pronounced effects, suggesting a possible connection between it and the Sharingan. So, Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the imprisoned Uchiha ninjas in the back. He'd been conducting experiments and dissections right before their eyes, just to provoke them. But none of them had evolved, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Never mind, just treat it like Pokemon. Only when an opponent dies can you gain experience. If you gain too much, it's hard to say if you've leveled up or evolved. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Which ninja would be the next to sacrifice themselves for science? The 5 Uchiha ninjas trembled at the sight of Amemiya Kenichi, and the blind girl lowered her head in trembling. You, Amemiya Kenichi said, grabbing a boy. His name was Uchiha Shin, and he was quite interesting. He also looked the strongest of the ninjas, so he should be able to handle his experiments. Hopefully, he wouldn't die too soon, or he'd have to find someone else. Chapter 159, is Kaleidoscope a talent or a throwback? The experiment failed. While Unitribute chakra could stimulate strong negative emotions in the subject, it couldn't specifically control sadness. Furthermore, no chakra production was observed. Amemiya Kenichi sighed, looking at the now dead subject before him. He silently removed the subject's brain and cut open the amygdala for examination, finding a small nub of flesh inside. Just like the previous subject, the amygdala also showed obvious signs of abnormality, further solidifying Amemiya Kenichi's belief that the Sharingan's formation is directly linked to the amygdala. So, what are the conditions for the Sharingan's evolution? And how can Unitribute chakra be targeted to stimulate sadness? Could it be that sadness alone can trigger the Sharingan's evolution? Amemiya Kenichi pondered. However, to eliminate any potential errors, Amemiya Kenichi dissected the subject's brain. After careful examination, he found nothing else of concern. Furthermore, Uchiha Shin's brain bore no resemblance to the previous subjects. While there were some strange tissue components, they bore no similarities. Out of caution, Amemiya Kenichi still recorded this information, and then sent the supplies to clean up, dragging the corpse away, and putting it away. Although it was now a corpse, it could be used to improve the impure world reincarnation jutsu later. This is really annoying. What are the conditions for these Uchiha to open their eyes? Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. He was now certain that strong emotional stimulation wouldn't necessarily work. After all, 2 of them had died from the stimulation, but neither of them had opened their eyes. Could it be that, whether or not the eyes could open, and how many Magatama could be opened, was related to talent or something? Thinking about it, it seemed possible. After all, Uchiha Itachi had opened his manger key at a young age, and Uchiha Shizu had also opened his manger key. If so, Amemiya Kenichi said with a piqued interest. He hurriedly stood up, and picked up the experimental log to take a look. Talent is honestly difficult to measure with a tangible thing. Just like someone might be average in school, listen attentively in class like everyone else, and not take any tutoring classes. But some people always ace their grade. Then there are those who struggle in class, but excel at gaming, becoming the top player in their country, and earning tryouts for teams. Why do these people exhibit distinct strengths in different areas? These are known as talents, academic geniuses, gaming geniuses, musical geniuses, and so on. So, Kenichi Amemiya believes that talent, while intangible, is real. If only I could get some tissue from Shizu, then we could make a comprehensive comparison. Kenichi Amemiya fumed. Why hadn't he thought of drawing blood from Shizu when he left Konoha? No, I don't have Shizu's tissue, but I do have another person's eyes. Kenichi Amemiya pounded his palm, or thought suddenly dawning on him. On the night of the Ninetales Rebellion, Kenichi Amemiya had dug out the 3 Magatama Sharingan that Obito had given Kakashi, then replaced it with another 3 Magatama. Although Obito was once considered a laggard, he possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, a form that evolved under intense emotional stimulation. While it's unclear whether Obito's Mangekyou was related to Uchiha Madara's training and the transplant of a portion of White Zetsu's body, it at least served as a point of comparison. So, Kenichi Amemiya unearthed Obito's Sharingan, which had been preserved for a long time. He gazed thoughtfully at it. This eye could use Kamu and absorb objects. Initially, he thought it simply sucked objects elsewhere, but later realized it actually absorbed objects into the Kamu's space. Kenichi Amemiya had considered sending a thermobaric bomb, but he wasn't sure how to activate the Mangekyou, so he didn't try it for now. A little scrape should be fine, right? Kenichi Amemiya carefully scraped some debris from Obito's eye, then replaced it. It looked as good as before, unaffected. With the sample in hand, Amemiya Kenichi left several shadow clones to watch over the Uchiha ninjas before leaving his laboratory. He intended to study the genetics in Obito's main Jiki Sharingan compared to those of other Uchiha ninjas. To extract and separate chakra, he would need to use the equipment in his teacher's laboratory. While his own lab contained some research equipment, his teacher's lab offered a more comprehensive range of genetics. Upon entering his teacher's lab, he saw a blonde girl sleeping on the sofa. He immediately recognized her as his teacher, Orochimaru. Teacher's back. A little surprised, Amemiya Kenichi approached cautiously. He then entered the laboratory, placed the scrapings into a special test tube, added a specialized solution, and finally placed them in the separation and extraction equipment. He then processed the blood of the other two Uchiha ninjas in the same manner. He then waited for the equipment to start working, and then it was ready for comparison. With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi walked out and closed the laboratory door. Teacher, there's something different today, Amemiya Kenichi said, glancing at his teacher, who was still soundly asleep on the sofa, curious. After all, the teacher was incredibly alert, waking up quickly the moment someone approached. This was a quality a true ninja possessed, otherwise, it would be embarrassing to be beheaded while asleep. Normally, it would have been nearly impossible for Amemiya Kenichi to approach the teacher unnoticed. He'd be aware of him, even if he got within a short distance. But now, even as Amemiya Kenichi waited for the equipment to start running, the teacher still hadn't woken. Could it be that the teacher is too sleepy? That shouldn't be the case, Amemiya Kenichi said, curiously approaching. He was surprised to find that the teacher hadn't woken up. But then he thought of a possibility. The teacher might be testing him, testing whether Amemiya Kenichi had any ill intentions towards him. It wasn't impossible. After all, pretending to be asleep was a way to avoid being caught off guard. Amemiya Kenichi simply squatted down and observed his teacher. Her long golden hair fell naturally across her face, perfectly smooth and flawless. She had a cute, small nose and lips, long eyelashes, and fair skin, the perfect example of a lovely young woman. Her sleeping position was also quite unique. She lay on her side, her legs curled up, her toes appearing strikingly white under the dim lab light. Her hands were folded on the sofa, her breathing slow and steady. I'm really not used to this. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. It was the first time he'd watched his teacher sleep so closely, especially without her noticing. While it might have been a test, it was still a strange feeling. Seeing the blanket slip to the floor, Amemiya Kenichi picked it up, intending to cover her, even though ninjas didn't usually catch colds. But just as he placed the blanket on her, he noticed her long eyelashes flutter, and the next moment, her eyes opened and looked at him. Ahem, teacher, I saw you fell asleep, that's why. Amemiya Kenichi hurriedly explained. He didn't want to be misunderstood by the teacher, otherwise it would be very troublesome. It's Kenichi. Yawned. The teacher rubbed his eyes, then climbed up from the sofa, then stretched and yawned. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the teacher strangely. He really fell asleep? Amemiya Kenichi was wondering if the teacher was playing some weird trust test game with him. After all, Amemiya Kenichi had played a lot of similar games. Why did you suddenly want to come to my lab? The teacher rubbed his eyes and asked casually. While asking, he took out a pair of socks and put them on her feet very naturally. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. He silently accelerated the circulation of chakra in his body, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan also appeared in his eye sockets. Not under a genjutsu? Amemiya Kenichi was a bit surprised. He had initially thought he was under a genjutsu, otherwise he wouldn't have seen such a scene, but to his surprise, he didn't feel any genjutsu at all. What are you trying to do by mobilizing chakra like this? The teacher's eyes narrowed, and Amemiya Kenichi quickly waved his hand away. Ahem, I'm just worried I might be under a genjutsu. Amemiya Kenichi gave an awkward smile. If it wasn't a genjutsu, then that meant the teacher was indeed wearing socks, and they went over the ankles. While they weren't stockings, they still struck Amemiya Kenichi as odd. He felt something was off about the teacher now. Teacher, I'm here to borrow your DNA separation and extraction machine. Amemiya Kenichi quickly put on a friendly smile. Although he found the teacher a bit strange, he couldn't ask without the teacher's advice. Then you sit. Do you want one for your lab? The teacher yawned again and stood up. Amemiya Kenichi then noticed that the teacher's height remained the same, a little shorter than his own. It seemed as if this body had stopped growing, but its figure was surprisingly good. How much would it cost? Amemiya Kenichi hesitated. Honestly, he wasn't really interested, these things were too expensive. But thinking about the possibilities, he couldn't help but ask. The laboratory was almost complete, but there were still a number of empty rooms reserved for equipment. It was truly crucial to Amemiya Kenichi right now. Even if Shianzi country were destroyed, the laboratory couldn't afford to fail, or else, Amemiya Kenichi vowed to inflict a heavy price. It depends on the brand you're planning on using. For a more economical setup, a complete set of equipment would cost around 80 million taels. For something more sophisticated, it would cost over 170 million taels, the teacher said, becoming interested. My personal opinion, she said, pulling out a sheet of paper and explaining the differences between the various devices she knew about. Watching his teacher excitedly discussing the quality and value of lab equipment, Kenichi Amemiya felt a growing sense of disharmony. His teacher seemed a bit strange now. Let's get a high-end one, Kenichi Amemiya nodded. While standard equipment was more affordable, when it came to something like DNA, expensive equipment naturally had its advantages. DNA extraction required precision and cleanliness. Contamination of the sample would be extremely troublesome, and high-end equipment had its advantages. While waiting for the equipment to be finished, Kenichi Amemiya bought a ton of high-precision equipment, leaving him with only 30 million ryo, approximately $10,000, in his savings, roughly enough to buy a Jonin's head. However, bounties on Jonin were generally not easy to fulfill. After receiving the experimental results, Kenichi Amemiya sat down at his computer and began comparing them one by one. Honestly, such a task was extremely time-consuming, even for someone with the Sharingan. Are you accessing the genetic information of the Uchiha clan? The teacher stood behind Amemiya Kenichi, a cup of tea in hand, sipping as he watched. Well, I want to see if the timing of eye-opening for Uchiha ninjas is related to their genes. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. The Uchiha clan descended from the bloodline of the Six Paths Sage, so Amemiya Kenichi had a question. Could the timing of eye-opening, and whether one could achieve the Manjaki form, be related to genes? It seems that the closer one's bloodline to the Tsutsuki clan, the greater their strength. So, for the Uchiha clan, if someone's genetic sequence was closer to their ancestors, could this also determine whether they could achieve the Manjaki form? Amemiya Kenichi was inclined to believe this was possible. Otherwise, if emotional stimulation alone could lead to Manjaki evolution, then the Uchiha clan wouldn't have produced so few Manjaki ninjas over such a long period of time. Chapter 160. Is this the difference brought by the kaleidoscope, or is it a superior talent? Oh. Orochimaru, perking up, pulled her chair and sat next to Amemiya Kenichi. She then asked for a copy of the data and began comparing them. The genetic sequences of ninjas in the ninja world were essentially similar, and the degree of similarity was equally high. The specific differences lay in the few genes that differed, but even these few differences alone were enough to cause a headache. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan was ultimately a bloodline family, so their DNA shared a higher proportion of similar gene sequences. All Amemiya Kenichi had to do was compare them one by one, noting the genetic differences between Obito and the other two Uchiha clans. However, this was a very lengthy and time-consuming task, quite grueling indeed. If one attempted to isolate and analyze the genetic differences between ninjas and ordinary people, the difficulty would be exponentially greater. Fortunately, Amemiya Kenichi didn't undertake such tedious work that would have to wait until the future. With a unified foundation in the future, it would be possible to pool the nation's resources to accomplish major tasks, such as collecting the genetic sequences of everyone in the ninja world en masse, creating a gene library, and ultimately conducting a comprehensive decryption operation. Decoding all genes would mean genetic programming would become possible. At that point, everyone in the ninja world would be able to practice ninjutsu and become ninja, further boosting productivity. But that was a future event, and Amemiya Kenichi wasn't ready to take such a drastic step just yet, lest it get messed up. Teacher, can this computer be programmed to automatically identify genetic differences? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes. Staring at a computer for so long was exhausting. Amemiya Kenichi hadn't expected to be stuck staring at a computer even in the ninja world. Do you know how to do it? Orochimaru gave Amemiya Kenichi a quizzical look. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his face and silently shook his head. He certainly didn't know how to do it. After all, he hadn't studied computer science in college. Knowledge was truly inadequate. If he had sufficient knowledge now, he could probably solve this problem, and wouldn't have to sit here alone, rubbing his eyes as he compared data. His Sharingan was nearly red. His past life's accumulated knowledge was a treasure trove. If Kenichi Amemiya could bring all the relevant books to the ninja world, it would undoubtedly lead to a technological explosion. Unfortunately, Kenichi Amemiya lacked a portal, so he couldn't return. Kenichi Amemiya suddenly became curious. If people in past lives had the Sharingan gene, would those students, faced with the pressure of exams and the need for the Sharingan, have simply opened their eyes in a fit of rage? The likelihood seemed low. That's how scientific research works. Just like developing ninjutsu, it always takes a considerable amount of time, Orochimaru reassured his student. Such tedious work was indeed exhausting. Furthermore, identifying the different genes, labeling them, and finally testing their usefulness was a tedious task. I know, sensei, I'm just complaining. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. He knew how tedious scientific research could be, how it could take years without any results. In extreme cases, even over a decade without a single result. The fact that he was making any progress was truly remarkable. Watching his teacher, chin propped up in his chair, scrutinizing his computer, something felt strange to Amemiya Kenichi. After all, this scene didn't seem like the ninja world, but rather an internet cafe from his past life. He couldn't help but glance down. The legs were quite nicely shaped. What? Is there a DNA sequence on my legs? The teacher's cold voice called out. Amemiya Kenichi coughed awkwardly twice, then turned his head back, and continued patiently comparing. Having let go of his distracting thoughts, Amemiya Kenichi's work speed increased considerably. While comparing and labeling each gene individually was tedious, thanks to the computer and the Sharingan, he progressed quickly. With his teacher's help, Amemiya Kenichi quickly completed the comparison of Obito's genes with those of the other two Uchiha ninjas. Most of the genes are similar. A total of 39,728 genes have been detected. Whether there are any genes that haven't been detected remains to be determined, Amemiya Kenichi thought, his chin resting on his hand as he gazed at the statistics before him. Humans generally have over 39,000 genes, but the exact number is generally only of interest to laboratories, and this number may also include undetected genetic information. But the question is, how big is the genetic difference between humans and pigs? Many people might assume it's enormous, but that's not the case. Humans and pigs share a whopping 83% genetic difference, while humans and gorillas share an even 99% similarity. However, genetic similarity doesn't necessarily mean humans and pigs share a common ancestor. The differences between humans are even smaller, with current scientific research suggesting the average difference between two individuals is perhaps around 0.5%. Not much. However, perhaps the ninja world possesses some strange trait. Kenichi Amemiya was surprised to discover that Obito's sample number 1 and sample number 2 differed by a full 278 genes, nearly 300. Or perhaps it's not a difference, but rather that Obito has 98 more genes than another Uchiha ninja, leaving the remaining genes as the difference. The difference between samples 2 and 3 is relatively normal, with only 197 differences, and no extra genes. Amemiya Kenichi frowned, looking at the table before him. He had already done the math. Unless there were undiscovered genes, there wouldn't be much difference. How did you get sample 1? Orochimaru looked at Amemiya Kenichi in astonishment. The difference between samples 2 and 3 was within her expectations. But sample 1 had unexpectedly gained a few extra genes. This was very strange. The total number of human genes generally doesn't change much, and even if it does, it's usually an exception. 97 or 8 extra genes, like this, seemed incredibly strange. I got this from Uchiha Shisu, Amemiya Kenichi said flatly. Seeing so much extra genetic information, he knew he had to come up with an explanation. Uchiha Shisu? Oh, the genius of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, then immediately connected the name to the person he remembered. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised that his teacher knew about Uchiha Shisu. After all, Uchiha Shizu had earned a great reputation in his previous battles with the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Iwa Village. Flash Soul Shizu. It was comparable to a title like Konoha's White Fang. If Amemiya Kenichi followed that naming pattern, he might be the Akatsuki demon. It was quite childish. Well, when I brought the supplies out, I fought him and obtained some tissue, Amemiya Kenichi said with a chuckle. Of course, he couldn't just talk about Obito's eye, its owner was still alive. It would be interesting if Obito discovered it. Although Amemiya Kenichi didn't know if Obito had any special sense of his lost eyeball. What if he did? That would be very troublesome. Interesting. So much genetic information, but isn't he still a member of the Uchiha clan? Orochimaru smiled intrigued. It had been a long time since she'd shown any interest in anything else. But now, seeing this information, she felt a surge of curiosity she hadn't felt in a long time. He's from the Uchiha clan, and he's also opened the Sharingan. Amemiya Kenichi felt a headache as he looked at the genetic information. The only thing he could confirm was that there did seem to be genetic differences within the Uchiha clan. However, the sample data for comparison was too small. He couldn't be sure if this was true for every person who opened the Manjiki, or if it was the opening of the Manjiki that caused the genetic differences. The sample size was too small. Let me calculate. Currently, there's still Shizu's Manjiki in the ninja world. Itachi could also look forward to that in the future. As for Sasuke, Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. It was too far off. Itachi could wait, but Sasuke was out of the question. If he waited for Sasuke, Amemiya Kenichi doubted he would even need to study Sasuke's Manjiki. So, for now, Shizu's Sharingan was the most convenient option. As for Uchiha Madara, his Sharingan was no longer a Sharingan, but the more advanced Rinnegan. And crucially, the Rinnegan was with Nagato. Getting close enough to scrape a few particles from his eyes would be difficult. So, Shizu was the best choice. Sharingan. The teacher fell into deep thought. She was thinking about what these extra genes meant. However, finding out the different genes and the extra memories, as well as distinguishing the differences between genes, and then finding their differences, were all very different levels of difficulty. Teacher, I'll go draw some blood first and compare them. Although Shizu was still in Konoha, there were countless Uchiha guinea pigs who would join his laboratory in the future. Amemiya Kenichi was not in a hurry. Besides Shizu, he had 4 hungry little ninjas who needed his guidance. He could also draw their blood to count the samples, which was quite interesting. Uchihas? The teacher asked. Amemiya Kenichi nodded immediately. Of course, it was from the Uchiha clan. If it wasn't Uchiha, Amemiya Kenichi didn't want to draw blood yet. Chapter 161 Genetic Programming. The demon is coming. As Amemiya Kenichi entered, the 4 Uchiha ninjas, who had been looking around with shifty eyes, instantly quieted down. Naturally, Amemiya Kenichi had heard what they were saying. He didn't mind, though. After all, calling him a demon wasn't an exaggeration. It was even enough to make even a demon politely ask for advice. Don't be so nervous. It's just a blood draw. Amemiya Kenichi reassured the 4 ninjas. He wasn't interested in using them for experiments just yet. He was also worried about the potential for trouble. What if these 4 ninjas got scared again and peed all over the floor? Cleaning up would be a real hassle. Although they had been moved from the sterile lab to a regular cell, cleaning the cell was still a hassle, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't like hassles. The sanitation requirements in the cell weren't as strict, but in a sterile lab, if someone lost control of their bladder, they would have to be cleaned meticulously. After all, it might only be a puddle, but in reality, a lot of fluid had been splattered. Despite Kenichi Amemiya's warning, the ninjas still displayed obvious fear as he drew blood. They shivered wildly, as if they were ill, nearly stabbing the aorta with a needle. He didn't mind the situation, simply warning them that, if they stabbed the aorta, they'd be the next person to go into surgery. The ninjas calmed down a bit, but even so, their hands trembled slightly. It wasn't until he drew the 4th person's blood that a steady arm was extended before him. Kenichi Amemiya looked up and saw the girl named Chiri. Kenichi Amemiya had some impression of her. After all, she was the only ninja he'd captured who hadn't opened their eyes. The others all had one Magatama, but she, alone, was like an ordinary person. Aren't you afraid? Kenichi Amemiya asked curiously, raising an eyebrow. Earlier, when he was drawing blood, the two men and the woman were trembling, as if they had some strange illness, but Shiri, on the other hand, remained remarkably calm. Scared? Initially, Amemiya Kenichi expected to hear something like, "If you're not afraid, you're not afraid," but she answered his question with surprising honesty. "Oh. Then why aren't your hands shaking?" Amemiya Kenichi asked again. "Having blood drawn won't kill you, but shaking might," Shiri replied honestly, leaving Amemiya Kenichi feeling a bit amused. This girl truly saw through the situation. It was true, though, having blood drawn wouldn't kill you, but if your hand trembled and you punctured an aorta, that would be fatal. It was surprising that this young girl had such a knack for seeing the fundamentals of things. Not bad. Amemiya Kenichi drew a tube of blood, marked it, and then, after instructing his shadow clones to bring them food, he hurried off. He still had to quickly separate the genes of the 4 Uchiha ninjas. If he could find a pattern similar to Obito's, it would prove that the Uchiha clan was indeed atavistic, and the main Gekyo needed atavistic genes. As for the 4 Uchiha ninjas behind him, Amemiya Kenichi paid them no mind. After Amemiya Kenichi left, faint sobs could be heard from the dim cell. His shadow clone glanced at him, then touched his pants and sighed. What a perfect place for a plot twist, but what a shame, it was all nonsense. Amemiya Kenichi had no idea what his shadow clone was planning. With the blood of the 4 Uchiha bloods, Amemiya Kenichi returned to his teacher's lab and worked with him on DNA isolation and extraction. As he put the blood in, Amemiya Kenichi thought of Uchiha Shiri. Her calm eyes came to mind, and it was then that a strange idea struck Amemiya Kenichi. The other person hadn't opened their eyes yet, but what if they possessed the same genes as Uchiha Obito? What if they were also beyond ordinary people? It can't be that ridiculous, right? Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Curiosity was useless now. He had to wait for the machine to finish its work. After an anxious wait, the tedious comparison work began again. In the dim basement laboratory, Amemiya Kenichi had no idea how much time had passed. He ate his meals daily, simply taking his own pills when he was hungry. He couldn't remember how much he'd eaten. All he knew was that after he finished comparing them, he longed to lie down on his bed for a nap. "Teacher, the results are in. They are similar to samples 2 and 3, with no new mutations. And the difference is the same as with sample 1. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his brow. "It's the same here." Orochimaru frowned, holding the document, and leaning back in his chair. There were genetic differences between the samples, but they weren't significant. This was normal, and met the probability of the previous findings. However, all the samples differed by the same amount of genetic information from sample 1, proving that sample 1 was indeed, in some way, not an ordinary Uchiha ninja. Is there anything special about Uchiha Shisu? Orochimaru pondered the information in his hand. He's quite capable, and he should have a 3 Megatama Sharingan for observation, Amemiya Kenichi said honestly. Shisu had never displayed his main Jiki in front of him, so it wasn't surprising he didn't mention it. 3 Megatama? The teacher's eyes grew empty, as if he were lost in thought. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't idle either. He admitted to feeling a little disappointed, but not much. Although he had initially hoped for a special case among the 4 ninja, like Uchiha Shiri, he was quite curious about such a unique Uchiha. He also thought it would be fun to find out if she shared the same genes. Wouldn't it be great if the once popular loser in the novels could make a comeback? But unexpectedly, when she emerged, she failed, remaining an ordinary person, unremarkable. As expected, the world never had so many protagonists, only so many ordinary people. Perhaps being ordinary is the true reflection of most people's lives. I don't know what these extra genes are, but if I could insert them into someone else's genes. No, that's a bit too difficult. Amemiya Kenichi pinched his brow. Inserting genes doesn't completely complete genetic programming. It's more like a cut and paste process, and other potential problems could arise. While it's feasible, it's also highly risky and difficult. The risks aren't a big deal, given the sheer volume of consumables, and if they fail, they're fine. However, the difficulty is significant, and the process is extremely demanding. Furthermore, genetic information insertion is typically performed on infants, even fetuses, while still in the womb. These individuals are adults, making it a real challenge. It would have been a daunting task in my previous life, let alone this one. I'll have to ask my teacher later if they have any wiggle room. If they do, that's great, but if not, there's nothing I can do. Then, Amemiya Ken glanced at his teacher, Orochimaru, and saw him staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Seeing this, Amemiya Ken didn't interrupt him, but continued his own research on the complex genetic information. Damn it. No wonder everyone says genes are just ready-made crappy code. Just looking at it gives me a headache. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. It had to be said that analyzing genes was like facing a mountain of crappy code. It was nauseating after looking at it for too long. But there was no other way. This work had to be done. Amemiya Kenichi could only take his time. First, he could completely ignore the genes that were essentially the same. He could still study their information later. Currently, Amemiya Kenichi was mainly studying the extra genetic information from Obito. This eye was given to Kakashi when Obito thought he was dying, so this extra genetic information definitely had nothing to do with White Zetsu or Uchiha Madara. As Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his eyes, ready to rest for a moment, he saw his teacher had regained consciousness and was working on something nearby. Kenichi, take this scroll and study it. The teacher, without even glancing at it, simply tossed it to him and said something. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned for a moment, but he still opened the scroll to take a look. Gene information editing ninjutsu. Amemiya Kenichi was instantly excited. He read through the instructions carefully and soon discovered that this ninjutsu was likely created by his teacher. While the effects were the same, it could only be performed on the fetus. It wouldn't work on adults. Teacher, are there any ninjutsu that can be used directly on normal humans? Amemiya Kenichi asked curiously. The teacher was like a magical Doraemon. He couldn't be sure without asking. Yes, but that ninjutsu is extremely risky. It basically kills the person who uses it. So far, no one has survived. What do you want? The teacher raised an eyebrow and glanced at Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi nodded immediately. While the risks were high, at least it existed. He could take it and refine it. If it worked, wouldn't that be a revelation? Then, genetic programming could be performed directly on the entire person, eliminating the need to start from the infant stage, saving a lot of effort. Of course, it would also be complicated. A single attempt on an infant would be enough, but an adult would have to program their entire body. Chapter 162, a life or death experiment. After all, a grown person's body consists of numerous cells. Modifying the genes of a single area alone isn't likely to have a significant effect unless it's specifically targeted, such as for tumors or hematopoiesis. However, if one wants to completely alter a person's constitution, comprehensive programming is necessary, a tedious and difficult undertaking. Even with the technological advancements of previous generations, achieving this would have been incredibly difficult. After all, how many cells are there in a normal human body? It's an astronomical number, impossible to estimate, but it's estimated to be tens of trillions. What's the concept of a trillion? If cells could be exchanged for money, it would likely cause the global economy to collapse. This is truly terrifying. Therefore, attempting to program all of these cells would be incredibly difficult, surpassing current technological capabilities and representing a significant technological gap. Teacher, you're truly amazing. After examining the ninjutsu scroll in his hand, even Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's creativity. His scientific prowess was truly extraordinary. The ninjutsu the teacher had invented was truly imaginative. While it was indeed possible to program all cells simultaneously, the damage it would cause would also be immense. The cell damage has reached an alarming level, potentially leading to multiple organ failure. Of course, if luck is on their side and the damaged cells are only temporarily non-fatal, then the problem isn't serious. After all, while the ninja world's medical ninjutsu has its limitations, the speed with which injuries can be healed is truly remarkable. Even a broken bone, as long as it's not a comminuted fracture like case, can be healed quickly. Not to mention more traumatic injuries, which don't leave much scarring. It's safe to say that, if someone were to return to their past life armed with medical ninjutsu like the palm senjutsu, becoming wealthy would be a breeze. The mortality rate is indeed higher, though. This jutsu, senseis, utilizes a large amount of yang attribute chakra, so there aren't many things that can be modified, Amemiya Kenichi mused. At this point, they've essentially done everything they can, leaving nothing to change. Of course, it's possible they'll need to perform it again to successfully identify the underlying issue. So, after saying goodbye to their sensei, Amemiya Kenichi returned to his laboratory, intending to begin research as quickly as possible. The extra genetic information from Obito had already been extracted and was now stored with him. However, even with the scientific expertise of Kenichi Amemiya and his teacher, it's impossible to completely purify the DNA. Therefore, it's bound to contain some other genetic information, increasing the likelihood of failure. However, this is precisely why the experiment is necessary. In previous lives, there was a memorial day for experimental animals, where researchers would honor those animals sacrificed for science. Of course, they should be used when necessary. After all, using humans for experiments would be met with condemnation. However, in the ninja world, human life is a different story. Looking at the 4 Uchiha ninja, Kenichi Amemiya planned to take a man and a woman with him this time. This would allow for a comparative experiment to see if there were any differences between men and women undergoing this jutsu. This experiment is very dangerous, with a high risk of death, but if you survive, you will also gain great opportunities. Kenichi Amemiya explained briefly, looking at the 3 fearful individuals and the indifferent Uchiha Shirei. Even with Amemiya Kenichi's words, the Uchiha ninjas looked unhappy. They looked at him with the same evasive skeptical gaze, as if they were looking at their elementary school teacher asking questions. Amemiya Kenichi didn't have a bad taste in his mouth. These ninjas were just consumables anyway, so he simply picked a man and a woman to leave with him. Wait a moment, Amemiya Kenichi turned curiously, and saw that it was Uchiha Shirei who spoke. She was chained, but she still looked up at him, her eyes a mixture of calm and nervousness. What's wrong? If it were any other ninja, Amemiya Kenichi wouldn't have been interested in hearing her nonsense, but Uchiha Shirei had made a certain impression on him, and he had deliberately avoided her during the selection process. He didn't expect her to call him. Excuse me, can I take over this experiment? Uchiha Shirei's question drew a surprised look from Amemiya. He had already said that this experiment was quite dangerous, but he didn't expect her to actually go. However, after seeing Uchiha Shirei's indifferent expression and eyes, Amemiya Kenichi nodded non-committally. It didn't matter who she was, Uchiha Shirei was dead. Dead. This world didn't have that many protagonists. Of course, if the other party survived, Amemiya Kenichi would give them some preferential treatment. After all, he still had to see what the results of this genetic programming would be. Thank you, Shirei. The female ninja that Amemiya Kenichi had put down thanked Uchiha Shirei with a grateful face, even wanting to kneel down and kowtow. Amemiya Kenichi remained silent, simply folding his hands and watching. You're welcome, I just wanted a chance to change my fate. Thank you, Uchiha Shirei thanked her with a smile, and from her expression and tone, it was clear that she truly believed that. Looking at the bewildered Uchiha ninja, Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. He had to admit that this girl had indeed given him quite a few surprises. It was just that her personality wasn't very likable, and her words were too direct, almost as if she had no brains. Are you sure you want to come with me? While success will benefit you greatly, failure could be fatal, and the probability of failure is as high as 99.9%. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the girl with amusement. The male ninja beside him trembled at his words, but he held back his urge to urinate at the cold gaze of his shadow clone. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the trembling man beside him, then continued to look at Uchiha Shirei, curious about her response. Go, I've had mediocre talent in my life. It takes me a year to learn the great fireball jutsu. My father told me that the best outcome for my future is to find someone to marry. Uchiha Shirei's expression remained unchanged, as if she were telling a stranger's story. So, since success has its benefits, why not give it a try? It's not a guaranteed death anyway, Uchiha Shirei said, looking at Amemiya Kenichi, who clapped his hands. This girl's heart is truly kind, but unfortunately, her talent is quite average. Each great fireball jutsu takes so long to learn, and she hasn't even opened her eyes yet. Such a ninja clearly has little potential for growth. Her best chance for the future is, as she said, finding someone to marry, having children, and then continuing to perform genin missions to supplement her family income. But this is also the life of some ninjas in this world. Not every ninja has the potential to achieve great heights. Foremost, advancement depends on factors like talent, such as chakra refining speed, chakra capacity, and the speed of learning ninjutsu. Just like the ninjas who graduated from the same ninja academy as Naruto, aside from the famous ones, how many could keep up with the others? Let alone catch up with Naruto and Sasuke. Alright, I've already told you, Amemiya Kenichi said without further ado. Instead, he led the two ninjas to the laboratory, but this time, they wouldn't be working in a sterile lab. Who's going first? Amemiya Kenichi asked. The male ninja glanced at Uchiha, who walked out directly, and then lay down on the operating table. Amemiya Kenichi was not surprised. He had guessed who would come. After all, facing the horror of life and death, most people are extremely afraid. Only Uchiha seemed to be completely unafraid. However, looking down at Uchiha's eyes, Amemiya Kenichi realized that there was still some fear in her eyes, as well as some attachment, and a somewhat complicated expression. Good luck. Amemiya Kenichi formed hand seals, and began to perform the ninjutsu taught by his teacher Orochimaru. With a large infusion of yang attribute chakra, the ninjutsu was successfully performed. Is it over? Uchiha was a little incredulous. She had just felt every part of her body warm, and then nothing. She looked down, and saw that her body was normal. This left her somewhat bewildered. After all, she had volunteered to come up this time, because she wanted to give it a try. As for death, she didn't really care, having already prepared herself for it. But now, it felt a bit anticlimactic. Even Uchiha wondered if this mysterious, powerful being was teasing her. The male ninja next to her regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken the initiative. Now, Shiri had taken the first step. Well, it's over. Now it all depends on your luck. Amemiya Kenichi took the experimental logbook and observed Uchiha intently. Genetic programming is not an easy task. While the jutsu developed by the teacher can indeed program entire cells, the chakra consumption is enormous, even terrifying. Even with Amemiya Kenichi's physique, he struggled to use it. The programming method used could only be described as crude, forcibly inserting genetic fragments into someone else's genes. This was why it ended so quickly. The technological gap between them was enormous. Simply put, the teacher's jutsu is like using explosives to dig a tunnel. It works, but the emphasis is on chance. Whether it will succeed is uncertain, whether the resulting tunnel will immediately cause a landslide, or whether it will be stable is uncertain. Anyway, it's done, and as long as it's fast, and achieves the desired effect, that's all. As for the success rate, that's up to fate. Truly perfected genetic programming would be extremely complex and detailed, like using a tunnel boring machine to dig a tunnel slow, but with a high success rate and a low risk of fatalities. However, the difficulty of genetic programming is so great that Kenichi Amemiya can only experiment with it, exploring potential improvements along the way. The jutsu has been successful, and the genes are being reorganized. This is a process that takes time, and after that, it's up to fate. With luck, success. With bad luck, sudden death. Almost as Kenichi Amemiya finished speaking, he saw Uchiha's entire body suddenly explode, blood spurting from her pores and instantly spraying everywhere. Uchiha also uttered a painful whine, her shrill screams causing the legs of the boy next to her to tremble. After the genetic programming operation, subject number 1 showed signs of blood spurting from his pores, intense pain, and rapid muscle trembling. This may be a sign of genetic collapse. Amemiya Kenichi used wind escape to isolate the blood in front of him and calmly recorded the information. Everything that could be done was done. Whether she could hold on depended on her own luck. Uchiha opened her mouth and spat out a blood-red object. Amemiya Kenichi walked over to take a look in confusion. It was a lung. She had coughed out her own lung. Looking at Uchiha with a face full of pain, Amemiya Kenichi sighed. It seemed that she was not the protagonist, but just an ordinary person who wanted to change her fate but failed. Amemiya Kenichi continued to record the experiment, even looking at the degree of dilation in Uchiha Hashira's pupils. He recorded a wealth of physical data on a small piece of paper. Soon, Uchiha Hashira collapsed on the operating table, her eyes lifeless, motionless. The experiment failed. Subject: no one's heart has stopped. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Such a pity, this poor girl, but this was the path she had chosen. Call someone to clean up. Looking at the blood and unidentified organs on the floor, Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. The consequences of genetic collapse were horrific, even terrifying to watch. Next, he needed to call someone to clean up and resume the experiment. Just as Amemiya Kenichi was looking at the slumped Uchiha ninja, his keen ears suddenly picked up a faint heartbeat. He turned his head in surprise and saw that Uchiha Hashira, who had been dead and breathless, was breathing again, her chest rising and falling slowly. She survived? Amemiya Kenichi felt a surge of joy. Was he so lucky? Could she survive even this? The scene was like a beautiful flower growing from the desert. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, A Sudden Mission from Pain. Heading to the Land of Rivers. Seeing Uchiha Hashira alive, breathing and with a beating heart, Amemiya Kenichi was heartened. He quickly began testing the second subject, but this time, she didn't survive. She died instantly, bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was a tragic scene, and Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but sigh. It seemed the mortality rate was quite accurate. He wondered what had happened to Uchiha Hashira. She had actually survived. Perhaps it was fate. We can study this body while it's still hot. Amemiya Kenichi dissected the deceased Uchiha ninja before him, and he found that her body was in even worse condition than it appeared. Some organs had even melted away. With a body like this, not only him, but even Tsunade wouldn't be able to save her. What about Uchiha Hashira? What's the difference in her genetic sequence now? And did she open her eyes? Amemiya Kenichi was curious, but he considered Uchiha Hashira's current state too frail. He abandoned the idea of researching it. Otherwise, if he accidentally killed someone, Amemiya Kenichi would be beating his chest with regret in the middle of the night. When dissecting the brain, Amemiya Kenichi had hoped to see if there were any distinctive small tumors in the amygdala, but he soon discovered that the brain had turned to water, making it impossible to find any. To summarize, the current research results confirm that the Sharingan's evolution is definitely related to emotional stimulation, but whether it can evolve may also be related to the genetic sequence, Amemiya Kenichi mused. However, the Uchiha clan samples were too few, so he couldn't be sure. Furthermore, Uchiha Hashira's genetic sample was not much different from that of others, yet she didn't open her eyes. Could it be that one of these different genes was the key to whether the Uchiha clan could open their eyes? However, since Uchiha Hashira had already assimilated with Uchiha Obito's genes, he had no idea what her future held. He could only take things one step at a time. Uchiha Hashira didn't wake up until 7 days later. During these 7 days, Amemiya Kenichi observed and recorded her physical condition, which generally showed normal development. Other than that, there were no other abnormalities, not even any masculine traits, as if the extra genes from Obito had no effect in this regard. Awake. Feel if your eyes are open. Amemiya Kenichi asked, looking at the now open eyes of Uchiha Hashira. Uchiha Hashira was his greatest research achievement in recent times, and it could even be said to be a lucky one. If she hadn't been lucky enough to survive, Amemiya Kenichi might have had to repeat the experiment. I think they are open. Uchiha Hashira remained the same, though her eyes were a little confused. But then, Amemiya Kenichi saw the twin Magatama appear in her eyes. After subject number 1 regained consciousness, he successfully opened his eyes, and in one go, he developed a double Magatama Sharingan. This was undoubtedly a major breakthrough. Amemiya Kenichi casually noted the double Magatama Sharingan, proving his theory that Uchiha Obito's genes had undoubtedly influenced Shirei, potentially even positively. However, the precise nature of those extra genes remained to be determined, requiring further observation. Initially, Amemiya Kenichi considered administering some mental stimulation to Shiri. However, given the extremely high mortality rate associated with such stimulation, he abandoned the idea. He would only consider using it on Shiri once further experiments were more mature. Until then, Shiri was an asset that needed careful protection. Okay, you're quite lucky. Amemiya Kenichi put away his pen. Looking at the bewildered Uchiha Shiri before him, he decided to take her to meet his teacher, Orochimaru. Perhaps the teacher had more information on this girl, and Obito's genetic analysis depended on his teacher's help. So, Amemiya Kenichi brought Uchiha Shiri to the teacher, who was still absorbed in her research in the lab. What's wrong with this girl? When the teacher turned around, Amemiya Kenichi could see dark circles under her eyes. It was clear that it wasn't just him who was busy lately. The teacher hadn't rested at all, likely spending all day working on experiments. It was just her personality. Once she got into research mode, she lost track of time. Teacher, this girl underwent a genetic modification experiment and survived. Now I want to test the genetic composition of her blood, Amemiya Kenichi said succinctly. But the teacher was instantly excited, almost jumping up from her chair and examining Shiri as if she were a rare treasure. Shiri looked at him with a startling look, but after a quick glance, the teacher took the syringe, spoke gently to her, and drew a small tube of blood. Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. This scene was truly magical. You know, the teacher usually did experiments very roughly, drawing blood with a syringe, unlike the careful and meticulous process he was doing now. However, given the extremely high mortality rate of his jutsu, Kenichi Amemiya remained calm. After developing his jutsu, thousands of consumables had died at his hands, but none had been successful, which was why he rarely used them. Now, finally, a living test subject had appeared, which would be extremely helpful for his future research. Come with me for an examination. After drawing blood and beginning DNA isolation, the teacher took Shiri to another room to perform some tests that Kenichi Amemiya hadn't performed before. Kenichi Amemiya followed him throughout the process, watching the teacher perform the tests while touching the ring on his finger. He had just felt a warm sensation on it, and it seemed that Nagato had something to ask him. However, judging by the teacher's appearance, it didn't seem like he was looking for him, and it was unclear what it was. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual going on lately, does it? Amemiya Kenichi frowned, fingering the ring on his finger. The rice was still a few days away from ripening, so if he was asking about that, he'd have to ask Nagato a little longer. However, watching his teacher examine Shiri, Amemiya Kenichi simply went outside the lab and placed his spiritual power on the ring. He immediately sensed a surge of energy. The next second, Amemiya Kenichi was pulled into the space of the sleight of hand technique. Tama, I have an urgent mission for you, Nagato said directly upon seeing Amemiya Kenichi. Oh, what's it? Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't particularly enjoy accepting missions, he could tell that Nagato was being decisive this time, and it wouldn't be a good idea to refuse. Two new members of the organization had lost contact while on a mission to River Country. You go investigate, Nagato briefly explained. Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Losing contact was fine, but wasn't River Country a small country? Even then, they could lose contact. It looked like those two guys weren't very capable. While Kenichi Amemiya was tempted to suggest that Zetsu would be more appropriate for this mission, he knew that, since Nagato had found him, he was determined to have him go. So, he accepted the task, glancing at Nagato's Rinnegan. I really want to study this. Kenichi Amemiya's hands were itching to move. He longed to reach out with a knife and scrape some of the debris from Nagato's eyes. But Nagato showed no interest in chatting, and seeing Kenichi Amemiya accept the task, he immediately interrupted his illusory body technique. Koa no Kuni. What a hassle. Kenichi Amemiya felt a little frustrated. He had to go out on another mission, even though he had only just started the experiment. However, he decided to wait a few days. The rice would be ripe in a few days, and he needed to see if this research had yielded any results. If the yield continued to increase, it would be a very significant discovery. While a 10% increase in yield might not seem like much, it would still be significant if the cultivated area was expanded. Did Peen give you a mission? The teacher had just emerged. Shari was still inside undergoing examination, and naturally, she had noticed her student's sudden moment of distraction. Well, they say 2 members of the organization have disappeared in River Country. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. He hadn't expected anything like this. Isn't that right below Rain Country? Orochimaru frowned slightly. Couldn't Peen have gone there himself? Why did he have to call his student over? That only proved that Peen was busy and unable to spare the moment. Since Peen always disappeared with Conan must know something about the leader. Orochimaru licked his lips. Her tongue was long, and the look was a bit creepy. Well, it's not too far. We can just go through the Fire Country. Amemiya Kenichi nodded. After all, the Fire Country was surrounded by a bunch of small countries, so they often needed to pass through. Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi checked the progress of his chakra parasite research. He had been so busy lately that he'd almost forgotten he was still working on anything. Current research progress. 71%. It seems like it'll take a long time. Once Naruto is older, this research will probably be complete, and then I can start my own plan. Chapter 164. Is the evolution of the Sharingan actually a phenomenon of atavism? Teacher, has Kojutadokoro's research yielded any results? Amemiya Kenichi thought of someone he'd almost forgotten, Kojutadokoro. He hadn't heard from him since he'd brought him back from Anchor. If the teacher hadn't told him he was dead, Amemiya Kenichi would have suspected he'd been used as a disposable. Nothing. The Zero Tails you captured is still growing. Orochimaru shook his head. He knew Kojutadokoro. Initially, she'd been interested. After all, he'd mastered the art of flying. But after some research, Orochimaru realized there wasn't much to it. It simply drew on the Zero Tails chakra and channeled it into a propulsion system, propelling the flight. The energy required increased with the weight of the structure. As his disciple had mentioned, a vast energy supply was required. This was a wasteful use of energy. Orochimaru planned to improve it, based on his research, reducing energy loss and increasing power, perhaps achieving even better results. Their energy utilization is incredibly inefficient, and they need a massive battery supply. It's completely pointless, Orochimaru said with disdain. According to those people, the Zero Tails energy conversion would require at least several jonin. But that kind of energy conversion was incredibly inefficient, and with a Zero Tail acting as a middleman, that's why the aerial shinobi village had placed a limiter on the Zero Tail. Otherwise, they'd worry about it being disobedient. Amemiya Kenichi was a bit amused. It seemed his teacher was truly a man of unwavering pursuit of perfection. Only a teacher like him could achieve so many scientific achievements, right? A flying structure needs to be interconnected. Relying solely on 4 jet points for propulsion would consume a huge amount of energy. It's better to be more precise. The teacher was in high spirits. Interconnected? Precise? Amemiya Kenichi was taken aback, thinking of his previous experiment. He explained this to his teacher and then returned to his lab. He planned to continue his experiments while the rice harvest was still a few days old. His teacher's words had given him some inspiration. In previous tests, Kenichi Amemiya had always directly stimulated the amygdala, but the results proved ineffective. The subjects simply couldn't withstand the effects and would die without opening their eyes. However, Kenichi Amemiya had a new idea. Since the strange little nub had been found in the amygdala of the Uchiha clan who had opened their eyes, why not try stimulating it directly there? Simultaneously stimulating the hippocampus and hypothalamus might yield a different result. So Kenichi Amemiya hurriedly captured the sole male ninja from the dungeon and brought him to the laboratory. He removed the man's brain and soaked it in a nutrient solution. Don't be so nervous, Kenichi Amemiya reassured him, then slowly channeled his chakra into the man's amygdala, quickly locating the tiny nub. After marking it with chakra, Kenichi Amemiya channeled his yin attribute chakra and targeted the nub, quickly infusing it with a light dose of yin attribute chakra. After infusing a light dose of yin chakra, the subject exhibited noticeable emotional fluctuations, manifested by trembling, tears, and rapid breathing. Amemiya Kenichi then channeled a small amount of yin chakra into the ninja's hypothalamus and hippocampus. He was hesitant to use too much chakra, using only a small amount. Even so, the subject's reaction exceeded Amemiya Kenichi's expectations. After stimulating the hippocampus and hypothalamus, the subject began to hallucinate. He called out for someone named Mina, then violently trembled, his heartbeat approaching 158. Amemiya Kenichi attempted to increase the infusion of yin chakra into the meat pellet, causing the subject's heartbeat to accelerate, quickly reaching a terrifying 189. Strangely, the subject's tears ceased, only a meaningless, dry roar. The phenomenon before the amygdala begins to appear. I'm tentatively calling it the overclocking phenomenon. Based on previous cases, the duration of the overclocking phenomenon is approximately 80 to 92 seconds. After this, the amygdala will be irreversibly damaged, and the subject will die immediately. Amemiya Kenichi stopped the chakra infusion into the amygdala, but he noticed that the subject's amygdala was still slowly changing color. Even after the chakra infusion was stopped, the overclocking phenomenon continued, and the temperature of the amygdala began to rise. This appears to be an irreversible phenomenon, which requires further investigation. Amemiya Kenichi frowned at the trembling subject. He knew that if this continued, the subject would still die, just like before, so he might as well make a final contribution. So Amemiya Kenichi increased the infusion of yin attribute chakra into the hypothalamus, hippocampus, and amygdala granules. Soon, the subject became incontinent, and his heart rate soared past 200, reaching 203. Amemiya Kenichi gave up the infusion. It was too late. With a violent tremor, the subject ceased struggling. Amemiya Kenichi was surprised to find his heartbeat slowing down, and his breathing becoming steady. The overclocked amygdala began to return to normal. I observed a mysterious chakra flowing out of the subject's amygdala, then instantly infused into his eyes. The experiment was successful. Amemiya Kenichi was somewhat incredulous, but he patiently waited for the subject to regain consciousness before allowing him to open his Sharingan. Double Magatama appeared in his eyes. Double Magatama Sharingan? This experiment was successful. Amemiya Kenichi was delighted. He hadn't expected this experiment to be successful. He flipped through his experimental log. In other words, the amygdala is indeed crucial to the evolution of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. A mysterious chakra flowed out of the subject's amygdala and then into the eyes. Amemiya Kenichi paced excitedly around the laboratory. However, Amemiya Kenichi knew that this was only the current result. The validity of this argument required repeated experiments to see if it could be replicated. If so, it would prove his theory correct. Let's check first. My suspicions are correct. That lump of flesh must have played a crucial role. Amemiya Kenichi focused his yang attributed chakra and once again probed the ninja's amygdala. Ignoring the laughing test subject, Amemiya Kenichi found the location where he had previously discovered the lump of flesh. Then, he sensed that it seemed to have grown larger. In my previous life, this would have been a brain tumor, but what exactly is this thing? Amemiya Kenichi licked his lips, staring at the brain before him with excitement, eager to cut it open and examine the composition of the lump of flesh to see if it had changed. However, he suppressed his inner restlessness for the time being. To replicate the results and verify his conclusions, Amemiya Kenichi planned to conduct a second experiment to see if he could replicate the phenomenon. After having the lab cleaned up, Amemiya Kenichi brought the remaining Uchiha ninja over and repeated his previous experimental procedures, following the exact same protocol. He removed the brain, stimulated the nuclei and the amygdala, then simultaneously stimulated the hippocampus and hypothalamus. Once overclocking occurred, he increased the stimulation of these areas. When the stimulation was almost complete, he stopped the infusion of yin attribute chakra and waited for the results. His heartbeat steadied, his breathing slowed. This time, Amemiya Kenichi clearly felt a stream of chakra flowing from the amygdala and into his eyes. However, this chakra was neither yin nor yang, it was something even more special. What kind of chakra is this? Amemiya Kenichi felt a surge of joy. He had unlocked part of the secret of the Sharingan's evolution, but what exactly was that chakra? He was curious and puzzled. One problem solved, but a new one arose. There are 7 types of chakra, but the chakra that just flowed out didn't fit into any known category. Amemiya Kenichi suspected it was a fusion of chakra. Could it be a fusion of yin and yang? Amemiya Kenichi thought of a possibility. After all, when it comes to creating something out of nothing, creating everything, then yin-yang release is very suitable. If it was yin-yang release that led to the Sharingan's evolution, it seems possible. After all, the Uchiha clan is also descendants of the Six Paths Sage. Although they no longer have much inherited bloodline and lack the Six Paths Sage's physique and unique chakra, they were once his bloodline, and the Sharingan's evolution will eventually reach the level of the Rinnegan. So, could the Sharingan's evolution actually be a reversion to its ancestral form? Amemiya Kenichi concluded. However, this remains to be verified. After the female ninja awoke, Amemiya Kenichi discovered that she also had a 2 Magatama Sharingan, not a 3 Magatama Sharingan. So, this method can only advance to 2 Magatama, or does achieving 3 Magatama require something else? Amemiya Kenichi was confused. He even checked the optional tasks and found that they had not been completed. This proved that he had not yet achieved a breakthrough in Sharingan research. Looking at the 2 weakened test subjects, Kenichi Amemiya had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of continuing the experiment and wait for them to recover. Personally, I feel that the evolution of the Sharingan is the purification of blood, obtaining blood of a higher level of life, the blood of the Tatsuki clan. Chapter 165. The thin paper carries the weight of time. Kenichi Amemiya spent several more days in his laboratory before finally receiving the message that the second batch of experimental sample number 23 had matured. He quickly harvested the rice and felt a touch of nervousness as he weighed it. After all, a full year had passed since he began growing rice, and whether Kenichi Amemiya's efforts would yield any results depended on today. Even the usually calm Kenichi Amemiya was now feeling a bit nervous. Lord Amemiya, the results are in. A girl with long black hair and twin Magatama in her eyes ran over. This girl was Uchiha Shiri. Uchiha Shiri's genetic information had been analyzed. She was indeed a very lucky ninja. The genetic programming had been successful, and her genes had changed. She was now the equivalent of a feminized Obito. Her genes were largely similar to Obito's, but she also had some additional genetic information compared to other Uchiha ninjas. Kenichi Amemiya was not sure what this extra genetic information was for, but he would find out in the future. To further his research, Amemiya Kenichi also allowed Uchiha Shiri to temporarily accompany him, leaving her role as a test subject and becoming his subordinate. Uchiha Shiri had no objections. Although she possessed the double Magatama, she remained respectful and respectful. She was considered intelligent, and speaking with intelligent people was easy. Amemiya Kenichi simply loved communicating with them. Well, let me see it. Amemiya Kenichi took the simple statistical report and examined it. It was only 2 thin sheets of paper, yet it bore the weight of 6 months of research. Amemiya Kenichi suddenly understood the hardships of the students and experts at the agricultural university. A seemingly mundane piece of news, a brief mention for tens or even tens of seconds, perhaps even just a simple graduation defense, actually required years of effort. He sincerely hoped that those experts and students would have good luck, as he himself was currently quite fortunate. A 10% increase in yield, and the thicker looking sample that Amemiya Kenichi had previously observed had a 20% increase in yield compared to ordinary rice. Now, focus on cultivating that special rice sample and observe whether it shows sustained yield increases. At the same time, we'll conduct further manipulations on that sample to see if we can produce even better seeds. Amemiya Kenichi was very satisfied. At least now he had a promising scientific result. Even if he presented it to Nagato, he'd have confidence. After all, the other samples planted this time were unchanged. Only sample 23 maintained its yield increase. Furthermore, they'd found another, even better seed. The prospects were very promising. A year of cultivation hadn't been in vain. However, there were some issues. When influencing the rice seeds with targeted mutations, the right degree of control wasn't easy, which could easily lead to unsatisfactory results. After instructing his shadow clone to follow his plan, Amemiya Kenichi prepared to leave. After all, he'd been waiting in the land of rice for quite some time. If he didn't leave now, he worried that Nagato would come to him angrily to inquire about the situation. However, looking at Uchiha Shiri beside him, Kenichi Amemiya felt a new headache. He couldn't possibly take this girl with him. He was on a mission, not a vacation. So, he decided to hand her over to his teacher, Orochimaru. The teacher, knowing her importance, had dismissed Kenichi Amemiya after drawing a tube of blood. It was unknown what experiments he'd been conducting. Of course, according to Kenichi Amemiya's understanding of his teacher, it was definitely something related to genetics and genetic programming. His success would surely be a boost for him, so the consumables in his laboratory would be in good hands. They could enjoy a chance to restart their lives. When Kenichi Amemiya brought Shiri Uchiha to the lab, he saw his teacher, looking like a madman, his hair a mess. Scrapbooks with formulas scattered across the table and floor, and the trash can was overflowing. Shiri Uchiha followed Kenichi obediently, surprised by the scene. After all, the place had been quite clean the previous time she'd been there. Teacher, you can't do the experiment like this, right? Amemiya Kenichi watched helplessly. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, it was exactly what the teacher would do. As for why no one came to clean up, it was because the teacher was incredibly moody in this state. Cleaning up. Seeing the bloodstains on the broom and a fallen scale on the floor, Amemiya Kenichi knew this brave man who came to clean up the lab wouldn't have a good ending. He was simply being fed to the snake by the teacher. Didn't I tell you to stop arguing? With a furious growl, a snake pounced at him the next second. Its speed was swift, but to Amemiya Kenichi, it seemed slow. He dodged the serpent's attack and grasped its head, crushing it with immense force. Then, Amemiya Kenichi collected the snake. Snakes, while creepy to look at, were a rare delicacy for some. However, venomous snakes held a low status in the ninja world, their venom being a minor threat to ninjas. They only posed a moderate threat to ordinary people. Of course, Amemiya Kenichi didn't intend to eat the snake. He didn't eat snakes, but he could use it to improve the food supply for the lab's supplies. The snake was big enough to make a bowl of snake soup. Don't be afraid, Sensei only acts like this when he's super focused on his experiments, Amemiya Kenichi explained, looking at Uchiha Shiri beside him. After all, he would be entrusting her to his teacher's care shortly. As for Uchiha Shiri's safety, he wasn't worried. And don't worry, even if that fool, toweling one snake, comes to bite me, he won't bite you, Amemiya Kenichi added. Given Uchiha Shiri's importance to his teacher, it's safe to say she'd be the first one he'd take away in the event of a major earthquake. After all, she was the lab's most valuable possession. Amemiya Kenichi picked up a piece of paper from the ground and examined it. There were quite a few names on it, 37 in total. It seemed that 37 unfortunate individuals had perished in his teacher's experiments while he was away. It's not me, it's Shiri. The furious teacher turned around, his eyes almost murderous, but upon catching sight of Uchiha Shiri, he instantly smiled. A corner of Amemiya Kenichi's mouth twitched. So love can fade, right? Teacher, the leader has sent me on a mission, so I'm planning to have Uchiha Shiri accompany you for a while. Amemiya Kenichi quickly explained his thoughts. This was exactly what he had been thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Uchiha Shiri with him. Okay, I got it. Go quickly and don't disturb me while I'm doing my experiment. The teacher glared at Amemiya Kenichi, then waved his hand impatiently and returned to his focused research. Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised. He knew the teacher's personality. When conducting experiments, the teacher's temper was usually quite short, but today was considered mild. Speaking of which, the teacher's temper did seem to have improved a lot. If it were the teacher before, he would have looked at him with those cold eyes, but now the teacher was surprisingly cute when glaring. Why was it that? Uchiha Shiri, stay with your teacher for the time being. Although Amemiya Kenichi had already given instructions, he added a few more just in case. Hearing this, Uchiha Shiri nodded obediently. I know. I won't run away, nor will I have any inappropriate thoughts. Uchiha Shiri was still very direct in her words, and Amemiya Kenichi quite appreciated her tact. After resolving Uchiha Shiri's problem, Amemiya Kenichi left his teacher's lab. He had to hurry to the Land of Rivers, which would require him to pass through the Land of Fire. He wondered how Scorpion was doing, and if there had been any new developments in his research. I hope it's not too outrageous, Amemiya Kenichi thought, remembering the last time Scorpion left, muttering about the Ninetales chakra, and how its energy was too great to consume. He felt a little uneasy. Would Scorpion finally come up with something outrageous? No way. Absolutely not. Scorpion was an honest child. He wouldn't do anything outrageous. As Amemiya Kenichi pondered this, he quickly crossed the Fire Nation's border and entered the country itself. Currently, there weren't many ninjas at the Fire Nation's border, not even patrols. This was normal, of course. Ninja teams were usually stationed at the border on a rotating basis. These teams also carried out missions, though their missions were longer and of a higher level. Furthermore, they were required to be led by a jonin, or at least a chunin. Often, 4 such teams were stationed along a 100-kilometer stretch of border, ensuring rapid response to emergencies. Of course, this was often difficult to achieve, as defending such a long border with just 4 teams wasn't easy. This was also due to the existence of sentient ninjas. Otherwise, even more ninjas would have been needed. With so many ninjas, how could food, drink, and training cost so much? No wonder there were so many wars in the ninja world. Without using up some of the village's ninja, the finances couldn't sustain themselves. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Peace in the ninja world is a difficult issue. In his previous life, Kenichi Amemiya even read comments suggesting that Uchiha Madara's plot death was primarily due to Naruto's inability to offer a more peaceful solution. Even on Blue Planet, peace is a precious commodity, let alone Naruto. Small nations are powerless against the old rogues. It's like striking oil. While they possess wealth, they also attract the attention of the ninja. The same is true of the ninja world. Kenichi Amemiya even believes that the Hokage's power map was designed based on the 5 great rogues, the 5 great nations, fighting each other and preventing the war from spreading to their home territories, allowed for the existence of smaller nations. However, once a war broke out, the opinions of the smaller nations became irrelevant. The fighting continued as it was supposed to. Achieving peace in the ninja world under these circumstances was nothing short of a pipe dream. Nagato's solution wasn't very feasible. Even Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi seemed more feasible than Nagato's. Of course, it was later revealed that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a hoax. If they were truly struck by the infinite Tsukuyomi, they would simply be transformed into white Zetsu by the divine tree in a fantasy world, becoming Kaguya Satsuki's backup weapon against the Satsuki clan. While Kenichi Amemiya was curious about the usefulness of those useless white Zetsu, considering the combat power of Naruto, Sasuke, and the Cage, who could easily defeat tens of thousands of white Zetsu, not to mention the Satsuki clan's cheating prowess, it's hard to say that white Zetsu's true purpose lies in Kaguya Satsuki's hands. After all, Kaguya Satsuki was a woman, even married and bearing 2 sons. Of course, she was later sealed away by her sons. But she was also a woman with fertility. So, even though the Satsuki clan is a civilization capable of space travel, are they still using the most common methods of reproduction? Kenichi Amemiya mused that Satsuki clan's technological level must be quite advanced. At least they've mastered the divine tree's cultivation capabilities and can even conduct interstellar travel. However, the duration of this travel seems to be a problem, not reaching the level of wormhole-like curve jumps. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense that it'd taken so long to reach the ninja world after realizing something might be amiss with Kaguya Satsuki and the others. Peace, Amemiya Kenichi mused. Nagato's primary obsession was fulfilling the wish of his deceased friend, Yahiko. So relying solely on Mitsuki to get Nagato to follow him was a bit of a challenge. So, we had to find a way to resolve this issue, even if it meant proposing a possibility, a more plausible one. Of course, the biggest problem remained Black Zetsu, a formidable opponent. Although Kotomatsukami is known as the most powerful illusion, it's unclear if it would work against Black Zetsu. Amemiya Kenichi slowed his pace. It seemed that dealing with Black Zetsu would require direct force, and that shouldn't be too difficult. Today's update is a bit late, because I was forced to stay up all night last night. In the dead of night, the neighbors next door started making a scene, smashing things and even breaking windows. They called the police, and they arrived. I finally felt a little sleepy, but the noise started again, and I was stuck in a state of half sleep. Chapter 166, Hot Spring Village and the Immortal Hidden. We want peace, not war. Keep those damn wars away from us. The god of ninjas says he doesn't like war. Peace is our only hope and future. Looking at the whining scumbags holding signs as they passed by, Amemiya Kenichi's expression grew strange. He had never imagined such absurdities existed in the ninja world. There was only one ninja village in the land of rivers, Uchiha. This place had once been home to mercenaries and a gathering place for many ninja. Now that the 3 ninja world wars were over, the area had slowly withered. If it weren't for the missions brought to Konoha by the previous battles with the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Iwa village, its decline might have been even faster. After arriving in the land of rivers, Amemiya Kenichi's sights turned to Uchiha. After all, according to Nagato, the 2 Akatsuki ninjas who had gone on a mission had gone missing in Uchiha, so it was only natural that Amemiya Kenichi followed them. But what he hadn't expected was that Uchiha village, once renowned for its mercenary war organization, had now become what it was. Villagers holding signs and marching were everywhere, and even Amemiya Kenichi spotted some ninja joining in. Could those 2 ninjas have been inspired to join these peace-loving organizations? Amemiya Kenichi observed the passing crowd, speechless. The ninja world held a strangely elusive scene. Small nations pursue peace, while larger nations pursue profit. However, the latter often sought profit through war. Amemiya Kenichi had lived in Konoha for so long, and he had never witnessed a peace march. Instead, the people of Konoha often discussed how to avenge their families. Generations of blood feuds had engendered deep-seated hatred among the 5 major nations. Peace? Huh? Amemiya Kenichi scoffed. He didn't believe in peace. At least, given the current state of the ninja world, peace was an illusory thing. Even Uzumaki Naruto, the future Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the child of prophecy, and the reincarnation of the 6 Paths Sage's son, could not bring peace to the ninja world. After the 4th Shinobi World War, the 5 great nations remained as they had always been. The apparent peace was merely a surrender to the overwhelming power of Naruto and Sasuke. If no new, supremely powerful force emerged after their deaths, the 5th Shinobi World War would be a distant prospect. Right, these guys are just disgusting. Ugh, a young voice called out. Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow, then turned to look and saw a shirtless boy vomiting at the protesters. Of course, he didn't actually vomit, but his movements and demeanor seemed genuine. This scene naturally drew the attention of others, but Kenichi Amemiya noticed that upon seeing the boy, they didn't criticize him, but simply walked past him silently. It was clear that they were somewhat wary of him, which piqued Kenichi's interest. Kenichi Amemiya had noticed the brat a long time ago, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, encountering other things in the ninja world might be strange, but encountering people wasn't at all. If he'd encountered a ghost, Kenichi Amemiya would have been interested to see if it could withstand a single blow from his ninjutsu, but unfortunately, he had never encountered one. You seem annoyed with these people. Kenichi Amemiya observed the boy in front of him with interest. He wasn't very old, and his bare chest made him look frail. In other words, he would have been called a thin dog in a previous life. Kenichi Amemiya even worried that, if he hit him, he might accidentally kill him with a punch. Yeah, full of nonsense, and you still say peace. I don't give a damn about him. The boy spat and stood up. Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow. He hadn't realized he was once a hot-tempered teenager. At this moment, Kenichi Amemiya noticed the guy's face. It looked familiar. Hey, big brother, I'm Hidden. Are you a ninja from somewhere else? Hidden casually extended his hand, speaking with a cocky air. A flash of surprise crossed Amemiya Kenichi's eyes, but he quickly shook his hand with a smile. Compared to him, he could indeed be considered the big brother, but he had never imagined that one day Hidden would actually call him that. It was truly hard to put into words. If Amemiya Kenichi still didn't know the other person's identity, he would truly be ashamed of his roommate in college who used to yell K-moji in a rather coquettish tone during playtime. Yes, I came to the hot spring village to run some business. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, then his eyes fell on the other person's neck, where he could see a unique necklace. There was a strange mark on the necklace, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't know if it was proof that Hidden had joined the Evil God Society. He also didn't know exactly when Hidden joined the Evil God Society. He only knew that in the future, Hidden joined the Akatsuki organization and became his colleague. The ring on his finger still seemed to have the number 3, and he and the older mortal Kakuzu formed an immortal duo. Brother, I really like your personality. Do you want to join me in religion? With the help of our gods, you can definitely accomplish your goals. Hidden asked directly, and Amemiya Kenichi raised an eyebrow. The god Hidden mentioned actually intrigued Amemiya Kenichi. After all, that god was truly miraculous, granting Hidden immortality, allowing him to survive, even if torn to pieces. This ability was extremely tricky. If a direct confrontation with Hidden was the first time, not knowing his abilities would easily put him at a disadvantage. This is why ninjas in the ninja world like to say that battle is a war of intelligence. Of course, this immortality wasn't absolute. Using ninjutsu like Yin Yang Tsuku could negate Hidden's immortality. Furthermore, Hidden wasn't particularly strong and was later captured by Shikamaru. He was simply buried alive, and without nourishment, he would die. Hidden's immortality is more like an immunity to death, but the range of death he can escape is very limited, as it relates to ninjutsu attacks and physical attacks. Of course, some people like to compare Hidden to Kagami. There's debate about whether Kagami can actually kill Hidden, but Kenichi Amemiya doesn't think it's a big deal, considering he was the one who nearly kicked the final blow. Can I take a look around first? Kenichi Amemiya smiled. He was quite interested in the evil god behind Hidden. This level of immortality was quite impressive, even though it was said to be a curse. Cursing someone into immortality wasn't something that ordinary people could do. Of course, Hidden was instantly excited. He didn't have any particular hobbies. His first was to torture his enemies and offer sacrifices to his god. His second was to convert others to religion and contribute to the spread of the god's faith. So, Hidden simply pulled Kenichi Amemiya away from the chaotic streets. You look like a wise man. How can we ninjas beg for peace all day? It's disgusting. Kenichi Amemiya found Hidden, who was walking ahead, rambling, amused. When he first watched Naruto and learned of Hidden's abilities, Kenichi Amemiya thought he should study medicine and openly handle ninja blood. Of course, that might not suit Hidden's personality, but Hidden was incredibly potent against women. After all, he could easily threaten the female ninja of an entire village simply by rummaging through a trash can. Even in the ninja world, female ninjas had periods, though they were relatively harsh. He remembered that Hidden's unique jutsu involved licking blood into his mouth and sanitary napkins. Thinking of this, Kenichi Amemiya's expression shifted slightly. Hidden, your Shinto cult is so powerful, so you must have encountered some outsiders recently. Kenichi Amemiya hadn't forgotten his mission. Nagato had assigned him to investigate the disappearance of its members. Before this, Kenichi Amemiya had been puzzled by what threat the Land of Rivers could pose to the Akatsuki members, but now, looking at Hidden before him, he understood. He even suspected that the 2 missing members had likely been murdered by Hidden's cult. However, asking directly would have been foolish, so Kenichi Amemiya sought a more indirect approach. Of course they are. A while ago, 2 idiots tried to pry into the secrets of our cult, but we captured them and sacrificed them to the gods. Hidden replied simply, and Kenichi Amemiya nodded. It seemed as he had suspected, the 2 companions had died at the hands of these people. Furthermore, these people had unique abilities, so it wasn't surprising that they'd be caught off guard. Even Asuma Sarutobi had perished at Hidden's hands. Soon, Hidden led him to a secluded residence. Kenichi Amemiya surveyed the area, but there was no sign of any evil spirits. High Priest, someone wants to offer sacrifices to our god. Hidden brought Amemiya Kenichi directly to the room, and Amemiya Kenichi also saw the person inside. An old man with a big beard, who looked quite immortal, was still muttering something there. After hearing Hidden's words, he raised his head and looked over. At first glance, he looked like an old swindler, and the other party was also bare-chested, with a necklace around his neck. Chapter 167 Sincerity is required to see God. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Hidden beside him, then at the high priest he was referring to. Could it be that this evil god's cult required its members to be shirtless? If that's the case, and if it's universally accepted, then I really don't need to be a gangster. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, but he knew that was unlikely. After all, Hidden, aside from his disdain for life and reverence for the evil god, didn't harbor any negative emotions. So it certainly wasn't some horrific ritual of the uncovered conference. Perhaps it was Hidden's own custom, or a requirement placed on him by these people, or perhaps the cult required all men to dress this way. If that were the case, Amemiya Kenichi had no interest. Oh. Anyone who wishes to join our god's church is our brother. The old man laughed heartily. Amemiya Kenichi noticed that the man's smile had become even more friendly after he noticed his ninja equipment. Excuse me, is there any sutra you need to teach me? Could you please explain it to me? Amemiya Kenichi asked with a smile. To be honest, he had no interest in worshipping this god, but he wanted to learn more about him. Gods have always been synonymous with power. Omniscience and omnipotence are often attributed to them, but the extent of their power is a matter of apprehension. Of course, there are gods in the world of Naruto, otherwise, it's impossible to explain Hidden's abilities. Furthermore, Amemiya Kenichi's sealing scroll contains the masks of the Shinigami, imprisoning the souls of the deceased. He also remembered the Shinigami's appearance, though they looked rather sillier. It was like a large, more unusual summoning beast. He might dare to summon the soul of the Shodaime, but what about the Six Paths Sage? Or Kaguya Satsuki? He wouldn't dare, even if he had 10 times the courage. Furthermore, these so-called evil gods and Shinigami have shown no signs of surfacing lately, and the Pure Land is directly controlled by the Six Paths Sage. It's possible he's watching him now. With this thought, Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but glance around. He didn't see the Six Paths Sage, but he did see something even stranger in the room. The room was practically barren save for some simple furniture. The so-called high priest pulled a thick book from his trousers and handed it to Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya looked at the book, which still seemed to hold his body temperature, and smiled kindly. Never mind. With such a thick book, it's going to be hard for me to grasp the true meaning of my god. High priest, would you mind explaining it to me? Kenichi Amemiya asked with a smile. He wouldn't take it, never in his lifetime. Who knew where this old man had put such a thick book before? He didn't seem to have any place on his body where he could hide anything, so Kenichi Amemiya doubted he'd find excessive levels of Vikali. Of course, no problem. My god was born from. The high priest patiently explained their deity in a perfectly accurate broadcast voice. Hidden, standing nearby, was mesmerized. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at him. This unfortunate child had been brainwashed by these people. A good ninja, now a pervert. Although the current Hidden was already quite perverted, at least he seemed to be salvageable, while the future Hidden was hopeless. The old man's words were very long, but Kenichi Amemiya summarized them using his experience as a Chinese class representative in middle and high school. He condensed them into 5 words. This god is terrible. Well, to expand on this, the god they believed in was born before humans appeared, and it was this god who brought chakra energy to the world and taught his disciple, the Sage of Six Paths. Later, tired, the god gave up his throne, leaving the Sage of Six Paths to care for the world, while he went on to save the world, eliminate various crises, and then began to brag. Then, may I ask, if gods are so corrupt, why do people always talk about the Six Paths Sage and not gods? Amemiya Kenichi chuckled playfully. In his previous life, this story, well, it seems some fools still believed it, but it was still quite unpopular. After all, we weren't fools. Such stories were outrageous, and without any miracles, who would believe them? Most people these days are very realistic. If faith doesn't bring them tangible benefits, many won't believe it. It's just that the people of this world haven't experienced a pandemic like the Black Death. So naturally, there aren't many stories that would destroy their understanding of gods. Of course it's because God saved the world. That's why this Six Paths Sage has such a great reputation. What a despicable guy. He doesn't even know how to properly worship gods. Hidden said angrily. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Good boy, you're making up stories about the Six Paths Sage like this, which means he's already in the Pure Land. Otherwise, I'd definitely come up here and give you a good slap. And yet, the so-called high priest seemed to agree. Next, Amemiya Kenichi expressed his desire to join the cult, which instantly delighted the old man. After some discussion, Amemiya Kenichi finally understood why the high priest resided in this location. Underneath the building was a large sacrificial site, seemingly connected to other locations. It was also here that Amemiya Kenichi saw the appearance of Hidden's evil deity. Two snake heads crossed atop a cat's body, with bat wings, horse hooves, and a furry wolf's tail at its back, a hodgepodge of features. However, the craftsmanship was surprisingly refined, and in a previous life, it would have been considered realistic. High Priest, can we communicate with the deity? Amemiya Kenichi asked curiously. He had already found his two companions, and they were in a state of distress. This reminded Amemiya Kenichi of the two extra police officers he had played with in Resident Evil 4 in his previous life. Now that the mission was complete, his confusion was finally resolved. Kenichi Amemiya was deeply intrigued by these gods. They clearly possess mysterious powers, immense compared to those of ordinary ninjas. But for powerful ninjas, ninjutsu and chakra were everything. Otherwise, these so-called gods wouldn't be living as furtively as rats. If before, they were afraid of Kaguya Satsuki and the Sage of the Six Paths, then what about now? Both Kaguya Satsuki and the Sage of the Six Paths were no longer in the ninja world. Kaguya Satsuki was sealed away, and the Sage of the Six Paths remained in the Pure Land. What were these gods afraid of? Of course they can, but that requires your faith in the gods. Only with sufficient faith can the gods answer your prayers, the High Priest said solemnly. Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow. It was actually possible? I believe my faith in the gods is very strong. Kenichi Amemiya wanted to see what kind of being this god was. Really? But I don't see any sincerity in your heart. The High Priest shook his head. His muscular body even gleamed in the candlelight. He wondered how he managed it. Did he grease his pecs? But what was this sincerity? After a pause, Amemiya Kenichi thought of a possibility. After all, this sect was so poor, and they lived like rats, sneaking around. So, was it? Is this enough sincerity for you? Amemiya Kenichi pulled out 100,000 taels from the sealing scroll, and pressed it into the High Priest's hand. How can sincerity toward God be like this? You just need to focus on your prayers. The High Priest's face was serious, and Amemiya Kenichi understood that the money wasn't enough. What about this sincerity? Amemiya Kenichi thrust in another 1 million taels. He wasn't in a hurry, nor was he stingy with his money. It was marked with natural energy. If the High Priest took it, he could follow the clues and find the hidden place of the money. Alas, child, the gods don't value this kind of dirt. The High Priest sighed, a look of confusion on his face. What about this? Amemiya Kenichi immediately took out 30 million ryo. Child, you truly respect the gods. The gods have just issued an oracle, asking me to lead you in receiving the baptism of the gods and listening to the gods' gifts. The High Priest suddenly smiled like a flower. Hidden, standing beside him, also looked as if it was a matter of course. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at him. This unfortunate child must have been brainwashed. Using money to measure one's sincerity to the gods? Wouldn't people like Kado become fanatics? This god was too cheap, no different from those guys selling indulgences. But it didn't matter. He just wanted to meet this so-called god. As for the money, he didn't worry. He could get it back at any time. Who knew he could even make a fortune? After all, a horse can't grow fat without wild grass. But after Amemiya Kenichi followed him in, he felt that his intelligence was insulted. He didn't see any gods at all, but he keenly sensed that a short figure was hiding in this special baptismal platform and blowing air on him. Then he made some mumblings, and the voice was very small and the tone was very strange, but it was definitely not a language. Then this so-called baptism was over, and Amemiya Kenichi gloriously got a low-quality necklace and became a member of this church. Then the question is, how did Fiden get the body of the immortal god? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the necklace in his hand with some disgust, but still observed it carefully. It was just a very ordinary low-quality necklace, and it was made of iron. It was so sad that these guys were unwilling to use silver. Chapter 168. Look, God is dead. Hidden, come to think of it, have you ever seen a god? Kenichi Amemiya asked, looking at Hidden beside him, and at the same time, put a piece of barbecue into his mouth. After leaving the underground sacrificial site just now, Kenichi Amemiya invited Hidden to eat barbecue in the hot spring village, and Hidden seemed very happy. The only problem was that he kept telling Kenichi Amemiya about the various evils of the gods, and Kenichi Amemiya's ears were almost calloused. Huh. Of course I have seen it. The gods also gave me the supreme gift. Hidden said with admiration. He is really a fanatic. Gift. Kenichi Amemiya suddenly became interested. So does Hidden have an immortal body now? This made Kenichi Amemiya's eyes look dangerous when he looked at Hidden. He now wanted to draw a tube of blood from Hidden to study it. I don't know what Hidden's body looks like now. Will there be some hidden changes? Yes, God has granted me the power of immortality. Hidden's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Amemiya Kenichi watched this scene thoughtfully. Judging by Hidden's expression, brainwashing him back into a normal life would likely be difficult. However, Amemiya Kenichi knew a great deal about brainwashing techniques. After all, brainwashing had been used extensively in previous lives. The former Lighthouse Nation even suspected that the once great nation possessed some form of brainwashing technology, and Red Alert was used to smear that nation. God, if this is true, can I also possess such a gift? Amemiya Kenichi knew the proper course of action when dealing with such a person, to cater to their needs, so he also displayed a certain enthusiasm. Hidden, seeing Amemiya Kenichi's expression, seemed delighted, though he remained serious when mentioning the gift. This gift isn't something you can obtain casually. I pray every day, dedicating my everything to God, even my soul, to earn his attention, Hidden said solemnly, before performing his daily prayer ritual for Amemiya Kenichi. It possesses a distinctly postmodern artistic style. Even the language is incomprehensible, but it's incredibly eye-catching, reminiscent of watching the opening ceremony of an Olympic nation in a past life. So who led you to the divine gift? Amemiya frowned slightly. Could it really be that praying like this every day could grant divine grace? If so, wouldn't this evil cult be completely wiped out? Of course it was the high priest. The high priest led me through the divine test. It was extremely painful, so I had to be bound. But because of the pain, I was able to see the divine. After all, it's a divine being, and how could it be so easily seen? Hidden said matter-of-factly. Amemiya pondered the sizzling pork belly on the iron plate. A test? Pain? And bound. Isn't your test a bit unorthodox? However, Amemiya understood how Hidden obtained divine grace. It was through the high priest, and he suspected it was likely related to some ritual or experiment. This is truly interesting. Amemiya Kenichi let out a faint smile. He hadn't expected such a remarkable discovery to emerge from the small nation of Koei-Kuni. The ninja world was truly filled with talented individuals, like Shannon in the supporting cast of evil god worshippers from Koei-Kuni. In the anime, these individuals were merely mentioned briefly, mere background information, but he hadn't expected them to make such remarkable discoveries. Hidden, you said God is omnipotent and omniscient, right? Armed with the information he sought, Amemiya Kenichi gave up the role-playing game. He smiled at Hidden and asked, picking up the grilled meat from the teppanyaki grill. Yes, God is truly great. He is omniscient and omnipotent. He is the one and only true God in the ninja world. Hidden didn't catch the playful undertone in Amemiya Kenichi's tone. He spoke seriously. It was hopeless, truly hopeless. This guy was a complete zealot, a die-hard believer. He'd probably kill his entire family if God told him to. So, can God create a rock that he can't lift? Amemiya Kenichi asked with a smile. The divine paradox was a well-known paradox from his past life. After all, God was touted as omniscient and omnipotent. But if he couldn't create a rock that he couldn't lift, then he wasn't omniscient. And if he created it, but couldn't lift it, then he wasn't omnipotent. This paradox was so famous in his past life that Amemiya Kenichi once used it to reject a classmate who kept trying to get him to join his church. Of course. Hidden said confidently. If even God can't lift it, then that proves he isn't omnipotent, right? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Hidden with a smile, as if he were watching an animal caught in a trap. Hidden's brain was clearly a little inadequate. After all, he had believed in God his entire life, and he had always believed that God was omnipotent. But Amemiya Kenichi's question left him bewildered. Kenichi Amemiya ate the barbecue with a chuckle, then stood up and headed for the door. As he passed Hidden, he patted Hidden's shoulder and whispered, if your God can't create a rock he can't lift, then he's not omniscient and omnipotent, right? Kenichi Amemiya was like a demon, tempting a fervent believer in his deity. This tactic wouldn't have worked in his previous life, as devout believers had already discussed the issue and developed a number of responses or excuses. Of course, it still held a strong appeal in the ninja world. After all, judging by Hidden's expression, Kenichi Amemiya knew no one had ever asked him that question before, and Hidden clearly didn't know how to respond. Kenichi Amemiya paid the bill, leaving Hidden sitting there, and then went to the high priest's house. "Son, what do you want to talk to me about?" The high priest was enthusiastic, still shirtless, and even asked Kenichi Amemiya to do the same, but Kenichi refused. He wasn't a pervert. "Your Excellency, High Priest, I would like to ask you something." Amemiya Kenichi repeated the question, eager to see how the High Priest would respond. "My child, God is omniscient and omnipotent. Under these circumstances, creating a stone that even he cannot lift is naturally unreasonable," the High Priest said with a smile, and Amemiya Kenichi nodded. "See, what does professionalism mean?" This question had certainly never been asked before, but the High Priest was able to give a reasonably reasonable answer upon hearing it, demonstrating that this old charlatan is indeed quite skilled in this area. No wonder he managed to rise to the position of High Priest. "Then I would like to ask Your Excellency, High Priest, did you keep any records of the experimental procedures conducted on Hidden? I'd love to know how Hidden acquired that special body." Lightning streaks crossed Amemiya Kenichi's eyes. "You." The High Priest's expression darkened, but before he could finish, two kune were pressed against his throat and heart, respectively. "Let's get to the point. I'm not that idiotic ninja called Hidden." Amemiya Kenichi smiled at the High Priest before him. He was curious if the High Priest possessed any special powers, perhaps similar to Hidden's, or if Hidden was the sect's ace fighter. If so, then this evil god was truly impressive. "The gods are watching me," the High Priest said with a smile. Then, a surge of immense force emanated from him, sending two of Amemiya Kenichi's shadow clones flying and crashing heavily to the ground. "I'm the incarnation of the gods walking on earth." The High Priest took a step, and in the next second, he appeared before Amemiya Kenichi at astonishing speed. It wasn't a teleportation technique, but it was faster than that. "The gods are omnipotent." The High Priest's eyes glowed red, and his muscles suddenly swelled, veins and veins densely covering his arms. Then, a punch struck. Kenichi Amemiya activated his Sharingan, and could clearly see the old man's fist blast, even striking the air, creating a shockwave that headed straight for his head. This surprised Kenichi Amemiya. It was a bit like Ake's evening elephant, though not quite as powerful. "Wow, you're a Malay priest, right?" Kenichi Amemiya leaped back, crouching in the doorway, staring at the High Priest in amazement. This old man wasn't just a charlatan. He actually had some power. This surprised Kenichi Amemiya. Strange things really do happen every year. He had originally thought this old charlatan was just a powerless con man, but he hadn't expected him to actually have some power. God's gaze can reach across the stars. The old man instantly appeared before Kenichi Amemiya. By then, the building had already collapsed, and the people outside looked on in horror. "God loves the world." The old man opened his mouth, and a stream of fireballs erupted from it. Kenichi Amemiya easily blocked the old man's fireballs with a water barrier. "Goodness, isn't there something wrong with your god's love for humanity? He turns people into barbecue to love, right? Is your god the barbecue god?" Amemiya Kenichi looked at the High Priest with amusement. For the first time, the High Priest showed anger. He was now curious. How on earth did this old man master these abilities? He hadn't observed him before, and he couldn't tell if he was a ninja. He didn't have any chakra concentration, so how did he do it? It couldn't be divine magic, could it? If he was so powerful, why would he hide in a place like this to form a small group? Wouldn't it be better to rule the Uchiha village directly? "You blasphemous heretic." The High Priest rushed towards Amemiya Kenichi. Interesting. Amemiya Kenichi instantly reached the top of the tallest building in Uchiha village. Looking at the High Priest rapidly approaching him below, he quickly formed hand seals. The next moment, the High Priest was greeted by a sky full of fire dragons. Countless fire dragons densely packed the sky, dancing around Amemiya Kenichi. The scorching heat even distorted the air, and Amemiya Kenichi's figure was blurred. "Run." The Yunin village below erupted in chaos. Cries of terror erupted as the people fled in a fright and rage. The blurry figure of Kenichi Amemiya was reflected in their terrified eyes. Roar. Countless fire dragons roared as they charged towards the high priest below. The high priest, utterly furious, could only helplessly deal with the scorching heat. Watching this scene, Kenichi Amemiya pondered. What should we call this move? Should we just call it Senjutsu, endless fire dragon? Vast swaths of chakra were drawn out, forming dragon after dragon in the air, which then charged relentlessly towards the high priest. No, that name was a bit lame. He was almost as bad at naming as a yondaime. I am. The high priest's furious voice echoed from the flames, but soon died away. The next moment, a charred figure plummeted from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Kenichi Amemiya dispersed the dense swarm of fire dragons. The old man, not particularly powerful, hummed a tune as he casually pulled a revered from a nearby burning building. The old man's body trembled on the ground, visibly wanting to stand and continue the fight with Kenichi Amemiya, but he was now almost an acquaintance, so naturally, he lacked the energy. The shape is a little off, Kenichi Amemiya said, looking at the straight revered. He grasped it with his bare hands, and, with a push, bent one side. Then, considerately, he made a dent in the middle of the bent side, and that was it. That's it, Kenichi Amemiya said, a satisfied smile on his face as he looked at the object in his hand. He approached the charred high priest, who was now barely breathing, his eyes blinded by the fire dragon, their eyeballs cooked through by the intense heat. A sprinkle of cumin could even be a good addition to a KFC lunch. Kenichi Amemiya couldn't help but grumble. Tell me, Your Excellency the High Priest, where is what I want? Kenichi Amemiya squatted beside the High Priest, and looked at him with a smile. Point God, will not forgive, the High Priest said weakly. Got. Chapter 169. What is Feeden best suited for? Haven't you become a follower of my God? Hidden looked distressed, like an innocent boy being deceived. Amemiya Kenichi wanted to laugh. This Hidden really made one speechless. He was a ninja, not very young, yet he acted so innocent and childish, that Amemiya Kenichi couldn't help but sigh. This poor kid had truly been brainwashed. Yes, but look, I've apostatized now, and I even killed the high priest. Amemiya Kenichi pointed at the motionless high priest below. The old man was quite fierce, but that was all. But what about the omniscient and omnipotent God? Why didn't he bring down divine punishment on me? Amemiya Kenichi shrugged, a look of wanting a beating on his face. He hadn't angered any supposedly omniscient and omnipotent God, although he was eager to see him emerge. Instead, he had angered Hidden, who immediately drew the weapon he carried on his back, a unique scythe. Kenichi Amemiya remembered it as the Three Moons Scythe, a unique weapon whose most distinctive feature was its 3 sickle blades. It might seem a bit redundant, but it actually fits Hidden's fighting style perfectly. All he needed to do was obtain the opponent's blood. With that, he could unleash his technique and effectively inflict a severe threat. While this technique seemed unstoppable, it also had significant limitations. Without blood, he couldn't perform it. Kenichi Amemiya suspected it might have some connection to the soul. Simply put, it was a ninjutsu that attacked the soul, with blood acting as a medium, allowing damage inflicted on Hidden to be transmitted intact to the opponent. Whether this was indeed the case required further investigation. I will kill you, you blasphemous heretic. Hidden roared angrily. Looking at the charging Hidden, Kenichi Amemiya felt a touch of disappointment. He had thought his words might have some effect on the unfortunate child. He hadn't expected his words to have any effect on the unfortunate child. He had been brainwashed for so long, and it seemed like nothing he could say would do the trick now. If that was the case, he decided to capture him and experiment on him. The other party wouldn't die, which was quite an interesting trait. Kenichi Amemiya wanted to see if such a person could withstand the erosion of the first generation cells. His teacher would be delighted to know. Don't you call yourself a believer in God? Then why hasn't your God stepped forward to bestow divine punishment on me? Kenichi Amemiya chuckled, mocking Hidden's faith. Hidden's eyes turned red when he heard this. You need blood to use that ability, right? Kenichi Amemiya looked at Hidden, who was swinging his scythe towards his neck, and a hint of a smile appeared. Hidden was stunned for a moment. How did this person know of his ability? He remembered that he had never used his special ninjutsu in front of Kenichi Amemiya before. That's incredible. Then try this? Kenichi Amemiya's three Magatama flashed before Hidden's eyes. Hidden froze, but he quickly broke through the illusion cast by Kenichi Amemiya. Kenichi Amemiya wasn't surprised. He wasn't using his full strength, and Hidden, after all, possessed considerable strength. Being able to break through illusions wasn't surprising. The March scythe now slashed towards Kenichi Amemiya's neck, and his body instantly dissipated. Hidden's pupils constricted. It was a shadow clone. He swiftly struck behind him, but there was nothing there. Looking up, he saw Kenichi Amemiya crouched against a nearby tree trunk. If I didn't know your abilities, a taijutsu ninja might have trouble with you, but if I knew, there would be countless ways to deal with you. Kenichi Amemiya rested his chin on Hidden's shoulder, looking at him. Was Hidden strong? Of course he was, but not incredibly so. His greatest strength was his reckless willingness to trade injuries. He wouldn't die, but the same couldn't be said for the other party. Sarutobi Asuma's future was only possible because Asuma had never encountered someone as unique as Hidden, and therefore was slower in gathering intelligence, allowing Hidden to draw his blood. With Kakuzu nearby to hold Asuma back, his death was a foregone conclusion. Don't underestimate my god. Hidden glared at Kenichi Amemiya angrily. He bit his finger and drew a special symbol on his body. But before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck, piercing his stomach and leaving a hole. You're so despicable. Hidden cursed angrily, leaving Kenichi Amemiya speechless. Reality isn't anime. Enemies don't have to wait for you to finish your words or complete the necessary steps. Isn't it better to kill them quickly if you can? Reality doesn't have a time-stopping feature for the protagonist to speak, nor does it require you to wait for an enemy to transform before you finish. You're still alive. Kenichi Amemiya exclaimed, looking at the still active Hidden. With a body pierced like that, and the wound already fully formed, most people would have declared themselves dead long ago, but Hidden was still alive, even able to perform ninjutsu and attack him. He was a perfect test subject. At this thought, Amemiya Kenichi clapped his hands together, then pulled a lightning forged sword from his left hand and grasped it. I will cut you into 5 pieces, and take you back. He formed hand seals, creating several shadow clones that approached Hidden. Though Hidden struggled desperately, he was no more a problem than he was now. Soon, Hidden was chopped into 5 pieces, his head falling to the ground, but even then, Hidden continued to curse. He ignored the impotent and furious Hidden. He had originally wanted to see if he could recruit him, but he was so brainwashed that he didn't bother playing games with him. He simply cut Hidden down beforehand, hoping he could use him later if he achieved enlightenment. Until then, Hidden would be used as a research tool and a tool for studying the evil god. Once he figured out the source of Hidden's special properties, he could mass produce his own, and Hidden's importance would naturally be greatly diminished. Where's my money? Amemiya Kenichi opened the entrance to the sacrificial ground below and slipped inside. Sensing the natural energy he'd left on the money, he soon found a hidden vault. The vault was now open, revealing numerous shirtless and black-robed figures moving items. Amemiya Kenichi felt a pang of pain at the sight. This is my money. Amemiya Kenichi cursed as he rushed in, dispatching the followers of the evil god church one by one. He encountered a few who tried to resist, but their strength was far inferior. Compared to the high priest, these men seemed like pure conmen, at best trained ordinary men. They might be enough to deal with ordinary people, but they were far too weak to handle Amemiya Kenichi. Looking at the vault filled with treasure, Amemiya Kenichi smiled with satisfaction. He wondered how this tiny evil god church had amassed so much wealth. Amemiya Kenichi roughly estimated the amount of money here to be at least 600 million. While this wouldn't be a problem for a large ninja village like Konoha, it was quite a bit for this tiny evil god church. Of course, all of these people had changed their surnames to Amemiya Kenichis. Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi also removed the bodies of his 2 unfortunate colleagues. After all, it was a mission assigned by Nagato, and he needed to bring back something to prove his point. After the looting was almost complete, Amemiya Kenichi returned to the Uchiha village. It was deserted at that moment, and upon emerging, he saw Hidden cursing. Honestly, this scene is quite frightening, Amemiya Kenichi observed, his head slumped to the ground. He found it strange that Hidden was still cursing. In his previous life, Hidden would have been sliced to pieces, and certainly here, he would suffer the same fate. You evil infidel. Hidden cursed, and then Amemiya Kenichi gagged him with Hidden's clothes, carrying him away in a bag. On the way back to the Land of Rain, Kenichi Amemiya took the opportunity to study Hidden. He discovered that despite Hidden's body being chopped into pieces, his blood showed no sign of flowing. Through the cuts, one could even see Hidden's muscles wriggling. Even the subcutaneous fat layer and other tissues remained active. If you were sent to medical school, you'd definitely be worshipped every day, Kenichi Amemiya said, grinning at Hidden's head. He was a ready-made living model. Hidden's eyes widened, his mood clearly irritated. He was likely the type to be silenced the moment he spoke, but Kenichi Amemiya kept gagging him, so he could only express his anger with his eyes. Hidden, tell me, will your god save you? After all, isn't he omniscient and omnipotent? Kenichi Amemiya asked with a smile. Hidden glared at Kenichi Amemiya angrily, but his eyes were firm, revealing his deep faith in his god. Along the way, Amemiya Kenichi waited for the arrival of the evil god, but he couldn't even find a ninja, let alone an evil god. When they finally arrived in the Land of Rain, Nagato's controlled pain fell before him, and Hidden wasn't saved by his god. What's this? Nagato looked at the bag in Amemiya Kenichi's hand in confusion. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Scientific research cannot be done without research funding, so Nagato, please send the money quickly. Ah, a lost dream. Amemiya Kenichi smiled. Hidden's curses had faded, his expression becoming more complex. It was clear he'd prayed numerous times for divine deliverance along the way, but apparently, no such deity appeared. Or perhaps, Amemiya Kenichi suspected, these so-called gods had been banished to some dark corner by the Sage of Six Paths, or simply no longer existed in the same dimension. What were the results of your investigation? Nagato glanced at the bag in Amemiya Kenichi's hand. He could sense a human body inside, but he didn't care. Dead, murdered by a cult there. Amemiya Kenichi simply released the bodies of his two colleagues. Their deaths were so horrific that he didn't bother to reassemble them, so he only took back some spare parts. Nagato frowned at the two released ninjas, then shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the bodies were buried in the earth, completing the ritual burial. Kenichi Amemiya looked at Nagato oddly. This guy was really handy. Running a funeral home or something would surely be quite lucrative, right? By the way, Chief, I've made some progress on my research, Kenichi Amemiya said, approaching with a smile. He hadn't been on many missions lately, and his contribution points weren't high enough, so he was still eager to research the Outer Path Demon statue. Now was a perfect opportunity. Kenichi Amemiya planned to present his sample number 23 to Nagato. A 10% increase in yield would be a minor breakthrough. As for the other sample, Kenichi Amemiya had no intention of releasing it. Good things should naturally be kept for oneself, and Nagato would only be given the export version. It was always better to keep a few things in reserve. Nagato paused, then remembered something Kenichi Amemiya had mentioned to him before. Could it be that crop yield had yielded results? 10%. I've developed an improved rice variety that increases yield by 10%. Kenichi Amemiya raised his finger proudly. A 10% increase in yield was quite impressive. 10%? Nagato frowned. He'd been thinking about some monumental discovery, but it was only 10%. Nagato had wandered before, had experienced periods of hunger, and so he had some understanding of crops. Generally speaking, in the Land of Rain, an acre of land yielded only about 400 kilograms of rice. A 10% increase in yield meant an extra 40 kilograms of grain per acre. 10 acres would yield an extra acre of yield. It was a pretty good result, though still a drop in the bucket. Very well, I'll calculate it, based on half of your contribution to previous missions. Nagato pondered for a moment. A 10% increase in yield wasn't bad, though it was better than nothing, but at least it gave him some hope. Can I study that giant now? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands excitedly. He knew the Outer Path Demon statue was the sacred tree, and that was why the Tatsuki clan planted trees throughout the universe. The sacred tree is also the source of chakra. According to the anime, the Tatsuki clan cultivates the tree in an attempt to absorb all of the chakra within their bodies, seemingly resulting in a powerful amplification effect. This is why Black Zetsu tricked Uchiha Madara into activating the infinite Tsukuyomi, gathering the chakra of all ninjas, and unleashing Kaguya Tatsuki, allowing her to reappear in this world. Kaguya possesses considerable abilities, including the Kekui network, the joint killing of ash bones, and the ability to freely shift dimensions. This demonstrates how a fully formed Tatsuki clan would be a formidable challenge for the current ninja world. Based on your contribution, completing another mission like the one in the Hidden Rock Village would be enough, Nagato said. Though he disliked Kenichi Amemiya, he remained deeply committed to the organization's mission. Is that so? Kenichi Amemiya curled his lips. He hadn't expected researching an Outer Path Demon statue to be so difficult. It seemed he'd need to find time to complete some missions, but not now. Over a month had passed since leaving the lab, and it was time to return to the lab to continue his research. Kenichi Amemiya planned to see if the breakthrough from 2 to 3 Nagatama was similar. By the way, one more thing, Nagato said, looking at Kenichi Amemiya, or thoughts suddenly coming to mind. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Nagato, but soon after, he heard a loud bang. Kenichi Amemiya turned his head and saw a massive object rising from the southwest corner of the rain village. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded. Nagato disappeared without a trace. The flames of the explosion dispersed. Kenichi Amemiya slowly typed out a question mark. What was that thing? And why did Nagato seem so skilled? When Nagato returned, Kenichi Amemiya noticed that he didn't look very well. It was strange. Pain was a puppet, but he could still read his expressions. That's what I need to tell you. Hurry, hurry, take Scorpion away immediately, Nagato said grimly. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at him. Wow, it looked like Nagato was really anxious, even calling Scorpion by name. Don't we all use code names when communicating internally? Amemiya Kenichi didn't miss the opportunity, staring at Nagato with a look of surprise and astonishment. Nagato's face darkened. Seeing Nagato's dangerous glare, Amemiya Kenichi knew that, if he continued to be naughty, Nagato would probably want to use Shinra Tensei directly on him, so he obediently accepted the task. By the way, Chief, these crop improvement research is extremely expensive. Can you allocate some funds from the organization to me? Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his hands and asked. What was he researching all this for? Wasn't it just to make money? With the support of the Root and Konoha, he felt he needed a financial sponsor, and the Akatsuki was the one he had his eye on. How much do you want? Nagato frowned, but he knew what Amemiya Kenichi said was true. Apart from anything else, the jutsu Konan had developed was incredibly expensive. The detonating tags were so expensive, it made Nagato's heart ache. And at least Amemiya Kenichi had produced some results before asking for money. Thinking about it, he seemed to have some conscience. Ahem, not much, not much. 10 billion will do for now. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his fingers together. 10 billion was enough for him to get a rough idea of the latest high-tech research products on the market. While he couldn't buy them all, it would definitely make his laboratory more comprehensive. Get lost. Nagato's face darkened. He desperately wanted to give Amemiya Kenichi a Shinra Tensei. Was this guy kidding him? 10 billion? How many missions would Kakuzu have to run to get that? Nagato still called Konan over, and she handed Amemiya Kenichi a scroll containing 100 million. Not a lot, but not a small amount either. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at Nagato, surprised that he'd actually given the money. The only problem was that Konan was incredibly reluctant to part with it, constantly glancing at his nails. Well, that made him a bit of an anomaly within the Akatsuki organization. Even the teachers had their nails painted, as did that old man Kakuzu, but he didn't. If your research progresses, I'll consider increasing your funding, Nagato said, and left. Konan glanced at Kenichi Amemiya's nails before following him. Kenichi Amemiya watched Nagato's departure. He'd been meaning to get the improved crop seeds out, but the time wasn't right yet. He'd have to get the seed number 23 back to Nagato. When he got back to the lab, it seemed Nagato was planning to promote the technology throughout the Land of Rain. Kenichi Amemiya didn't mind. A 10% increase in yield might be envious, but it wouldn't lead to gnashing of teeth in envy unless Nagato refused to sell them the seeds. Next, it was time to look at Scorpion. But what on earth did Scorpion come up with? What was that thing just now? A robot? Amemiya Kenichi complained as he ran. He couldn't see clearly just now. After all, it was too fast, but he did see a vague outline, what seemed to be a human figure, which made Amemiya Kenichi a little confused about what Scorpion had come up with while he was away. When Amemiya Kenichi ran over, he saw a huge fire, and Scorpion squatting on something in the fire, looking ahead. Amemiya Kenichi jumped to Scorpion's side and took a look, and then he saw all kinds of parts scattered on the ground. Hey, Kenichi, why are you here? Scorpion looked at Amemiya Kenichi with some surprise, but after noticing Amemiya Kenichi's complicated look, Scorpion became a little embarrassed and scratched his head. What are you doing? Amemiya Kenichi pointed at the things in front of him with a complicated expression and couldn't help but ask. Wasn't that guy at Anchor earlier? He said something about the energy being too high and the power being insufficient. I'll give it a try. Scorpion laughed awkwardly. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath. Holy crap, is that really the case? So, you've built a Gundam? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the scattered parts before him and roughly understood what Scorpion was up to. He'd actually built a Gundam, had he? But considering the special properties of chakra, Scorpion's idea wasn't a big deal. It was even quite reasonable. Chapter 171 Scorpion. One day, I will create a Mechagodzilla. Right, since the energy is too great to be dissipated, and therefore unusable, wouldn't it be possible to build something that can be consumed, and put it to perfect use? Scorpion said excitedly. Amemiya Kenichi rubbed his brow. Good thing, there was nothing wrong with that statement, and the idea was sound, but why did it feel off? Then why did your thing explode? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the scattered parts. He really didn't know how Scorpion had assembled it. It was truly miraculous. But even if he put it together, it wouldn't work. It would explode. He couldn't possibly be a Deidara, could he? If Deidara saw this, he'd probably be eager to discuss the art of explosions with Scorpion immediately. Ahem. We are still researching the reason. Scorpion's eyes drifted, and Amemiya Kenichi gave him a strange look. Good boy, why don't you just say you don't know? But he always wanted to save face, even Scorpion, so it wasn't surprising. Amemiya Kenichi now understood why Nagato had let him take Scorpion away. Someone playing with explosions next door every day is an art form, and anyone would be overwhelmed. And Nagato also has to deal with the flames caused by Scorpion's explosions. He just threw a Shinra Tensei. Gather all your things first. By the way, do you remember what happened with Anchor? Amemiya Kenichi asked Scorpion. Nagato's desire to keep Scorpion away from the Rain Village was exactly what he wanted. Scorpion is a wealthy man. While it's unknown where he gets all that money, it's certainly true. With Scorpion around, he could buy a lot of experimental equipment, and he's quite talented. While Scorpion's talent primarily lies in puppeteering and puppet creation, puppets are just that. Human puppets are puppets, so aren't Gundams also puppets? Is Mechagodzilla a puppet? Are puppets really that inconvenient? When the Tsutsuki clan arrives, they'll be greeted by Mechagodzilla, or even a Mecha Ultraman. The ninja world has always had plenty of cutting-edge technology. Remember, are there any research results? Upon hearing this, Scorpion's interest peaked. He knew of Anchor, of course. He'd coveted that flying fortress for a long time. If it weren't for the lingering issue of Zero Tail's chakra conversion, he'd have a flying laboratory straight away. Although there aren't concrete research results yet, I've noticed something. Zero Tail couldn't support Anchor before. After all, because of Anchor's weight. Amemiya Kenichi smiled, wrapping his arm around Scorpion's neck. But we don't need to go so big right now. We can just build a slightly smaller base and fly it up. Once Zero Tail grows, we can expand the test base, right? Amemiya Kenichi smiled. He'd been mistaken before, not considering this, but now he had figured it out. Anchor was so large that they had to wait for Zero Tail to grow, but they didn't need to wait. The lab wasn't that big. After all, Amemiya Kenichi's lab and the teacher's lab combined were only about the size of 2 football fields. Adding Scorpion's lab, they should be able to fly. So there's no need to pursue a fully formed Zero Tail right now. They can just get it flying first, then slowly grow it. The teacher already knows Zero Tail's information, so there's no need to worry about how to cultivate it. That's right. Since the energy output is limited, why not just create one that's suitable for that? Scorpion pounded his palm and fell into deep thought. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at Scorpion. What had he come up with? But it didn't matter what he thought. If Scorpion actually achieved something, it would be a great thing. Not bad, Scorpion. I'm counting on you to be the first person in the ninja world to achieve mechanical ascension. Amemiya Kenichi patted Scorpion's shoulder with a smile, and then joined Scorpion in collecting the parts. There were quite a few parts scattered here, of all kinds. Some of the mechanical parts looked a little crude, but that couldn't be helped, as the ninja world didn't have an industrialized production system. Precision. Precision. The word precision is very important. There was a saying in a past life that not even a single screw on a rocket could fail, but there were actually more than just screws. Cell phones, televisions, and computers couldn't go wrong either. While the ninja world had computers and could produce them, the craftsmanship here was still far behind what it had been in his past. However, Kenichi Amemiya didn't care. He could just catch up. Kenichi, by the way, what's that in your pocket? Scorpion couldn't help but ask. He'd asked before, but Kenichi Amemiya hadn't elaborated, which only intensified his curiosity. He's a man of great research value. He's indestructible. I could cut him into pieces, and he'd still be alive. Kenichi Amemiya shrugged. Hidden, then, was a future Akatsuki member. Of course, he probably couldn't become an Akatsuki member now, so he could only be used as experimental material. If he performed well and repented in the future, he might still be useful. Otherwise, that was the end of his life. Oh, there's such a person? Scorpion was immediately intrigued. While he knew the ninja world was vast and full of strange people, to be honest, this was the first time he'd heard of such a unique person. To have his head chopped off and still be alive, to still have the energy to curse, that was truly remarkable. Yes, that's why I'm thinking the myths and legends of those countries are inevitably true. Amemiya Ken nodded. The only problem was that he had never seen the god Hidden was talking about. He didn't know how to see him, but that didn't matter. Hidden was already in his possession, and there was always a chance to slowly refine him once he returned. Are you saying that the legendary desert god of our wind country Sand Village might be real? Sasori placed a large piece of the fragment in his hand into the ceiling scroll with interest. It's possible, but not certain. Amemiya Ken nodded. The desert god reminded him of the dog-headed beast, but Amemiya Ken felt it was most likely Shukaku. After all, Shukaku was a tailed beast, a sand-playing beast, and very powerful. It was only natural that people would spread rumors of him being the desert god. In the current ninja world, Amemiya Ken felt that the two most reliable and likely real figures were the evil god worshipped by Hidden and the god of death. After collecting Scorpion's parts, Amemiya Kenichi pulled out Hidden's head and showed it to Scorpion. Scorpion was amazed. In all his years as a ninja, he had never seen anyone like him. Hidden, why aren't you talking? Amemiya Kenichi teased Hidden. Previously, whenever Hidden spoke, he'd talked about gods, pagans, and so on. Unexpectedly, now that he was asked to speak, he remained silent. It was strange, considering he only had one head, yet he could still speak. Where did he get the energy? Was it drawn up from the trachea in his neck? Hidden remained silent. If it weren't for his eyes still moving, he'd be no different from a dead person. Amemiya Kenichi saw this and put him back into the bag. After all, as long as Hidden wasn't stitched up, he was basically a corpse, so there was nothing to worry about. Kenichi, I hear you say, doesn't this kid believe in a god? Scorpion was observing Hidden's arm. After all, seeing a living arm wasn't something easy to come by, and Scorpion was curious. Yes, but his god is obviously useless. Amemiya Kenichi shrugged. If there really were gods, Hidden wouldn't be in this state. Mirai was buried underground. According to Kishimoto, without nourishment, he would still die. By then, Hidden would probably have begun to stink. Therefore, it's clear that someone who can't even dig his own followers out of the ground can't be a powerful figure. Like the god of death, he probably needs some special method to unleash his power. You pagans. My god will definitely save me. Hearing Amemiya Kenichi and Sasori tease his god, Hidden was instantly enraged and began cursing again. How bizarre. You can curse at a human head? Sasori became even more intrigued, poking and prodding, and Amemiya Kenichi didn't stop him. He had heard a story about a devil, imprisoned in a magic lamp, and thrown into the sea. For the first 100 years, he vowed revenge. For the second 100, he begged anyone to rescue him, and he would grant them endless wealth. He promised to grant him beauties and power for the third 100 years. For the fourth 100 years, he vowed to serve whoever rescued him. For the fifth 100 years, he vowed to devour the heart and liver of whoever rescued him. Humans are complex creatures, and so are fanatics like Hidden. As long as his god failed to save him, Hidden's respect and worship for the god would transform into anger and resentment. Furthermore, he wouldn't be able to live a comfortable life during this period, and his teacher would undoubtedly subject him to various experiments. If it weren't for his ongoing research on the Sharingan, Amemiya Kenichi would have considered using Hidden as a test subject. Imagine Hidden suffering inhuman torture daily, constantly imagining his god coming to save him, but the god never reacted. What would Hidden think? If even this could sway his devotion to the god, then Amemiya Kenichi would have nothing to say. When Hidden died, he could still learn the limits of his immortality. With Hidden's body in his arms, he and Sasori journeyed from the land of rain to the land of rice, arriving outside his laboratory. As for the teacher's laboratory, Kenichi Amemiya didn't dare take Sasori there. After all, it was the teacher's lab, and if he took Sasori there, he'd probably be scolded by the teacher. Scorpion, stay in my lab for a while, Kenichi Amemiya said to Sasori. Sasori didn't seem surprised, but instead looked around curiously. Kenichi Amemiya, carrying Hidden's body, came to the teacher's lab. Teacher, look what I brought you. Kenichi Amemiya walked in with a smile. The lab was quiet. Although the lights were on, no one was around. This surprised Kenichi Amemiya. Was the teacher away? But if the teacher wasn't there, the lights would definitely be off. So what was going on? Sir Amemiya, Orochimaru-sama left on a mission 3 days ago. At this moment, Uchiha also came out and bowed politely. Kenichi Amemiya nodded. No wonder the lights were on. So, it turned out to be Uchiha here. Just thinking about this, he looked at Uchiha with some curiosity. With the teacher away, this woman should have a perfect opportunity to escape, right? Why didn't she run? Aren't you going to take this opportunity to escape? Amemiya Kenichi looked at Uchiha curiously. He was always the type to ask questions directly. I have nowhere else to go. I might as well stay here. Lord Amemiya and Lord Orochimaru can guarantee my safety. Uchiha was her usual straightforward self. That's right. Go get Tadakoro Koji. Amemiya Kenichi nodded in satisfaction. Uchiha really had nowhere else to go. Where could she go? Back to Konoha. Konoha would definitely interrogate her rigorously, and she might even reveal some secrets, a fate worse than death. Go somewhere else. Putting aside the question of whether she could guarantee her own safety, the mere possibility of being discovered and registered as a traitor by Konoha would be extremely dangerous. Her current strength was not enough to protect herself. The most vulnerable ninjas in the gold exchange are weaker ones. Jonin are still a bit of a protection, but as for powerful cages, they're usually put up for show. No one would actually trade their heads for money. Lord Amemiya. Tadakoro Koji was quickly summoned by Uchiha. He looked at Amemiya Kenichi respectfully and cautiously, almost wanting to kneel down and kowtow. Amemiya Kenichi felt a bit amused. It seemed Tadakoro was truly wary of him. Don't be so nervous. I came here to ask you if the Zero Tail could power a smaller base. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand, then looked at Tadakoro and asked. According to the teacher's arrangement, the Zero Tail was supposed to be under Tadakoro's control for a search. Well, the one being researched. And the teacher, true to his word, actually knew how to control the Zero Tail. He taught Tadokoro some basic techniques, but that only served to prevent him from being killed by it. Well, if it's not too big, it should be okay. Koji Tadokoro hesitated for a moment and nodded. Chapter 172 Preparations before flying. Then let me ask you, how much area can the current Zero Tail support? Amemiya Kenichi wasn't surprised. After all, this was within his expectations. I don't know about that. We need to test it. Tadokoro Koji shook his head. Although he had overseen the design and construction of Anchor, the problem was that it was designed as a war fortress. So, when the Zero Tail arrived to provide power, Anchor was already this large, so naturally, there was no way to test it. So how do you know for sure that the Zero Tail can carry Anchor into flight? Amemiya Kenichi was stunned. Goodness, you guys didn't just slap your heads and figure it out, did you? Could you even figure this out? Ahem, we just test it once a year. If it works, it works. Tadokoro Koji clearly knew their move was a bit foolish, so he looked a little embarrassed. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Wow, really? There's this kind of testing method? It's a good thing these guys aren't building rockets. Otherwise, they'd probably just build a rocket to test whether it could fly, and if it did, they'd fly, completely disregarding the opinions of the people on board. Bring out the conversion equipment that Zero Tail and you made earlier. You'll help me out later. Amemiya Kenichi took a deep breath, suppressing his inner turmoil, fearing he'd lose his temper. Science is a rigorous discipline. What's in the right quantity is what's in the right quantity. Amemiya Kenichi currently makes thermobaric explosives, and the raw materials are precisely proportioned down to the microgram. A little more or less could make a huge difference in the power. Originally, Amemiya Kenichi had considered letting Tadokoro Koji lead the research on flight equipment, but now it seems he still has a long way to go before he can truly handle it on his own, which is a real worry. It would be great if the teacher were here. He'd definitely be better than Tadokoro, but he doesn't seem interested in this area, having been busy researching Uchiha's genetic information lately. So, he can't help for now. Okay. Tadokoro Koji nodded sheepishly and went to get something from the lab. Meanwhile, Amemiya Kenichi handed the hidden he was carrying to Uchiha, instructing her to find a place to store it and feed it porridge and chopped eggs daily, just enough to keep it from starving. Amemiya-sama, how should I feed this? Uchiha glanced at the bag of meat in her arms, her expression changing for the first time. Amemiya Kenichi also fell into deep thought. After all, Hidden's health wasn't working properly right now. How could he be fed? If he fed it into his mouth, it would fall out of his neck after a few chews. If he fed it directly through a feeding tube, he wasn't sure if it would maintain its nutrients. If the arms and other parts rotted, that would be troublesome. Let's just do this when it's time to feed it, sew its head back together. Then, after it finishes eating, remove its head and sew its arms and legs back together. Amemiya Kenichi came up with this idea. There was only one Hidden at the moment, and the evil god church hadn't created any more, so Hidden was quite important. Although he didn't know if the disconnection of the body would affect parts of his arm, leading to necrosis, Amemiya Kenichi still hoped to avoid it. You devil. I will never let you go. Hidden was furious upon hearing this. Listen, is that even human language? He'd tried it before, and while his head could still move, his body couldn't. The thought of a future like this filled him with a deep sense of despair. Can't you stand it? You'll have to clean up your own shit and piss then. Amemiya Kenichi sneered. To deal with a fanatic like Hidden, one must completely destroy his inner faith. He wouldn't be afraid to kill him now. After all, he believed in some so-called god, and he could continue to serve him even after death. And Amemiya Kenichi had heard from the high priest that believing in the true god would lead to ascension to the kingdom of God after death, where there would be endless food to eat, endless wine to drink, and 10,000 beautiful women who would forever be young girls to serve you. Hearing this, Amemiya Kenichi almost laughed out loud. It seemed that, whether in his past life or this one, these people always loved using these tricks to deceive others. Hidden cursed, but before he could open his mouth, a rag was stuffed into his mouth, gagging him. Amemiya Kenichi didn't enjoy being insulted. That was a bit perverted. That's it. And then he wipes his excrement with his hands and feet. Amemiya Kenichi sneered. Hidden was truly foul-mouthed and stubborn, like a stone in a pit, stinking and hard. If he wasn't taught a lesson and driven to despair, this guy would be worthless. Okay, Uchiha nodded and agreed. Amemiya Kenichi was quite satisfied with this Uchiha subordinate. After all, he was reasonable. Although a little blunt, he was easy to communicate with and acted honestly. If a fairy were asked to do such a thing, there would be a huge uproar. Seeing Uchiha reminded Kenichi Amemiya of something he'd discussed with Shizu Uchiha. Calculating the dates, he knew he'd have to go pick up the people in a while, and he wondered how many people Shizu Uchiha could possibly bring. I hope there are more people, Kenichi Amemiya mused. He had mastered the process from 1 to 2 Magatama, but the question of how to open the eyes remained. He needed to clarify whether only Uchiha clan members with their eyes opened could find that strange little nub in their amygdala. Kenichi Amemiya had a name for it, Sharingan nub. After all, it was closely tied to the Sharingan's evolution. He wondered if the 3 Magatama and the Manger Key were also related to it. Regardless, these experiments required a large amount of supplies, and the Uchiha clan was a good source of them. The people Shizu had brought with him couldn't be moved around, but he could go to Konoha and capture Uchiha clan members. Or perhaps they didn't even need to do it themselves. If Shizu had defected, Danzo would have been tempted to act sooner rather than later. However, Uchiha Itachi hadn't grown up yet and hadn't experienced Shizu's death, so who would have carried out the genocide? It was a truly curious question. Meanwhile, Tadakoro Koji also emerged with his supplies. While there were a lot of stuff, thankfully, with the exception of the Zero Tail, everything else could be brought out using a sealing scroll, making it relatively easy. Are there any supplies in the lab? Amemiya Kenichi looked at the Zero Tail. The little creature had been quite friendly when he saw him, clearly remembering him and not being some unintelligent insect. Yes, Amemiya-sama. Currently, there are 3 common supplies. 2 genin supplies, 1 chunin supply, and 1 jonin supply in the lab dungeon. Uchiha replied quickly. She hadn't been idle lately. Jonin? Amemiya Kenichi was a little surprised. Where had the teacher kidnapped a jonin? This was truly bizarre. However, Kenichi Amemiya also knew the importance of jonin, so he asked Uchiha to bring an ordinary person and a genin. Kenichi Amemiya planned to test it out first to see how long a genin and an ordinary person could maintain flight. Uchiha was very efficient, and soon she brought up a middle-aged man and a ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the Konoha ninja. He didn't know him, but he looked a little familiar. Kenichi Amemiya the Konoha ninja recognized Kenichi Amemiya. Your face and the clothes of an Era clan ninja? Kenichi Amemiya raised an eyebrow. No wonder the other party looked a little familiar. Kenichi Amemiya had seen Nera clan ninjas when he was with his teacher. They were dressed in this way. It was said that the young people in the clan admired the clan leader very much, so they imitated him, and it became a trend. The man lowered his head. From the moment he was captured, he knew his fate was not good. Orochimaru was an S-rank renegade ninja from Konoha, not to mention his disciple, Kenichi Amemiya. The reason these two had defected from Konoha was well known, the human experiments that had resulted in countless deaths. So, upon his capture, he knew what was coming. Kenichi Amemiya saw he didn't respond, and he didn't say anything further. While he knew the man was from the Nera clan, he had no connection to them. After all, they were the almighty Inoshikacho clan. After tying them up, Kenichi Amemiya instructed Koji Tadakoro to command Zero Tail to drain the ordinary man's energy. While the energy was indeed sufficient to power flight, it only allowed the assembled transport to float less than a centimeter. It seems an ordinary man. Kenichi Amemiya glanced at the consumables. The man already looked as if he was about to die. Kenichi Amemiya quickly stopped. An ordinary man was completely useless only as a decoration. Try this genin. Amemiya Kenichi measured the chakra level before continuing with the next test. As Zero Tail was drawn out, the Nera clan ninja's expression darkened. The energy conversion device soared a meter high, maintaining a relatively stable state. Amemiya Kenichi recorded the chakra consumption. He needed this accurate data to calculate Zero Tail's current abilities. Chapter 173, Speculations on the Autonomous Extraction Device of Cancer Cell Chakra. After 15 minutes of powering the conversion device, the Nara clan's ninjas were nearing exhaustion, and Amemiya Kenichi ceased the Zero Tails extraction. It seems that at the current rate, the chakra of a single genin is sufficient to sustain flight for a while. If we want to maintain a longer flight time and altitude, then Amemiya Kenichi calculated mentally, gazing at the paper in his hand. An ordinary person couldn't withstand the extraction. If he wanted to use ordinary people to power the flight, he would have to capture and imprison many ordinary people to maintain flight. However, the problem was that ordinary people were drained of their physical strength, and a single ninja could be equivalent to many ordinary people. Therefore, capturing ninjas to serve as power batteries was generally the best option. If he could capture a chunin or jonin, the increased chakra supply would generate greater kinetic energy. The only remaining question was how much chakra the Zero Tail could extract and convert at once. With this in mind, Amemiya Kenichi ordered Uchiha Hashirama to escort the Nara clan ninja and the ordinary person back. He then followed and brought out the chunin and jonin. He wanted to test this. While even a jonin wouldn't necessarily possess chakra many times greater than a genin, at least the quality of jonin's chakra was higher. He wanted to test how much chakra the Zero Tail could extract and transform. He also wanted to see how much buoyancy the Zero Tail's transformation ability could generate, thus confirming whether the laboratory could be built in the air. Compared to the unrestricted Nara clan ninja, the Konoha ninjas were in a much more difficult situation. The jonin, in particular, had his scapula pierced, and his chakra sealed with a special seal. Amemiya Kenichi didn't waste any time, but undid the seal, and placed another one, preventing him from mobilizing chakra. Then, he allowed the Zero Tail to begin extracting chakra. At this point, Kenichi Amemiya and the others were no longer in the laboratory. After all, they were testing flight, which wouldn't be possible in the lab. Furthermore, the conversion device was large and difficult to assemble in the lab. Compared to that genin, the speed of extracting the jounin is a bit slower. Kenichi Amemiya could naturally sense the chakra draining from the jounin's body, but at a much slower rate. However, the resulting gain was immense. The conversion device burst through the forest, soaring into the air at breakneck speed. Kenichi Amemiya quickly ordered Kojutaro Koro to descend. Zero Tail could indeed achieve flight by draining the jounin's chakra, and the conversion device was indeed effective. According to Kenichi Amemiya's calculations, the jounin could provide a significant amount of energy to sustain flight. But that was just the weight of the conversion device alone. What if other items were added? With this in mind, Kenichi Amemiya led Zero Tail, Uchiha Hashirama, and the others to his laboratory. He then loaded the rocks he had excavated for the lab's construction onto the conversion device, initially carrying a ton of rock. This time, he was able to fly again, maintaining his speed, which greatly improved Kenichi Amemiya's mood. Scorpion, come and help. Let's see how long this thing can fly. Amemiya Kenichi called Scorpion out as well. After a brief test, Amemiya Kenichi discovered that this Konoha jonin could propel the Zero Tail, carrying a 20-ton weight, up to 500 meters for an hour and a half, but then it gave up. The jonin had run out of steam. While chakra could be refined, it wasn't infinite. For a ninja, running out of chakra meant death. At first, Amemiya Kenichi didn't understand why this was the case, but he later realized that the ninja's superior physical prowess was, in part, due to chakra. Chakra greatly enhanced their physical prowess, but also made them unable to operate without it. If their chakra was completely depleted, their heart wouldn't be able to pump blood throughout their body, and death was inevitable. Kenichi, how do you think this problem should be solved? Scorpion was also studying the flying device. After all, Scorpion had met Anchor, so there was no need to hide anything. No rush, let's first test the maximum amount of chakra Zero Tail can extract. Amemiya Kenichi waved his hand. A jonin could certainly extract, but the Zero Tail's maximum capacity was unknown. After glancing at the others, Amemiya Kenichi decided to take the stage himself. After all, his chakra capacity could be described as tons of chakra, and he rarely ran out of chakra. The Shodame's sage physique was truly baffling. After receiving Amemiya Kenichi's permission, Zero Tail became extremely excited. Then, Amemiya Kenichi felt a foreign force trying to drain his chakra. What if I don't agree? Curious, Amemiya Kenichi tried, only to discover that the force couldn't drain his chakra at all. MMMMM. Meanwhile, Zero Tail thrashed anxiously from side to side, looking like a puppy, except this one looked like a snake. Amemiya Kenichi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zero Tail couldn't drain any of his chakra, unless he allowed it. After Amemiya Kenichi agreed, and even proactively injected chakra into the Zero Tail, he instantly took off, carrying the 20-ton stone conversion device, soaring high into the sky, reaching over 1,000 meters above the ground. Then, Amemiya Kenichi noticed that the Zero Tail was beginning to struggle. It even actively reduced its chakra extraction rate, previously draining a Chidori every second, but now it was a massive fireball every 5 seconds. Kenichi, how are you feeling? Scorpion glanced at Amemiya Kenichi with concern, having seen the Jounin's plight earlier. I'm fine, and I've estimated the amount the Zero Tail can draw right now. 2 Jounins is probably the limit, Amemiya Kenichi wrote down. He could also act as a battery, but that would be too cumbersome. He couldn't possibly have a shadow clone here all the time, could he? Moreover, if he faced a strong enemy, he would need to disband his shadow clone to recall his chakra. If he disbanded his shadow clone, the airbase would collapse, which would be a disaster. The thought of the expensive instruments, equipment, and precious scientific data all destroyed in the airborne base made Kenichi Amemiya's stomach ache. He might as well have killed him swiftly. For a researcher, experimental equipment and data were more important than his life. Although there weren't many things he needed to spend a lot of time on right now, if the mutant seeds from sample 23 were gone, he would still vomit blood. So, the energy problem needed to be solved. Afterward, Kenichi Amemiya instructed Kojutaro Koro to first find a way to improve the conversion device. He also told Shiri Uchiha to take care of Hidden, then hurriedly left with Sasori. The airborne test base seemed to be operational, but many issues remained. Kenichi Amemiya was also busy right now. He hadn't even finished his research project yet, so how could he have the time to work on it? Fortunately, with his shadow clone, Kenichi Amemiya was able to multitask his research. Otherwise, if he were alone and unable to use his shadow clone, he'd probably still be trying to figure out how to improve Rice. Kenichi, do you want me to capture a few Jonin? We can take turns draining their chakra, and that'll be enough for us. Scorpion suggested an idea. He'd already done plenty of capturing people. No need. These Jonin have plenty of shady tricks. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. Humans are the most troublesome creatures. They think too much. If something goes wrong, the damage would be enormous. So, it would be better to have something like a battery generator, or something purely for chakra production. HMM. Amemiya Kenichi paused for a moment before an idea struck him. Computers can be programmed, so can the body? Amemiya Kenichi's eyes lit up, and he thought of his earliest research findings, cancer cells. With adequate nutrition, those cells can multiply almost infinitely, with a strong reproductive capacity. They don't have much intelligence, after all, because they are just a group of cells. If they could be programmed to self-refine chakra to power the Zero Tails, wouldn't that be like creating a super tool, a selfless, tireless, 007-like tool who refines chakra every day? No, tool cells? Although Kenichi Amemiya had this idea, achieving it wasn't easy. After all, cancer cells multiply endlessly, and teaching a lump of flesh to refine chakra was a bit of a challenge. But at least if he could actually create it, there wouldn't be any problems to worry about. After all, unless cancer cells evolve into intelligent organisms, they are just a mass of flesh following a set routine. With this in mind, Kenichi Amemiya created several clones to research the feasibility of his idea. Meanwhile, Sasori was figuring out how to move Kenichi Amemiya's laboratory. If that wasn't possible, rebuilding a new one seemed the only option. How were you guys resting? Kenichi Amemiya smiled at the 2 Uchiha ninjas. At Kenichi Amemiya's words, the 2 Uchiha shinobi shuddered and lowered their heads. They tried to resist, but even their shadow clones couldn't defeat them. Kenichi Amemiya smiled. It was time to begin researching the 3 Megatama. Chapter 174 Uchiha Shizu in action. If you ask me, we should just revolt. It's not like the Uchiha clan can't survive without Konoha. Uchiha Shizu sat in his seat, quietly listening to the conversations of the clan members around him. He didn't look up or speak, simply sitting silently, looking down at his feet. The Uchiha clan would occasionally request a meeting, sometimes every 2 weeks, sometimes half a year, but whenever they did, the discussion would inevitably shift to this topic. There were always people discussing the issues between the clan and the village. Some were unhappy, others felt that as two of the founding clans of Konoha, the lack of a Hokage was disrespectful to the Uchiha clan. Consequently, every meeting was prone to arguments, sometimes escalating to the point of fighting. Hey, it's you guys who keep saying this all the time. It's making it increasingly difficult for us Uchiha clan to survive, a nearby uncle said with a look of disdain, which only provoked the young man's outburst. A heated debate immediately erupted, quickly devolving from a discussion of should the Uchiha clan coexist peacefully with Konoha, into personal attacks like, how could you possibly open your eyes, you old fool. The irritated elders then angrily threatened to teach the youngsters a lesson, teaching them to respect their clan elders. Uchiha Shizu was accustomed to this, having long been aware of the internal conflicts within the clan. The Uchiha clan could be roughly divided into 2 factions. 1. The Hawk clan was sworn to fight Konoha to the bitter end, even proposing a rebellion to overthrow the Konoha regime. However, the Hawk clan remained in a weak position. Having witnessed the cruelty of war, the clan members were reluctant to be drawn into it again, but the Hawk clan had gradually grown stronger. Younger, more ambitious Uchiha joined the ranks, aspiring to achieve higher positions within Konoha, such as powerful elders or even the title of 5th Hokage. On the other side were the Doves. These Uchiha ninja advocated for peace with Konoha, seeking a solution that would bring peace to the village and clan. However, achieving this proved difficult. The majority of these Uchiha ninja were older, having witnessed the brutality of war, and understood the struggle for survival for a clan separated from the village. Therefore, they yearned for a return to the past, when the Uchiha clan enjoyed the same respect as the Senju clan. The fierce conflict between the 2 factions should have led to a life and death struggle. Fortunately, the current clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, acted as a balance, allowing the clan to maintain a modicum of peace. Brother Shizu, a childish voice called out. Shizu looked up. It was Uchiha Itachi, who was holding a small child. Shizu knew this child to be Uchiha Sasuke, the clan leader's younger brother. Itachi and Sasuke, are you guys attending the meeting too? Uchiha Shizu smiled. He and Uchiha Itachi had a good relationship. The child was incredibly talented and shared similar ideas, making them easy to talk to. Shizu even once harbored the hope that Itachi would become clan leader and lead the clan in reform. No, father won't allow us to attend the meeting. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. His demeanor was now more quiet, and his eyes only softened when he looked at his younger brother, Sasuke. Uchiha Shizu wasn't surprised. After all, an Uchiha clan meeting was far too far for a child. Honestly, if he hadn't already possessed the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he wouldn't have been qualified to attend. Furthermore, such an atmosphere wouldn't be good for the child. It would affect Itachi and Sasuke's mental well-being. That's Sasuke, right? How adorable. Uchiha Shizu smiled at the little kid holding Itachi's hand and cautiously huddling beside him. Uchiha Sasuke, a handsome child, though still young, looked destined to become a handsome young man in the future. Uchiha clan rarely had ugly members. Perhaps it was hereditary. Sasuke, call Shizune-ai, Uchiha Itachi gently reminded his younger brother. Sasuke raised his head and timidly looked at the older brother before him. Shizune-ai, Uchiha Sasuke's voice was childish, but the presence of the 2 clan leaders still attracted a lot of attention. The 2 Uchiha nearby, who had been arguing, and even threatened to fight, calmed down considerably. Every Uchiha knew that, while Uchiha Fugaku might appear to be a man of peace and prosperity, these 2 children and Mikoto were his Achilles heel. If they angered him, it would be no fun. Shizune-ai, daddy called you over for dinner, Uchiha Itachi said with a satisfied smile. Shizu wasn't surprised by this, but smiled, stood up, and followed Uchiha Itachi out. Before leaving the council chamber, Uchiha Shizu glanced back. The Uchiha ninjas behind him sat in distinct groups, glaring at each other. Their eyes betrayed nothing of the harmonious bonds of a clan, only conflict. At that moment, a chill suddenly settled over him. He clutched his arms. he seemed to see an invisible web quietly unfurl behind his clansmen, the spiders named Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen gazing intently at his clansmen. While Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen were a bit older, they were not without their peers within the Uchiha clan, many of whom had witnessed the might of the second Hokage. So, Uchiha Shizu quickly learned about the clan's plight during the second Hokage's reign. While their circumstances weren't great during the second Hokage's time, they were still manageable. But what about now? They'd been banished to this kind of place, given positions that seemed powerful, but felt more like traps. How badly had the Uchiha clan's reputation fallen? Brother Shizu? Itachi Uchiha asked doubtfully. Shizu lowered his hand, smiled, and said, "It's alright." He then followed Itachi to a quieter room nearby. Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, sat there. A sumptuous meal lay on the table before him, but he hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. Clan leader, Shizu greeted respectfully. Only by understanding the countless holes in the shabby ship that was the Uchiha clan could he understand the hardship the clan leader endured. It truly wasn't easy for the clan leader. The clan leader had truly played a significant role in the Uchiha clan's continued existence. Shizu, come, sit here. Uchiha Fugaku patted the table with a smile, and Shizu took the seat directly across from Uchiha Fugaku without hesitation. The light from the hallway shone on Shizu Uchiha and then on Fugaku Uchiha's face, whose gentle smile remained constant. Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha didn't come in. After bringing Shizu over, Itachi Uchiha took his brother's hand and left, closing the door behind him. Shizu, today, behind closed doors, just the two of us can talk. Uchiha Fugaku didn't pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he poured Shizu a cup of tea. Steam rose from the cup. Shizu Uchiha knew what his clan leader meant. Talking behind closed doors meant he didn't want anyone else to know the content of the conversation. I know, clan leader. Uchiha Shizu nodded, his expression becoming more serious. You've been in contact with many clan members recently. Is there something going on? Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment. He picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. Then, looking at Shizu, he asked. Shizu's expression remained unchanged. He didn't expect his actions to be hidden from Uchiha Fugaku. After all, he was still the clan leader. He only wanted to hide it from the venomous snake, entrenched in Konoha's roots. There are some things, but I'm sorry, I can't tell you. Uchiha Shizu nodded, then shook his head. His conversation with that senior. No, not really a senior. Afterward, Shizu pondered the other person's identity for a long time. He felt it was unlikely that the other person was a member of the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha clan had always maintained clear population registration information. Dead is dead, traitor is traitor, but after much thought, he found no match. Although many Uchiha ninja disappeared during the Ninja World War, their strength didn't quite match that of the other party. However, the other person's words cast doubt on Shizu's mind, and after further investigation, he sadly realized that the suspicious person's words might be true. The village had never trusted them, and on the night of the attack, the Uchiha clan was under constant surveillance. The next day, Shizu noticed that the other villagers looked at them with a hint of hatred. So, Uchiha Shizu sought a way out for his clan. Since peaceful coexistence was impossible, leaving might be a good option. Is that so? Fugaku put down his teacup and looked thoughtfully at this distinguished clan member. He knew Shizu seemed to be working for a prominent figure in the village, but it wasn't likely ANBU. After all, if it was ANBU, it would certainly be a signal to the Uchiha clan, a signal Shizu couldn't possibly keep from them. So, the most likely candidate was the root. However, Shizu didn't possess the seal of the tongue exterminating trouble, so it was probably just a cooperative relationship. Was Uchiha Fugaku truly unaware of the internal clan conflicts and the village's attitude? If he truly didn't, then his role as clan leader was a complete failure. Uchiha Fugaku could still infer something, based on the village's situation. So, upon discovering Shizu's recent covert contact with some clan members, he sensed something amiss. He then conducted his own investigation, and discovered that Shizu's contacts were primarily with those with whom he had some connections, including those who were more dovish, and also with some younger members of the Uchiha clan who were more depressed. But what if I knew? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Shizu with interest. It would be strange if Shizu didn't say so, but he couldn't expect others not to tell him. Could he? As the clan leader, he still had some dignity to maintain. That's for you to know, clan leader. Shisu hadn't expected Fugaku to not know. After all, he had been summoned here, so it was impossible for him not to know. Do we really have to go this far? Fugaku slowly turned his teacup, his emotions mixed. I just wanted to try, clan leader. You should be aware of the situation within the village and the clan. If this continues. Uchiha Shisu took a deep breath. The candlelight flickered, illuminating Uchiha Fugaku, whose shadow swayed against the wall. There's a good chance of bloodshed. In that case, it's better to preserve some of the fire, Shisu said softly. Konoha was enormous, its massive trunks and dense branches supported by a vast root system. Shisu didn't want his thoughts to be heard by those deep-seated roots. Who told you this? Or did you make the decision yourself? Fugaku narrowed his eyes at Shisu. Under the candlelight, his shadow swayed even more violently, like a demon dancing wildly. Shisu said nothing. He didn't know the other person's identity. Although the other person claimed to be his ancestor, Shisu was skeptical. Fugaku's eyes were filled with sadness. A genius of the clan would rather trust others than the village. What was going on? He pointed out a path. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I think that's the only way to survive. Shisu raised his head and spoke seriously. Fugaku and Shisu stared at each other. The air was eerily quiet, and the candlelight slowly calmed down. Fugaku's shadow behind him once again regained its composure. When the time comes, you take Itachi, Sasuke, and Makoto with you. Fugaku spoke. He didn't say much, just leaving these words. Then he stood up, propping himself up. The family meeting was about to begin. Shisu watched Fugaku walking past him step by step. When passing by him, the young but somewhat aged clan leader paused for a second, then patted Fugaku on the shoulder, and then left. Shisu looked at the food in front of him, which he had not touched from beginning to end. The only thing he did was drink tea, and now he felt like he was almost full from drinking tea. First of all, the plot will definitely not follow the development of Shippuden, and then about everyone's complaints about the water content, because if these contents are not written, it will definitely not be good to just mention them in 2 sentences, so I try my best to explain them, and then mention them, and try to control the degree in between. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 175, The Sharingan Experiment that almost put the cart before the horse. The chakram particles in the amygdala of subjects 2 and 3 have increased by nearly half. The organ responsible for the evolution of the Sharingan in the Uchiha clan has now been confirmed, the chakram particles. Kenichi Amemiya observed the Uchiha ninja before him, casually noting in his experimental log. Beside him lay a normal person, whose brain had already been dissected by Kenichi Amemiya, and no chakram particles were found in their amygdala. Even after experiencing extreme emotional stress, the subject's brain showed no abnormalities. Instead, the brain's self-protection mechanism was triggered, causing them to fall into a coma. Kenichi Amemiya was now virtually certain that the chakram particles he had named were closely related to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. He theorized that the Uchiha clan's desire to evolve their rise might also be related to them. The only problem was that he didn't have an Uchiha ninja with the Mangekyou Sharingan. If he had, he could have observed any abnormalities within their brains. But for now, let's study the difference between 2 and 3 Magatama. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the Uchiha ninja before him. He had lost control of his bladder. However, he wasn't unconscious. Instead, he was fully conscious. Amemiya Kenichi repeated the experiment he'd used to stimulate the 2 Magatama. This time, his chakra particles showed no signs of change. They were like dead flesh. If you didn't know better, Amemiya Kenichi would have thought he was experimenting on an ordinary person. Conventional stimulation methods are ineffective. But according to records, the Uchiha clan's eyes do require a significant emotional shock to evolve into 3 Magatama, and even the Mangekyou is like this. Amemiya Kenichi scratched his head. Could it be that my yin attribute chakra stimulation threshold isn't high enough? Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the incontinent Uchiha ninja, then covered him once again. A vast amount of yin attribute chakra instantly merged into his chakra particles, even spreading outward. The Uchiha ninja, who had just calmed down, began to tremble violently again. But even then, The other person's amygdala showed no signs of overclocking, which plunged Kenichi Amemiya into deep thought. Looking at his test subject, nearly dead from his torment, Kenichi could only let go with a sullen expression. What about mine? Kenichi realized a blind spot. He was now, in fact, an Uchiha, possessing a Sharingan, or 3 Magatama 1 at that. So, Kenichi Amemiya attempted to probe his brain with chakra. The sensation was strange, but fortunately, he did find a Sharingan particle in his amygdala. Furthermore, compared to the 2 Magatama particle, the one in his brain was larger. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The Sharingan's level of evolution was also related to this particle. This excited Kenichi Amemiya. If he could unlock the secrets of the Manjaki Sharingan, he would be able to reach the Manjaki level and experience the wonders of chakra firsthand. Kenichi Amemiya felt that the chakra was most likely yin-yang release chakra, which might even help him understand how to enter the 6 paths mode. It seems not everyone in the Uchiha clan can open 3 Magatama, just like not everyone can open a Manjaki. This may be related to talent or genes. Kenichi Amemiya discovered a problem. Ultimately, it seemed that all the problems came down to genetics. Can talent be quantified? It's difficult. While people can test IQ, these are self-imposed standards. Some people may not have high IQs, but display remarkable talents in other areas, such as painting, singing, dancing, or basketball. Genes, however, can be observed and detected. Kenichi Amemiya even speculated that there might be a gene in human genes that influences IQ. If such a gene could be found, perhaps high IQ geniuses could be mass-produced. Is it possible that the Uchiha clan has a special gene in their genes that determines their upper limit? Emotional shock is only the key to breakthroughs, but genes are the lock. Kenichi Amemiya pondered. He thought this was quite possible. After all, not everyone in the Uchiha clan was the same. If everyone in the Uchiha clan were the same, then it wouldn't make sense that some could open the 3 Magatama Manjaki, while others would be stuck at the 1 or 2 Magatama level for their entire lives. There's really no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He called for supplies and cleaned up, then left the lab. Continuing the experiment didn't make much sense. He suddenly understood why his previous opening of the 2 Magatama hadn't been considered a major breakthrough in his Sharingan. This was the reason. Emotional stimulation is a key that can unlock the path to becoming stronger, but the problem is that you need the key, and for the Uchiha clan, some have the key, while others don't. Is this fair? Of course not. As expected, some are born to be Romans, while others are born to be slaves. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. He planned to spend some time in his teacher's lab, isolating and identifying as many of the Uchiha clan's genes as possible. Find that lock, conduct experiments, and verify the findings. Then, perhaps, we'll achieve a truly groundbreaking research result. Well, there's still a month until the date I agreed to meet with Shisu. I wonder if this unfortunate kid has found a good person yet. Amemiya Kenichi glanced at the calendar and twisted his hips. When Shisu arrived, he'd draw a tube of blood and study his genetic makeup. He'd also check for the strange Sharingan particles in his head. Amemiya Kenichi had a feeling that the brains of those with the Manjaki Sharingan might be somewhat different from those of other ninjas. After all, the difference between a 2 Magatama and a 3 Magatama is significant. The Sharingan particles in his own brain were different from those of other ninjas. So what would those particles in a Manjaki Sharingan be like? Amemiya Kenichi was curious. Boom. Just as they were leaving, Amemiya Kenichi heard a loud explosion. He rubbed his brow, suddenly understanding Nagato's thoughts. It exploded again. How many times has this happened? Amemiya Kenichi's mind was a little broken. Since he brought Sasori here, Sasori had already exploded countless times. If Amemiya Kenichi hadn't had the foresight to set up a soundproof barrier, Konoha would have noticed long ago. But even so, the barrier probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. Amemiya Kenichi looked at the smoke and dust in the distance and sighed. He didn't go over. After all, Sasori's research was different from his own, and his presence wouldn't be of much help. Sasori was currently focused on converting the tailed beast's chakra into usable energy, and he was currently using the Ninetales chakra, which he had obtained from Amemiya Kenichi. Amemiya Kenichi had originally considered sponsoring the project, since he had barely studied the Ninetales chakra, so giving Sasori a helping hand wouldn't have been a big deal. But Sasori insisted on buying it, asking for 200 million, and Amemiya Kenichi agreed. That's 200 million. How many Asumas could he buy? I hope Scorpion succeeds. Otherwise, I have a feeling this ill will be reduced to a basin sooner or later. Amemiya Kenichi shook his head. After all, there aren't any dedicated environmental restoration ninja teams in the land of Rice. They'll likely have to repair the damage. The environmental restoration ninja team is a logistics organization in every ninja village. The ninjas there possess exceptionally strong environmental restoration capabilities, repairing lakes and damaged land. Of course, if the damage is particularly severe, it's practically useless, and it seems to depend on the natural environment. For example, it's difficult to restore a lake in a desert. Given the scale and intensity of the ninja battles, the ninja world would be razed in less than 10 years. He found his teacher's laboratory with familiarity, and then he saw a blonde girl undergoing facial recognition. He recognized her immediately. Who else could it be but his teacher, Orochimaru? Teacher, you're back. Amemiya Kenichi excitedly approached. The presence of his teacher always made him feel more at ease. Yeah, I went out on a mission a while ago. But what about that explosion just now? Orochimaru turned his head. After not seeing him for a while, the teacher looked a bit older, and it looked like he needed a change of clothes. After all, his old clothes were probably a bit too tight for his bust. But what surprised Kenichi Amemiya the most was that the teacher had returned dressed like this. You know, the teacher usually just disguised himself as his true self, but now it didn't matter. That's Sasori. He's planning to sponsor the area laboratory. Kenichi Amemiya knew exactly how to explain it to the teacher. Sure enough, upon hearing that Sasori was there to discuss sponsorship, the teacher's expression brightened considerably. Few people these days have a problem with money, let alone Orochimaru, who spends money like water. Okay, I'll reinforce the soundproofing barrier later. You tell him to explode. The teacher seemed in a good mood. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.